You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series presented by Pirelli. I'm Jonathan Green, alongside me Adam Andretti as always. He'll be racing this weekend in TA, but we turn our attention to the very important TA2 Championship, which as we go into the second half of the season is really holding up nicely. So far, it's been a story about how Nitro can have any one of many winners, but Silver Hair have bounced back here at Road America with pole position and Jake Drew.
And that's what we love about this Cube 3 TA2 Architecture series is just that. I mean, no one stops working, and Nitro has climbed ahead clearly here in the 2024 season, winning all these races, completing all these podiums. But as you just put it forth, Jake Drew, the youngster up here on the pole, showing that Silver Hair's here to play for real.
Just 24 years of age, has only got a handful of races under his belt and already in pole position. Big day for Silver Hair, and we've seen their success with Maurice Hull and the rest of the team over the years. But a few ringers. We've got Rafa right to our left, leading the championship by over 100 points, and Mike Skeen coming back. Always going to be a competitive run.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Obviously, the legend, Rafa Matos, Mr. TA2. He's no one's won more races. He's a two-time champion. Certainly looks like he's got like a few fingers wrapped around his third championship at the midway point of the season. And Mike Skeen, there's so many people that want to see Mike Skeen in a TA2 car. The amount of support he got to be here today, amazing. And anytime he climbs behind the wheel of anything, you got to worry about Mike Skeen.
10 seconds. Track conditions.
Track conditions are phenomenal. All weekend long we've had a ton of grip. So big difference from pit race and Mid-Ohio the last two rounds where we were just fighting for grip. Here it's a ton of grip, so we'll see how those tires last and how that grip plays into the role as we get through 100 miles.
Ton of grip on the asphalt, but a lot of wet weather last night means it's slippy off track. Should be very interesting. Jake Drew on pole position. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with Ben Sissel to walk the grid. How good is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn, 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
Kind of controls things, and he rockets by Sima.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around.
There's the green. We
Well, ladies and gentlemen, look at this absolutely beautiful Wisconsin weather at Road America, which is always a great Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series crowd. We've got a lot of spectators here at the fan walk, so welcome to you. But first time at Road America, Jake Drew, our Pole Award winner. So I guess you love Road America.
I'm loving Road America so far, and all this fan walk is great. I'm really excited to get going here in this Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series race today. Starting from the pole, my first pole of the series, as you mentioned. My Silver Hair crew brought me an amazing race car, and we've been fast since we unloaded and hoping to finish the job today.
Nice, yeah. Maurice Laura with Waukegan Farms and Quarter Horses that always put together a good car. This is only your 7th race in Trans Am. And then at Road America, everybody in Trans Am wants to be on the pole at Road America. It just means something more special.
Yes, it's so special. And Maurice and Laura, like you mentioned, they give me such amazing opportunities, and it's a dream come true to drive this beautiful race car today. And I'm hoping to finish the job strong.
Nice, I love it. Well, congratulations, good luck out there. Like we said, we've got a ton of fans out here. Look at this kid right here, for some reason in a hoodie. Are you a Trans Am fan?
Oh, big time, of course.
So who do you think is going to win this race?
I mean, is that even really a question? The GOAT right here, Mike Skeen.
Oh, nice. Yeah. We have a Mike Skeen fan here calling him the GOAT. Crazy. But here we go, Mike Skeen, TA2 champion, first time back this season. Mike Skeen, you're doing really well. How's it going out there?
Good.
Well, that's not Mike Skeen. This is Mike Skeen, but he's got red hair, so it's an easy mistake to make. But former TA2 champion back in the series. Welcome back, and then to be starting 4th at Road America, that's got to feel pretty good.
3rd, actually. Yep, we inherited one yesterday after Tech, but yeah, super happy to be here with M1 Race Cars, Team SLR. Having the support from Cube 3 and Franklin Road Apparel has been great. I love being at Road America, love being at TA2, and really happy to have the Marco Nikitich Foundation on the car, help support them and carry them forward. Hopefully we can represent them well today.
Nice, I love it, and I hope you heard from that weird-looking fan over there, Mike Skeen fan, so keep it up, Mike Skeen. Then we come back here, Thomas Merrill here, and look at this, going back in time with the old Kodak cameras, the disposables. But how's it feel? I see you've got the umbrella on because the heat has increased like 20 degrees just since this morning.
Yeah, but it feels good to be in HB Tuner's backyard here. It's a great race for Keith and I, and he's sitting on the pole in the Pro-Am field, so we're both really excited to do well in front of all the fans and all the family.
Nice, I love it. Thomas Merrill about to get after it. Then we come back here, Connor Mosak. I was talking to Connor Mosak earlier because Connor Mosak always feels like he comes to Road America, does really well, and then leaves a little bit on the table. And I was asking him if he felt like Road America owed him, and he says, no, that it's up to me to win this thing. So you're determined.
Yeah, I think we've actually got a really good car today. I think the best one we've had all year. Just kind of qualifying was my first laps on track this weekend, and then had some traffic issues and stuff, but I think we made some good changes, and I'm really excited for today. I think we can drive this thing to the front.
Nice. Well, Connor Mosak with Silver Hair Racing, another Waukegan Farms Quarter Horses car out there that always does really well at Road America. We've got Marvin Gray here talking to Adrian. Sorry, Adrian, but hope I'm not interrupting prayer. But Adrian, Road America, you've got to love this place.
Yeah, no, it's a really interesting place. It's a lot of straightaway speed, high-speed stuff. The kink's really a lot of fun. It's high commitment, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, turn 1's pretty wide, so I think you could see 3, 4 wide through there. And then hopefully we're past it and have a good race car with 30 minutes to go. I'd like to thank CMI, Compass Manufacturing International. They make sink products, sink kits, faucets, stuff like that. AMT Motorsports, upstate New York, they make Corvette race parts for Corvettes. And Spot On Services from Texas.
Nice, I love it. Adrian Lostowski. I'm going to come down here. We've got Bacon. Where is Bacon? Caleb Bacon with CB Motorsports. We've got his team here. Sweet Cheeks is here. Oh, yeah. But, this car is looking good. You guys have been working hard on this thing.
Yep, trying to keep it together so we can go out there and race and hopefully do good today.
Nice. Well, that's Sweet Cheeks, but we've got Caleb right here. Caleb, I'm letting your team talk for you, but the car is looking good. What do you think of Road America?
Oh, this track's amazing. Every time we come here, this is probably arguably one of the best tracks we come to. It's just great for this car. You got high speed, low speed, mid speed. It's just amazing.
Nice. I love it. Well, there you go, Caleb Bacon. Now, I got to come across here because from HP Tuners, he had his whole family here. They've all left, but, HP Tuners out of Chicago, so it's not too far for them to come. I love seeing not only in their black HP Tuner shirts, but they got your name and number on the back.
Yeah, so we got a lot of fans, a lot of friends and family and coworkers here. It's my home race. It might be the 40th time I've actually raced here, so a lot of years, about 20 years. Qualified first in class, got a lot of fast drivers around me, but yeah, feeling good. I think we got a chance at the win here. It's going to be a tough race. It's hot, it's heating up. Thankfully it's dry, but yeah, we're going to give it a go, and yeah, we got a shot.
Nice. I love it. Keith Prochek, HP Tuners, good luck out there with Mike Cope Race Cars. Then over here, I was speaking to Brent Cruz, last year's TA2 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 champion. He's not here, but he's pretty disappointed with his starting position. Last year, he started first and finished first. Jimmy, live on the scene, what's happening here?
We'd have to ask Joe, the crew chief, but we're going to be okay. We just want to make a race out of it. Brent has got a lot on his plate this week, running the Trans Am race and all, and we screwed him up yesterday and gave him some brake pads he wasn't used to. So we qualified 5th, but we're going to move up to 4th. But now we're going to be 3rd.
No, we're 11th. You're
11th.
You're talking about a different race. Let me talk to somebody who knows what's going on. Joe, what's going to happen here?
Hey, I thought you wanted to talk to me.
The only thing that's going to happen is Brent's going to do what he does best and be the cruise missile, and Franklin Road's on the side, and hopefully everyone sees this beautiful orange car going forward.
Nice. I love it.
Don't ever talk to me again unless we're partying it.
Jimmy Live, I love you, man. I'm sorry.
Lime Rock, here we come.
Lime Rock, here we come. Josh Hurley,
yes, sir.
You know Road America really well. This is going to be a crazy race.
It is. The braking zones are really challenging here, so you never know what you're going to get. All it takes is one person to make a mistake, and it bunches the whole field up and can cause a mess. So it should be a show. There'll probably be a little more bumping and grinding that we necessarily want to see, but my plan is to take advantage of that and be in the front by the end of this race.
Nice. I love it. Josh Hurley there. Now we come here to Austin Green, who's always super fast here, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Back with us. Austin, I know you got to be a little bit disappointed about the finish at Mid-Ohio after leading the race, but here at Road America, I feel like Road America hasn't been super nice to you lately.
Yeah, it's my most favorite track, so hopefully today we can turn that around. But you know, hats off to all the Peterson guys, and huge thanks to Doug Peterson as well. We got a super fast Three-Dimensional Service Group Ford Mustang, and qualifying didn't really go in our favor, but it's a long race, and hopefully we make it to the front.
Nice. Austin Green, Three-Dimensional Services Group. Now I have to give it up. Boris Said Jr. here at Road America. His dad has so much history here, and this is his most upfront qualifying position ever in TA2. That's got to feel good, Boris.
I mean, yeah, it feels great. I love this track. I mean, the HendrickCars.com Silver Hair Chevrolet is awesome. We've been, pretty quick all weekend, and I think we're in a good spot, and it should be a good race.
Nice. I love it. Boris Said Jr., the HendrickCars.com, this beautiful number 75, another silver hair car. Then we come up here, Rafa Matos. Different approach to the racing because Rafa Matos is leading in points by quite a margin. You qualified second, but what's going to be your strategy?
Well, first and foremost, we need to get a clean start and race from there. It seemed like I'm racing against some experienced guys. Jake Drew is a very clean driver, and Mike Skeen, we've raced together for a long time, so hopefully everybody will keep it clean, and usually these races are decided in the last 5 laps, so I'm hoping to get to there and figure out what we're going to do.
Nice. I love it. Well, Rafa Matos, Nitro Motorsports, Concord American Flag Company. This is the Cube 3 TA2 Architecture TA2 Series. This is going to be a lot of fun here at Road America. Now I'm going to give the microphone to Bill Knox for our invocation.
If you join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we give you all the praise for this glorious day, for us being at this storied facility. Father, we ask that you protect everyone here, the drivers, the crews, the spectators. Most of all, we ask that you protect the safety workers and the medics, Father, since they're doing their job to help protect us. And Father, we ask that you overlook our military and our first responders, that they too may come home daily to their families. In your Son's most precious and holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Bill Knox, thank you so much. Bill Knox, one of the Trans Am staff, but also with Road Race Ministries. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we're at Road America. It could not be more perfect. Anton, I'm going to have you come over here, but we've got Anton Pietenpool, who just gave us a great show last year with the National Anthem, highly suggested by John Everett and the Road America crew. So, Anton, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, my goodness. Absolutely beautiful. Anton Pietenpool, thank you so much for doing this at Road America. Jonathan, I'm going to send it to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben. Thank you so much. And once again, I'm joined by Adam Andretti, who will be with us for the duration of the race. And obviously, great to have Andretti's insight onto this, simply because he's going to be out there tomorrow, and he's been out there already today. What are the conditions like out there? I'm glad to say the wet weather that we had yesterday has gone.
It's a gorgeous day here in Road America. I mean, this is what you dream about when you go racing, is this kind of weather. So we're definitely blessed there.
Here's the grid then. Jake Drew with his first pole position for Silver Hair. Rafa Matos, our championship leader, by 118 points alongside him. Then it's Skeen back into the scene, usually with IMSA, but also a former champion. Annunziata, what's he going to do? We're here. He's starting at the back. We'll talk about that in a moment. Boris Said Jr. and Thomas Merrill, Austin Green and Connor Mosack, very strong row 4 and row 5. Hurley and Lostowski, both capable of coming forward here at Road America. A little further down, row 6, Brent Cruz. Now, you heard he's on double duty. He's also racing against Andretti tomorrow. And Caleb Bacon alongside him for CB Motorsports. Keith Project and Thomas Ellis. Good to have them both on board. Row 8, Barry Bowes going great in Pro-Am. And Gio Ruggiero in row 8 on the 40. Then it's Jared Odrick and Tommy Sheehan. Matt Tift, his second race in a row. And Michelle Abati from Nevada. She also competing in PA as Tommy Sheehan it is. Brad McAllister, Doug Peterson, Eric Caton, and Jim Gallagher. Patrick Paul being looked after by Evan Slater. I want to talk about him in a moment. Matt Gray, Doug Winston, row 14, Patrick Oot, and Ty Young and Bruce Nesbitt, row 15. So a packed grid, and Ben Mayer will start at the back. Now, he had a ride height on his rear wing that was not in the rules, or it was not at the right height, and so therefore they penalised him. So Ben Mayer, a bit like Annunziata, should come through. But again, what is Thomas Annunziata doing at the back? He seems to start every race there.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely passed more cars than anybody in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 series this year, maybe anyone in the history at this point in the season. I know this is not what they want to be doing at Thomas, to be coming from the rear, or that 90 car Nitro Motorsports. So I have no idea.
But the infraction was just not making the grid, right?
It just didn't make the grid. They weren't rolling to the grid, so I don't know if it wouldn't start on pre-grid, or the car wouldn't start on pre-grid, or what the case was. I did see them there talking pretty intently with the officials, so I don't know once we get rolling here if any of that will change. But, the grid was set here for the fan walk, and that's why we didn't see anything happening, and why he's setting up in the back.
As you can see, we'll be on board with Adrian Lostowski in the CMI onboard V-Box there, and a nice view of him. You'll be able to watch exactly where he's on the brake, where he's on the throttle, and more importantly, that picture there shows you his hands working, and I'm sure Adam Andretti will likely comment when he sees a driver in trouble, because you can tell so much from the hands of a racing driver as to his comfortability in the car.
Yeah, so much of our feel, comes from obviously the steering wheel, and some of your most sensitive nerve endings you have are in your fingers. So that's when you pinch your finger and things that hurt so bad. And but anyway, it gives so much feedback. So yeah, we'll get a good look at Adrian and many other in-car and onboard cameras while we're out here to really kind of dissect what each one of these drivers is going through. I anticipate that they're not going to be fighting too hard. There's a lot of grip on this surface. This surface was new to Road America last year. And if you remember last year, everyone was complaining about the lack of grip, similar to what we were complaining about at the new surface at Mid-Ohio last week.
Yeah.
And so, but now it's had a season underneath it. Now there's some grip here. I mean, we are seeing some serious speeds. For a TA2 car to rotate around Road America and these 4+ miles in 2 minutes and 9 seconds, Jonathan Green, is absolutely amazing.
Well, as I said, Rafa Matos leads the championship with 670, 118 over Thomas Merrill. Important day for both Merrill and Annunziata if they're going to stay with Rafa, because 100 points is getting to the point where he's not running away, but they got to catch him now, and they need to get some good points, especially Annunziata, who continues to lead the young guns ahead of Ben Mayer. And with Ben Mayer and Annunziata starting at the back, that's going to be a good battle for the lead of the young guns. There's a confirmation of those. Let's head once again now down to Ben Sissel as we get ready to go racing.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Grant Bentrude, one of my friends in the paddock, and Emco Gears is one of our great sponsors. They really keep these cars, especially in the TA series, running. Grant, tell us a little bit about Emco.
Yeah, Emco is an aerospace company that, we manufacture parts for aerospace, but we also like to manufacture parts for race cars. And we're proud to be a partner of Trans Am. We make a 5-speed transmission that the Trans Am, the TA1 cars will be using tomorrow's race, and just really happy to be at such a great historic track, and excited for this Cube 3 architecture TA2 race.
Nice, I love it. And we all know Road America can be a little bit hard and heavy on the rear ends, the differentials, the transmissions, and the running gear. But Grant, most famous words of motorsports, take it away.
Drivers, start your engines.
Perfect. Hey, nice job.
And with that, we are underway. I'm just thinking about Adam Andretti, and all the Andrettis, of course, must have all raced here at some point. Do you remember your first race at Road America?
Oh, you don't forget your first time at Road America. It's such a special place. Yeah, my first race here was in a go-kart, believe it or not, and you think you're going faster than God would allow anyone to go in a go-kart, and pretty amazing. Big thumbs up there from Mike Skeen, and that's a man right there that anytime he's behind the wheel of a race car, you better beware, and so he's going to be someone that's going to maintain that front and be there at the end, and on board here with Ty Young, and in the Pro-Am group, I believe we have Ty Young, so he's leading Pro-Am here on the grid here today, so this will be good for him, a good day in store for Ty Young.
And we welcome our viewers on BAV TV. It's a beautiful day here in North Wisconsin. We are near Sheboygan, and set fair for what should be perfect conditions here at Road America. We heard that the track was resurfaced earlier last year, and it's now bedding in nicely. No complaints of grip. Like I said, we had a lot of rain overnight, so there's got to be something that you've got to think about either. Not that you're going to be going off the asphalt, but if you do, it's going to be very slippy out there. I think this is going to be one of the most competitive races we've had. It's a long track of 4 miles. You don't want to get into trouble stuck out by Canada Corner or whatever, because it's a long way to get you back. We've had some great racing here in the past, and given that we've got Skeen back in the mix, we've got Rafa Matos on the front row and Jake Drew looking for his first win, you've got a feeling that, this could be really interesting.
Oh, absolutely, and you have a couple of hot rods passing me right now at the tail end of the field, and Ben Mayer and Thomas Annunziata that are going to want to climb through this back. I remember in 2021 watching Rafa Matos come from dead last from an infraction after qualifying, and could have won that race with any kind of caution that would have come out, would have been his race to win. So this is anything can happen here at Road America. You have plenty of passing opportunities, so the day is not over for Thomas and Ben by any means. We're going to see them come to the front. And then, as you just mentioned, there's some strong runners up front. I mean, Rafa is tough to beat, and he's super tough to beat in this Nitro car. He's been proving that all year long, and he's always been tough to beat at a place like Road America. So he's going to be the start is going to mean a lot. He even said it. That's what the butterflies are in his stomach, are all about getting this start, a good, clean start, and once he gets that, he'll put his head down for 100 miles.
We'll be on board with Barry Bowes and his BC race car. And the man leading, of course, in the Pro-Am Series by 6:57. He's 109 points ahead of Tommy Sheehan, Keith Prochuk, Jared Odrick, and Jim Gallagher, all racing in our brand new Pro-Am Series. And that has just really seemingly got Bose going right where he needs to go. I was talking to him earlier in the weekend, just saying really, the incentive of having that Pro-Am championship and leading a championship, having that pressure, it just adds to the weekend. It just gives him, rather than a midfield finish, it gives him a chance to really go for it, and he has been all year long.
Yeah, and I think, the Pro-Am's been not just great for him, obviously. I mean, you have a lot out there that are Jared Odrick and Tom Sheehan, and you have these.
Hey, so I'm Boris Jr. and I'm going to be giving you a guide to Road America. So we start off with turn 1. Here you're braking at about the access road on the right. It's a really good spot for passing. On the start it's pretty chaotic. You can go on the outside. Turn 5 is a really important corner in the start. You have to protect the inside. There's a lot of passing that happens here at the track. It's really technical on the brakes. After that it's sort of one complex of 6, 7, and 8. They're all kind of one corner. After 8, you go into the carousel and the kink. These again are kind of one complex. The carousel, it's pretty grippy on the inside this time. The new pavement. After the kink, you come into the back at the end of the back straight. You come into Canada corner. Turn 14 is the most important corner on the track. It's up a steep hill, and there's a lot of passing that takes place outside of that. So that's a lap around Road America. Personally, this is my favorite racetrack by a lot. So I'm pretty excited, and that's how you drive a lap here.
Well, but as you can see in that blue and white Hendricks colours, thanks to his dad, and of course those are the colours that Kyle Larson carries in NASCAR. So quite a lot of pressure on that youngster, just 20 years of age, but he's coming on, and he is a chip off the old block. Boris said, of course, had a storied career, which he now pretty much has put up to bed, but he does still do a little bit of TA now as a master, and but now he's kind of focusing on helping his son go good. As I said, we're on board with Lostowski and Bose, and this is going to be a good view from Lostowski. He really feels as though he can come forward. I spoke to him last night, and he said, you know what, drivers always make excuses about their equipment, but he said, today the input has to be me. It's me that needs adjusting, not the car.
Yeah, and that's a great thing about an agent of Lostowski is he's not a person that points a finger, and honestly he'll point at himself first and try to work on what he needs to work on. So good on him. I'm sure he saw some areas. Biggest thing in a TA2 car, some of the biggest lap time you can make is in the braking zone, and you have to really dip deep into your pocket of courage, Jonathan Green, when you're approaching these corners, to get deep on the brake zone. But it looks like they're all bunched up, and we're going to go green flag here, buddy.
Don't forget the two cars at the back on the left in green. Annunziata missed the start grid. He starts at the back. Ben Mayer had a rear wing infringement. He got dubbed and knocked to the back as well, but we expect both of them to come through. There's the iconic shot I told you. Welcome, race fans. It's Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Road America Trans Am muscle cars on their way to the first corner. It's the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series, round 8, and away they go. Good start from Jake Drew. They're all queuing up behind him. Rafa Matos holding the field back. Merrill looking for a way past, but can't do it. And on the outside, it looks like Boris said, gets away well. Austin Green right behind him in the all-yellow three-dimensional services. If we go in board with Lostowski, who may get a chance to get ahead of Austin Green going into turn 2, and he does just get a nose in front.
Yeah, Adrian got a great start. He's alongside. Looks like he really wants to hop into this toe of Connor Mosack and that Silver Air car and get down this straightaway. And Connor's getting behind his teammate of Boris Said Jr. And it looks like the straightaway speed of three-dimensional services car is really picked up here. They're deep down on the brakes into Mission Foods, turn 5.
Oh,
big
lock up
by
for the
Josh
BC
Hurley.
car. That's Josh Hurley on the inside. Luckily gathers it all together, but he's side by side with Cruz in the number 1, who slightly goes wide, gets bounced around. Prochek is just behind him. Is that an Annunziata coming on?
That is an Annunziata. No, I mean, this is Road America. You can make up a lot of time in a quick amount of time here, Jonathan Green. I mean, a half a lap here is like a lap anywhere else.
Yeah,
so,
good point.
So, yeah, he's making up some of that ground like we knew he would, and I'm sure Ben Mayer's right there with him.
Where do you go for an overtake here? Obviously, turn 1's obvious. Where else?
Where don't you go?
Okay.
I mean, yeah, no, there's places everywhere. I mean, you got turn 1, you've got turn 3, you've got turn 5. You know, you can get him certainly down into 8. You can sneak in on the carousel. You get a good run off the kink down in Canada corner into turn 12. There's a good passing opportunity there.
Kink coming up right now.
Yeah. So this is good stuff. Jake Drew did exactly what he wants to do. Got out front. Got himself. Who's P2 there? I didn't notice who got there. Was that Rafa? Rafa got into P2. So Rafa, grabbed his second position and was able to maintain that and keep that going. And then Mike Skeen there in P3. So the top 3 kind of coming through the first lap exactly how they took the flag.
Yeah.
Ooh, Skeen's way off here.
Whoa, what's going on with Mike?
It looks like he had a little bit off there in turn 13. It can get tricky there. It is blind, but if you lose the front there or you lose the rear, you start chasing that all the way through. So don't know which one he lost from the angle that we had, but that's not your typical Mike Skeen. And Thomas Merrill's there to pounce. And Thomas, he's ready. I mean, this is a driver and a team that's been struggling on the last couple events. And, seeing it, I think I had more confidence in Thomas than he had in himself. But now the green flag's dropped. He knows he's got a good race car underneath him. You're going to see a performance out of this guy.
Yeah, he's had a lot of bad luck in the last few races. He was grass cracking last week at Mid-Ohio, had to come into the pits. He's still second in the championship, but like I said, 118 points is a lot to lose, and as he stands at the moment, he's 2 behind Rafa in this race in 4th position. Got Mosak behind him, Green in 6th, Lostowski 7th, and Hurley said 9th. He's dropped back, and Bacon who I was looking at earlier, is in the top 10. Keep an eye on Mayer and Nunziata. They have moved forward 21st and 23rd now from the start of this race, so they are slowly but surely making their way, but we are under caution again, and that slows it all down again.
Yeah, we're going to be under caution at this point, and I'm sure Code 60's come up. We got Patrick Paul here dead on the back straightaway out of the kink, so this is on the way to Canada corner. That's not an ideal place, so this was a good call by Tim Richter. Get the field slowed down, get the safety crew out there, clear that track. Good news is there's not a bunch of scattered bits and pieces everywhere, Jonathan Green. It should be pretty quick. I mean, I'm telling you, I'll go ahead and toot the horn right now for Road America and their safety crew.
Yeah.
You're talking about some of the best here in the country at a fixed location racetrack. They are quick, they are on to action, and they are ready to. They want us to go racing just as bad as we want to go racing.
Yeah, and Patrick Paul, incidentally, it gives me a chance, sadly, my only chance, really, because he's out of the race, is being coached this weekend by Evan Slater. And Evan just wanted to remind me that the car that Mike Skeen is in has already taken a 2nd place this year in the hands of Evan Slater. So we hope to see him back in a car soon. You knew he was going to get that in.
And hey, I love that young man, and for good reason. He's fast. He's got a great personality. He's a really likable kid. He deserves to be out here. I think we all feel that way. And so for him to go and remind us of how good he is and his performances, hey, I love it. That's what we need to have. And he's certainly, everyone that knows him knows that he's not a cocky young man. This is all just a good, confident pull.
Under caution, Drew, Matos, and Skeen, your top 3. Down towards Canada corner then, line astern, under caution. What do you do? What's your system check when you're under caution like this?
I mean, we're so early, we didn't even get tires fully up to pressure. That's why we were seeing a lot of lockups that we were seeing. And so tire, right now it's about even maybe keeping up, like you see Austin Green doing, trying to keep some temperature in. These Pirelli P0s, they lose temperature pretty fast. Any Formula One fans out there, that they struggle with the same thing in a Formula One car, and we're far from that. So these P0s kind of have that same personality that we have in the Cube 3 TA2 Architecture Series, is they'll lose temperature quick. So you can see the drivers here knowing that, are trying to keep the temperature in the tire, keep those pressures up, and so that when it's time to go green, they can drop the hammer and go.
Talking to Formula One, I loved it. Keith Prochuk stopped me on the grid and said, "Hey, how about my boy Piastri today?" And I was like, and then I kind of thought about it for a moment. And of course, he's partner with Piastri and HP Tuners. His father, Piastri's father, runs HP Tuners with Keith Prochuk. So a great combination, and shows Trans Am connected to Formula One.
Yeah, it's Keith Prochuk's so fun to be around. Period, no matter what. And then he it's fun because he'll bring some of the behind the scenes that he knows of the Formula One paddock, and that's always insightful. As you know, it's no secret what Andretti Global's trying to do there, and so it's kind of fun to hear some of the insights that he gets. But it's an interesting deal, and but we're here. We are Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Racing at Road America, and we just couldn't be happier. This is such a great place to be. The fans are amazing. I mean, I love the fans that we have out here. They always show up you could have a tricycle race here at Road America, and the fans are going to show up to be a part of it. And so we thank them for that, and all the workers here to put on a great show, and everyone that cooks that great food down at the Gearbox and all those. So it's a really, really great place to come. We all look forward to it.
Keep an eye on Brent Cruz. He's 11th at the moment, and of course he is our current champion. Not doing the full season this year, but bigger things expected of him. He's doing double duty this weekend as he also races in TA.
I know a little bit about that double duty.
Yes, as we welcome our MAV viewers back. Yeah, a bit of double duty. How was it at Mid-Ohio? Must have been a long weekend.
It was hot and then it was wet.
Yes.
And I was wet when I was hot.
Yeah.
And then I was cold when I was wet.
Yeah, you can't win, can you?
No. It was ups and downs, strikes and gutters.
But is it not easier? But does it keep you more dialed in when you're on the track more?
Oh, of course, and especially when Mid-Ohio had that new surface. You know, I mean, it was funny, like the adjustments we were making on the TA2 car, because we were always in that before the TA car. I could take all those adjustments to the TA car, and it translated, and we brought our TA car right up to speed. So yeah, it's important, and I think Brent's getting a little bit of taste of some double duty. This won't be the only time in his career that he's going to do that along the ranks of his racing career. You're going to see him do that, a lot of this, I'm sure. And he's a guy I would love to see do that Memorial Day double one day in his career, right? Do the Indy 500 and the Coke 600. I mean, I think he's a future star. That would be certainly be someone that could be targeted for such a privileged position, but he's doing really well in the TA car, which we would expect, and Poncho's, and I'm going to tell you, this is early on. He's going to come to the front in this TA2 race. I give you that.
Yeah, and we'll watch him tomorrow in that. I spoke to Poncho Weaver and asked why Brent was, thinking about doing TA. Was there any reason? He'd wanted to do it for a while, but he was ill at the start of the season. He wanted to do it at Sebring, but didn't get a chance. And really, Poncho's answer was simply that the feeling was with TRD, i.e. Toyota Racing Development, he's part of that program. And so Toyota just want him in anything. They want him racing as much as he can at highest level and more horsepower, and that's hence TA. More experience, that's closer and closer to NASCAR. That's where he's going.
Seat time. You can't replace mileage underneath you. And the younger you are that you can gain that mileage, the better off you are on the long shot of your career. And I mean, Brent Cruz has done things in his young career that nobody has ever done. I mean, when I say nobody, you can bring up whatever name you want to bring up: Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, AJ Foyt, Mario Andretti, any of those names. He was in a 410 sprint car at age 12 winning races. He was in a USAC midget at age 12 winning races.
He got dispensation to do the Chili Bowl, I remember.
Yeah,
and he got dispensation to come in our championship.
So he's been in big cars since age 12. We've never seen that. Like, it was an eye-opener when Jeff Gordon in the early 90s was in a sprint car at age 15.
Yeah.
You go 3 years younger than that, and you're finding Brent Cruz. So, we've been developing a lot of wonderful young talent here, and we see him going places, and that's what's been beautiful to watch.
Let's head down to pit lane. Ben Sissel has got a story for us.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm here with Chris Seibel, and he's trying to pawn this off on anybody on his crew. He doesn't want to talk on camera. With Doug Peterson and three-dimensional Austin Green currently running 6th. And I know this race means a lot to Austin. So what's he saying on the radio so far this early in the race?
Just trying to save the car for the long run. It's getting kind of dicey out there on the start, so just trying to keep the nose clean to make it to the end.
Yeah, it is weird in TA2 that we run a 100-mile sprint race, and they really go. Like Austin, who's starting in the front, you can't hold back either, but you still try to save the car.
Yeah, it's really a big deal to try and get out front and try to get a gap, because then you can really start saving your tires when the guys start coming at you pretty hard. So he's just trying to fall into place and save it for the end.
Now, Doug Peterson, what's Doug Peterson saying on the radio?
He's having a blast. He loves racing all these guys. Kind of wished he'd have started a little bit farther up front, but still gives him a lot of cars to try and pass and a lot of guys to race. So.
Well, Chris, I don't know what the reluctancy was. You did great. How about that? He did really good, right? See, even the crew says you did good. So maybe next time you'll want to do the interview with us. All right, Jonathan, Adam, back to you.
It's because you're so intimidating, Ben. That's what it is. Everybody's frightened of you. You come in bowling in there, as you should. Good insight.
All bullish.
All bullish.
No, it's and Chris said it best there. I mean, you're really doing everything you can to be there for that 100 miles to make sure you got something left at the end. Road Americas, you have a lot of heavy braking exercises here because you're carrying a lot of speed.
Yeah, let me ask you about the tyres. We always talk about the longevity of the tyres for the 100 miles. What about this track, the resurface, and the length of the track being 4 miles? Does that change how the deck goes?
You know, I mean, from what I've seen in RTA car, I haven't seen massive tire deg, and I haven't watched and observed the TA2 cars actually experiencing that as well. So I don't think tire deg is a huge issue here. And part of the reason is, you know, unlike Mid-Ohio and pit race where you're constantly turning, right? There's very little straightaways, and you really got the car loaded up a lot, loaded on the tire a lot. Here at Road America, you know, every time you get the wheel straight, you feel like you could do your taxes. You're on it for that long. So you know, it gives some time for the tire to just kind of relax and get its ease back. So, you know, there's some TA2 drivers I'm sure will correct me after this if they were experiencing big time tire deg.
Yeah.
But I haven't really honestly observed it. So it's going to be a mystery for me, and it'll be interesting for me also watching this race to see how that plays out.
Well, the safety car lights on the Ginetta are out, which means we are going racing very soon indeed. And in fact, you can see that the pace car has pulled away at the front, so we are line astern, the entire field ready for the run up the hill at Road America. It's still early on in this race, just 3 laps gone, but it's Jake Drew, the pole man, with the championship leader Rafa Matos in second. Mike Skeen coming into the championship. Of course, he's a regular now in IMSA, but has done pretty much everything in his career. He's an FIA silver driver, which means to you and me, he's darn good.
Oh yeah, he's you know, 2020 TA2 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 champion too. So
for Miller Racing,
yeah. So he's very, very familiar with what goes on here and how this place, how these drivers race, how these cars race, how this works over 100 miles. So that's why I say, you know, you never, anytime Mike Skeen's in the building, you got to pay attention because he's one to watch. And as I said earlier, there's so much support for him to be here. You know, Franklin Road Apparel with Ken Thwaites jumped on board to make sure he's here. Cube 3 Architecture, Nick over there. M1, Scott Legacy. He's, you know, having a driver like Mike in your cars only elevates your program. And then biggest thing is this Louis Schreiber, Marco Nikedek Foundation. Tragic accident that happened, no-fault accident that happened a couple weeks ago that where a life was lost. And so our thoughts and prayers out to you. And you know that Mike and Kelly are here supporting you and putting out a good run for you.
Jake Drew was worried about restarts. He had a chat with you because they moved the bollards, right?
Yeah, they moved the cones. He was asking me if I saw him. I was like, why did I need to see him? We were in practice. I didn't need to see him. But there's such a long run down to turn 1, and that's your concern is the toe. Is the car behind is going to get that toe, and they could pop at any moment to get that run. So you're going to see a pretty heavy protection to the inside here at turn 1, I would say.
Should do. Well, up the hill they come and starting to accelerate as we're on board with Lostowski on the CMI on board. Away they go, the green flag waves, and across the crest they come. Jake Drew in the all silver and red leads the pack. Rafa Matos looking, jinking to the outside. Skeen follows him, but they're not going to make it. Merrill locks up for a moment, so does...
Yeah, that's Connor Mosak. Yeah, Mosak had a lock up underneath. He did get a good run off of turn 1, through 2 here in the little kink, and then into turn 3. Looks like Austin Green is going to be deep on the brakes. They'll have a drag race down the straightaway into Mission Foods turn 5.
So much talent in that lead group, including former 22 champion Thomas Merrill, who needs a good result today. He's had a bit of bad luck, but he's been lucky in the points. He's been consistent. But he wants to now carve a little bit more out of Rafa's lead. But he's got to get past him first. Here comes Rafa on the brakes. Oh, that's textbook Brazilian magic from Rafa Matos at turn 5. That's how you do it.
And Merrill is going to get up underneath. So Thomas got around Skeen
and Drew
down the straightaway. Mike Skeen has lost 3 or 4 spots here in just a couple corners.
Wow. Yeah, Jake Drew goes from first to third in a matter of corners, and that is good news for Thomas Merrill because now he's got the prey in sight. That's his arch rival, first and second in the championship, but reverse because Rafa Matos leads the way from Thomas Merrill. We go back on board Lostowski in 7th place as they go through the carousel.
And I was a little curious of if Skeen was having some sort of top speed issue or any kind of issue of how quick he lost, but he seems to be tucked right up on the back bumper of that three-dimensional services group Mustang of Austin Green.
I earwigged into a conversation between Evan Slater and Rafa Matos. Evan said, hey, you got this today? And he goes, yeah. He said, I think so. He goes, but not in a straight line. In the corners, I'm good, but not in a straight line.
Yeah, and I tell you, Connor Mosack is ready to go. He's right on the tails, making a move right on Jake.
Canada.
Yeah, I do believe that was Connor getting underneath Jake Drew. That was a silver hair on silver hair crime. So, but they gave each other plenty of room.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, this is a great deep break. I mean, Rafa is the latest of the late breakers. So this is not a surprise move. Got a good toe down the straightaway. Make sure he got a great exit off of 3, I'm sure. Open the door for Thomas Merrill. And Josh Hurley, Adrian Vlastowski out of turn 14.
Bit of hurly-burly and a bit of Lostowski lost in action for a moment, but okay.
Yeah, and then Thomas looking down the inside and giving a little juke down into Q3 turn 1 onto Rafa Matos.
How hard is it if you're Jake Drew or just any racing driver when you've led the race, you've done the restart, you've done everything right, and then you're kicking yourself because you're in third? How quickly do you have to kind of reset your mind?
You know, you have to have a very short-term memory as a race car driver.
Be a goldfish.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. You have to put all that behind you, put the head down, race forward. And, you know, Jake's doing a great job. I think he's doing a wonderful job. I think Adrian might have a little issue here. He seems to be... Doesn't seem to be pulling.
Yeah, that was a very quick overtake.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to be pulling down the straightaway. He seems to have some sort of an engine issue.
Here's another look.
But yeah, so he's got Josh coming inside of him there, and I think maybe he went down, wasn't expecting, and they're both off into the dirt here.
Turn 14, yep. Nicely done. Luckily, Lostowski.
And like I said, in turn 14, you're not really expecting a pass.
No.
You know, here's the onboard. You're not usually expecting a pass. He left some room down there.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Josh maybe lost a little bit of the front. And, you know, you're kind of twisted up there, and it's a hard place to get deep on the brakes. So.
Had a chat with Lostowski last night and was talking about Nathan Hearn, the Australian, who came in with, again, guns blazing last weekend at Mid-Ohio. And I said, hey, thanks for letting Hearn put on a show for us. And he goes, I said, any chance to do it again? And he said, yeah, we're looking for it later in the season. So, Australian fans, if you're watching, we want your best.
Yeah,
bring them over.
Austin Green has moved himself into a podium position, getting around Connor Mosack. So we have now a new top 3 with Austin Green getting up there in P3. Having a little cleaner race at this point than we had last week. So,
Jared Odrick taking a very unwise
sending
move.
it in there on Barry Bowes.
Send it there. Well, that was a Hail Mary in football terms.
Yeah, it was.
Ex-NFL footballer, but he's learning his way. I had a quick chat with him on the grid. He's loving being in a Nitro team. He's going to learn so much.
Oh, he's doing a fantastic job. You know, he and I spent some time talking Thursday night socially, and you know, above all, he's just such a grounded human being. He knows where he's at in the sport right now. He knows where he wants to be. And the great thing about him, what he understands more than most is, as a professional athlete at the top level of a sport, he understands the mental game. He understands what he has to keep, you know, straight between his ears. And I mean, the most diligent note taker, I can almost guarantee, inside this entire paddock. When Tyler Caceres, Jared Odrick is writing it down.
Yeah.
And that's the way you get stuff to really stick in your brain. And so, you know, Jared is making huge strides week in and week out. And he's going to be a serious contender for this PA championship as this year goes on.
Tyler Caceres also looking after Brent Cruz this weekend, so a busy weekend for him. As through goes Ben Mayer. Look, he's already taken Keith Prochek in the Pro-Am. So Ben Mayer flying at the moment. He's up to 12th place and Annunziata up to 14th. We'll keep an eye on those two. There is Annunziata just going through the back shot there. Barry Bowes on board with him.
And that Prochek would have been for P11. So he's up to P11, almost into P10, the youngster and Ben Mayer. And that kid is calm, cool, and collected. I wish I was as calm as he is when I was 15. I'm not that calm at 45. And but yeah, he is so calm and focused, and his head's down on what he needs to do. And I really feel strong about his future, and in any way that I can try and help it out, I'm going to be there for him.
Somebody went wide there. We'll see who that was, but Lostowski's got past it. But 7 laps now of the 25 completed. It's still Matos, Merrill, and Green, your top 3. I don't know who that was that went wide. We're trying to work that out. But we'll find out. So fast through the kink, isn't it?
Oh, this is, you know, they're exiting the kink here onto this is the back straightaway heading to Canada Corner, and yeah, it's so crazy fast through there. I mean, that is, when you talk about level of commitment at a racetrack, that's the biggest level of commitment we have anywhere we go. Is the kink at Road America.
Yeah, it was Chip Gallagher who better than number 16. In fact, you can see him recovering as they go up the hill there.
Yeah, Green got Thomas Merrill. So Austin is out there. Austin is not the fastest car on the track. That is still our leader, Rafa Matos, in clean air. But Austin about a 10th and a half behind Rafa as far as lap time goes. And Thomas has kind of been falling off a little bit. And Connor Mosack is starting to come back alive, setting some of his fast laps. And Mike Skeen is coming back through the field, got around Jake Drew. So that would be for P5.
Yeah, for 5, excuse me. Yeah, Jake Drews is surprising me. He kind of needs another caution, I think, just to regather, because he's down in 6 now, having led this race at the stars. We're back on board with Barry Bowes. Down to 5 again. Heavy braking down here. There's Skeen.
Yeah, Mike Skeen there, playing a little defense. I'm sure the pass that he made on the 7 in turn 3 kind of gave him a little bit of a sacrifice down that long straightaway into Mission Foods turn 5.
Here's an onboard of, or replay of Lostowski.
So yeah, this is where we're looking for the car that ran off.
Yeah, Jim Gallagher.
This is the Jim Gallagher.
Yep.
And he got a little help from Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah, little Eric Caton gave him a little bit of a love shove and moved him out of the way. And so I'm sure there will be some discussions after the after the checker flag drops on that.
Bit of chrome horn.
Yeah.
All good stuff. Well, perfect conditions, great racetrack, and a very strong TA2 field. This, of course, the longest road racing championship in the USA. We started way back in 1966, and Road America, in fact, is the one track we've been to more than any other track in the USA.
And we're getting word that Patrick Paul, for the Patrick Paul fans there, the reason why we were under yellow for his dead car was electrical issues.
Yeah,
so,
it looked like it, yeah.
It's a shame that their race and their weekend gets ended so early like that. And they're on a limited schedule as well. So when it's limited time and you don't get to run the 100 miles, it really kind of puts a bummer on your whole weekend. As we see, Brent Cruz is climbing through the field. He's right behind Mike Skeen. So we got Brent Cruz there in a P6 position already. Kind of what we expected from that young man is to go and come through this field. But Rafa Matos still setting fast laps out there. I tell you, he is. That lap was over 0.3 of a second faster than Austin Green. He's pulled himself out to a 2.7 second gap. He's going to get out there and do what Rafa Matos always does best and manage this race as best he can.
Well, Drew trying to recover. I asked him who he gets advice from, and he says that he talks to Connor Zilic a lot. Obviously, he was a long-time silver hair man too, and Zilic has been, in his corner, if you will, giving him advice about different tracks and how to race them in these cars. And of course, Zilic, perfect guy to ask.
Yeah, no, Connor's a superstar. We all know that. I mean, he's been almost unbeatable in anything he's driven this year. No matter where he goes, ARCA, Xfinity, trucks.
Ooh, this is going to get tasty at 5.
Yeah.
In fact, Drew has...
Yeah, Brent Cruz was the loser on that one, unfortunately. He got out there on the rumble strips. When you get on the rumble strips with these Q3 architecture TA2 cars, you lose all forward drive.
Do you really?
Yeah, you definitely kill your forward drive there, and we saw that.
Oh,
with the
forward drive.
And we got Doug in the kitty litter. Hopefully he doesn't get stuck.
Going backwards.
Let's hope he doesn't get stuck there. Nice and smooth release to the clutch, and maybe he can stay on top of it. Nope, we're under full course caution.
Well, he's wearing camouflage, so no one notices this one off, so he's all right.
He's not. Look at that smooth. Look at Doug Peterson. Smooth engagement.
I like the colors on that car.
That's a beautiful car. That's a tribute to Bruce Miller.
That's right.
A very close friend of Doug, a Vietnam veteran. He suddenly passed away on us earlier this year, and very sudden. He shot a lot of pictures of this Trans Am paddock over the years, a lot of pictures, and that portfolio I'm sure floating around somewhere. And but Doug Peterson running that tribute scheme, but saw him right before I got up here in the booth.
There's Peterson going off. Yeah, he came together with the 24.
From the 24
Brad
there.
McAllister, yeah.
So McAllister, again, the camouflage, maybe Brad didn't see him. And
you beat me to it.
But yeah, that's a shame for Doug. But again, like the pro that Doug Peterson is, smooth release of the clutch, got him out instead of Doug in the kitty litter there, and he'll be coming back around. But it looks like Adrian's going to be preparing for a pit stop and coming in for a pit stop. So I think that contact that got him out there at the Bennett Bridge Hall turn 14 earlier in the race, I think that contact has caused something that they feel like they need to pit for.
Well, as you can see, the Corvette getting ready to lead this field around the track. I'm going to update you on Annunziata. He's 12th at the moment, and Ben Mayer in 10th. So good point scoring positions. You can score over 100 points in a TA2 race with fastest laps and pole positions and so on and so forth. So anywhere in the top 20 is good points in Trans Am. So you never want to give up, regardless of what's happening. But we're under caution. 8 laps gone. This is our second caution of the day. So exciting stuff. But it's Matos who leads. Green is second. Merrill is third. Connor Mosack is fourth. So there's an art to the restarts, obviously, but Matos knows that art, and it's, well, I don't think you can fool the guy behind, but you can sort of plan your own. It's the one time in racing that you can plan your restart.
Yeah, no, Rafa's pretty coy. He's got a lot of tricks in his pocket, and you know, he doesn't ever show them all. He shows them one at a time. So we'll see one of his new tricks on this restart, I'm sure, because you're going to need to pull anything you can to keep that 89 car behind him. That car looks like it's been handling pretty good down the straightaways. You know, so I think it's going to be pretty important to, and like I said, it's a long tow. It's a long tow into turn 1, and we saw what the restart completely jumbled our running order last time it came out. So I'm excited for it personally. From up here in the booth, Jonathan, I'm glad I'm not in the car.
You know Rafa pretty well. You've raced with him as a teammate as well. His decision to join Nitro, certainly Nick Tucker wanted his insight with his youngsters that he's got, because sometimes setup with a 2-time champion can be very useful. Or was it more that he wanted to be with a championship winning team?
I think it's quite simple. You know, Rafa Matos is a winner. He's a champion. Nick Tucker is a winner and a champion. That whole Nitro group is full of winners and champions, and that's what you surround yourself, right? Birds of a feather are flocking together, and so yeah, I think it was an opportunity. The opportunity presented itself, and when you have a guy like Rafa Matos on the driver market, you can't let him slip through your fingers, because it's either have him race in your camp or have to race against him.
Yeah.
And which would you rather do? I would rather have him in my camp. You know, he's only going to elevate your program, which he's done. It's shown that. I mean, Nitro's been all but unstoppable, and I know it's not just Rafa Matos that does that. They do, you know, you win races at the shop, and Nick Tucker and his group are definitely doing that. But you can't discount the way that Rafa elevates every program he's been part of.
So, under caution still, we go up the hill under the Corvette Hill and down towards the back of this long 4-mile circuit. But we're about to explode into action again.
I would hope so. I think, I think no matter what, we're clear of everything out here. So I have a good feeling that we should, get this thing under green rather quickly.
And as we welcome our MAV viewers back, you've missed nothing. We're under caution still. Matos, Green, and Merrill at the top, and leading in PA. Prochuk, Bose, and Odrick. Great to see Jared Odrick, who is just starting out his career in motor racing, having basically had a very star-studded NFL career and a movie career, I may add. He's worked with the likes of Sylvester Stallone and many others. So kind of an exciting cat to have on board, isn't he?
Oh, he's a superstar. No, he's a superstar. And like I said, he's so grounded. You have no idea, about him. And other than when you go to research who he is, he's very
get
humble.
out of a car and he's played football.
Oh yeah, I mean he either played football or been in the World Wrestling Federation. He's a very his physique is very solid and as you would expect of an NFL defensive end. But yeah, he's a race car driver now, and that's what he wants to be known as. This is his career shift. He's a race car driver. He's competing. And as you know, Jonathan Green, and the fans at home watching this, and anyone that Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, one of the most difficult race series in all of the world. It is a very challenging series to run well, and his goal this weekend is to be in the top half of this field. Hey, buddy, you're P15 right now, as far as I know. My math, my public school education tells me you're half up on the top half of the field.
And by the way, he's ahead of Hurley, our E-champion from a couple of years ago. No slouch whatsoever.
5th in national points is Hurley.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
So yeah, he's holding his own and doing a wonderful job, and excited to see this. He learns every lap, and like we all do, but his learning curve is much steeper, and he's absorbing that.
All right, Adam, I'm going to put you on the spot. Seems to me, this track, and we're seeing it here at turn 14. We're going to do another lap, but this time, next lap will probably be green. If you are Rafa Matos, how do you go about attacking turn 14 and the run up the hill? Because this is a tricky one, because you've got a long run to the first corner, so you've got to defend, but then you've got to accelerate to get the lead. Well, to get away from the pack, you've got to accelerate uphill.
Yeah, I mean, we have a restart box, so he's going to be way past turn 14 before he can even start to bring this field up to speed. So, no, yeah, again, if I were to sit up here and speculate on what Rafa's going to do, I'd be way wrong. You know, because I made that mistake before sitting in a race car trying to speculate what Rafa's going to do, and I've been way wrong.
Yeah.
But, you know, I'm excited to see it and excited to call what he's going to be up to because he always keeps us on our toes.
Well, we've just heard that the safety car, the Corvette, will be coming off at the end of this lap, so we're about to see what Rafa does do. And Green, son of a former Xfinity champion, now racing in Xfinity himself, as in comes the 49.
That's checking a wheel bearing. When he's checking that, he's checking if there's any kind of slop in the wheel for Patrick Oot there, and to see if there's any kind of give. If there's give there, then we have a wheel bearing issue. Last thing you want at the speeds that we carry here, good sensitive feel to be able to pull in and have your crew look at that. You know, so you definitely don't want to have that come apart on you. So Patrick, good on you getting that thing in here, getting that Camaro in here nice and safe and sound.
You gotta love Tony Garcia. He's like a kid in a candy store. He's got the camera between the mechanic's legs while he's tightening the wheel. He knows no bounds.
He's got the angles.
He's got the angles.
He's got the angles down.
But he's like, it's the view you really want. It's like, oh, get me a little closer.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, again, we got from the back, Ben Mayer already up into P9.
That's pretty impressive.
Thomas Annunziata already up to P12. And
let me ask you this. You just mentioned Ben Mayer. Of the youngsters, because they obviously are the future, we're going to see them as household names. Ben Mayer is one of them. Who impresses you, both either on the racetrack or as an up-and-coming star of the future?
I mean, it's hard to just kind of, you know, put it in one, right? I mean, obviously, I think Brent Cruz is special. He's a generational talent, just like we're seeing in Connor Zilic. You know, I think those two are super. Reminding them all, between the Brent Cruz and your Connor Mosack, your Austin Greens, your Ben Mayers, your Thomas Annunziatas, and Connor Zilic's, they're going to be racing against each other for a long time.
Yes, and they have been already.
And they already have been.
They've been, racing a decade.
And so, I mean, and it's great for our sport to have that. I keep reminding them, you are exactly the breath of air that the sport has been looking for here, and it's going to be exciting to watch what they all do with that and how it all plays out. But I'm impressed. I mean, Ben Mayer has made huge leaps and bounds, improvements. You know, and his speed is there. He's super fast. Thomas Annunziata, he's totally driven. His head is down. He puts a lot of effort into this on and off the track to be here. Brent Cruz, same way. Him and his dad, Matt, they're so sharp. They're so in tune on what they need to do, what steps they need to make, and keep a Ben protected, protected at this point in his career at all areas, safety and they take everything so very serious. So, yeah, it's hard to pinpoint onto just one. They're all so talented. And you know, Marco was telling me in ARCA, every name that Marco was naming last week in Mid-Ohio, man, that guy's fast, that guy's fast.
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I know. They came through TA2.
They raced against me,
Yeah, we trained them well here. But, yeah, it's a really, really talented group here. I can't express that enough.
Yeah, you're talking about, of course, Marco Andretti, who he and Connor Daly were in a great battle a week ago or so in Xfinity, and great to see them both taking to NASCAR and enjoying it. Former Indy pole winner, and of course one of the men who led the race this year, Connor Daly. 500, I should say.
Yeah, and a shout out to Boris Jr. holding strong there too in P8. We haven't mentioned his name much today, but he deserves a mention. You know, he's staying up there in the top 10, staying up in the fight. We'll see what happens on this restart here, Jonathan Green.
Yeah, talking about NASCAR, what an honor to wear the Hendricks colors. I mean, that is a real, I know it's because of his dad, but that's a real honor to be, associated with that team in any way. As you can see, the Corvette is off. Now it's up to Rafa, up the hill. This is what I'm talking about, and this is where it's tough. He's got to accelerate away and defend from Green.
You see his brake lights on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't go. You're not going anywhere.
This is one of the Rafa tricks I haven't seen yet.
Away he goes.
And he got a good jump.
Merrill
got a good jump,
too.
and Merrill got a good jump on the 89 here. So we'll see what happens down here in turn one. But it looks like a little bit of debris there going on. But looks like Rafa got a super clean start here to get down here into Cube 3 turn 1. They get through there nice and clean. 7-car and the 1-car champion, defending champ of Brent Cruz, sitting there. 89 playing a little defense on Thomas Merrill, the 26. And Rafa Matos up front saying, see ya.
Yeah, see ya. Under the Sargento Bridge and down towards turn 5 then. Matos, Green, Merrill, Mosak. Good restart from Mosak. We're on board with Ty Young now, as he is also trying to come forward. He's all the way back in 22nd place at the moment.
And let's hear, it looks like Thomas got a run down the back straight. We're going to have to go around the hard way. Going to try to do the over-under up the hill. I don't think it's going to happen here.
No.
To Roy, he's going to try.
Maybe.
Nope.
Nope, not quite.
I'll say, man, you got to be pretty brave right there. That's a tough move to pull off. You got to really be alongside your competitor to get up there at the top of the hill to make that move work. So, but Thomas, he's itching. He feels he's got speed, especially on the restart. It looks like that 26 car really fires off. When we saw the last run, the 89 car took like 4 or 5 laps for Austin to really come up to speed, and then once he was there, just picking them off one by one. So it looks like Austin has to be a bit on the defense. The car doesn't want to fire off. Not quite as good as that 26 car, and certainly not as good as that 60 car out front.
Yeah, I got to say, Rafa Matos has gapped them very well in just a very short period of time. Look at that, 4 or 5 car lengths as they come through the kink after the restart, through the Customers Bank and down towards Canada Corner yet again. Rafa in good fettle, and a little bit of damage to Brent Cruz's car there. We just saw a little bit of body work, but it won't do any harm, I don't think.
I wonder if that's what we saw on the front straightaway when we got the restart.
Oh, somebody's gone wide at Canada.
You know, I always say some of the body work on a TA2 car feels like it's made of paper mache. You can't make much contact with it, and it'll blow a hole in the nose. So yeah, so I believe that's what we're seeing on that number 1 car of Brent Cruz.
Out of 14 they come then, and some really good battles. There's a bit of damage also
40,
to Odrick's car.
Oh, I think that's Gio. That's Gio.
That is, you're right, sorry, that is Gio.
Yeah, that's Gio Ruggiero, and some fender damage. Maybe it was his body work we actually saw.
Another youngster coming through.
It looks like Brent's kind of clean. He might have a little bit
just
over
on
here
the right-hand side there,
rear.
you see it? Yeah.
On the rear of the car, which would make...
This is a mess.
Yeah.
Now, this is like last week with Chris Dyson, isn't it?
And I know the hood doesn't look like it's all that up, but that's right in his eyeballs. That's right in his vision.
Yeah, he's really low in the car.
Yeah, and he's got a fender that's sitting there just flailing around. And we're going to get a good look at the rear of Brent's car here, it looks like. And it seems pretty clean.
Rear, it's just the right-hand side.
Yeah.
Good camera work, though, thank you. Lostowski gets away and gets past because he's slowing.
And don't look now, but Ben Mayer, P7. Thomas Annunziata, P9.
Here he comes, Little Big Ben.
Little Big Ben.
Cruz dives into 5. There's our man, Boris said. He's got Skeen behind him.
No, that's Barry Bowes.
That's Barry Bowes, yeah.
With Tom Sheehan.
Same colors.
Yeah, that's not an inter battle, right? Like that's an overall, sure, but that's a pro-am battle right here between Barry Bowes and Tom Sheehan.
Yep. Bowes now leading in PA. Sheehan had been leading, so Bowes 12th overall. Jason Ruggiero in 11th place, but.
And PAA, you can see it on the left-hand column on the top of your screen for a home. PA is for Pro-Am, so this is a new class within a class that we have, and it's we're obviously training. We talk about it, the pro drivers. The names you keep hearing us mention about in their futures. So the Pro-Am, those are the ones that are going to go back to a daily job on Monday.
Exactly.
And go to work and to pay their bills. And the pro drivers, they're using this to pay their bills and feed their families.
Right,
so that's why we have the difference. You see the IMSA fans see the same thing between GTD and GTD Pro. It's very, very similar.
We've been very lucky. We've taken a lot of Pro-Am drivers or semi-professional drivers and really turned them into professional drivers. Scott Borchetta springs to mind immediately.
For sure.
Obviously from the music industry and a big investor, of course, in both Trans Am and IndyCar. But what he did was amazing, actually.
Well, it was. I talk to him about it all the time. I mean, he legitimately was a podium car, and what you've heard me say already is one of the most difficult series in the world to compete in, and some of the most high talent drivers that you're coming. Oh, Michelle Abate.
with Michelle going off. Michelle Abate from Las Vegas, Nevada.
And we're not under caution, actually. We're still for a course green.
Okay,
we were froze on the screen. We
it's hard to tell.
We had some technical difficulties, so apologize for that at home. But yeah, that was we're still green flag racing here. And
got plenty of coverage. Don't worry.
And Gio's in here. Gio's in here with a fender off and
Ruggiero.
And they're just looking for my man here just wants a sawzall. Get him get this man a sawzall.
He looks strong enough to actually rip that off though.
Yeah, and he's being respectful, and I love that.
Here we go.
There you go. Just muscle that off of there.
It didn't take him much, did it?
No.
Like you say, there's your paper mache.
Now we are under full course caution.
Okay,
we are under full course. And that's after everybody really, I mean, like 3 out of the top 5 just turned their fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
Right then, so that says a lot.
Well, Gio might get back out there. There's the Corvette, and there is coming up from behind or coming up the hill, Rafa Matos. So it's still Matos, Green, and Merrill. That's your top 3. Mosak is 4th, but the big movers are Ben Mayer now up to 7th and Annunziata up to 8th. The pair of them are almost working together.
I bet you Rafa does something different on this restart.
All right. I might put you on the spot again and see what it is.
I just know.
You don't know, do you?
No, you don't.
We're in that building to the left, so that's our view.
We're on board with Adrian. Another rough day for him. He's struggling today down at P16. Had an off-course excursion there at the Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 14, and earlier in the race. That didn't get a real super clean shot of what exactly happened there, but really, really interesting stuff.
So, under caution, as we have been, and there's not been anything major. It's just been a few little breakdowns, one electrical and then a spin here, there. So nothing much, but Matos still leads the overall race, and in PA, it's Barry Bowes in 13th and leading Pro-Am. Back on board with Ty Young.
Yeah, Ty Young here in his Mike Cope Racing prepared Ford Mustang. Always having a great time.
Mike Cope's got a big entry both here at Mid-Ohio and Road America. Really, like the other teams, really growing with the number of entries he's got going in there. And of course, Thomas Merrill probably his go-to guy as the top man in the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we love about being in the Trans Am paddock. It's a full paddock, and we got a lot of great competitors here. And looking at one there, Josh Hurley, colleague as well, right?
Yeah.
Up here in the booth, calling TA races for us when he's not in the TA2 car. He's doing a great job. I had some fun racing with him at Mid-Ohio before he had his mechanical issues. They had a wheel bearing that was seizing up on him, but he's there having a good battle with Boris Said Jr. Big winners on that restart were Ben Mayer, Thomas Annunziata. Some of the drivers and Caleb Bacon. Some of the drivers that struggled on that restart, were like Boris Said Jr. Did not really enjoy how that restart went down. But yeah, we're gonna get another shot at it this time. And then the restarts, I mean, that is so important. That is your easiest opportunity to make a pass on your competitors.
Now, you saw Odrick going wide, or at least going deep at Canada. Well, he was up in the top 12, wasn't he, at one point, or in the top 15?
Yeah, he's in the top 15.
He's dropped down to 24th after that incident.
Yeah, no, it can happen quick here, especially, on these restarts when we're all bunched up. And, yeah, he definitely had some sort of a mishap that has pushed him pretty far back within the Pro-Am rankings. But we're looking right here, Barry Bowes is leading in Pro-Am. And then from there, you go to Tom Sheehan, who's right behind him on track, and Keith Prochek right behind him. So they don't have anyone to interrupt their race between the three of them. And Barry Bowes has 2 very long-tenured TA2 drivers behind him, and Tom Sheehan and Keith Prochek, both over 100 starts.
And we welcome our viewers on MAV TV back to the action. But don't worry, you've not missed any action because we're still under caution. But it's still Matos, Green, and Merrill. That's your top 3. And in Pro-Am, Bowes leading the way from Sheehan. He's recovered well. So Bowes, Sheehan, and Prochuk stuck together in 13th, 14th, and 15th for that Pro-Am battle. Got a good story while we're under caution. Of course, Connor Mosak has been flipping around between Xfinity last year and then coming back for a full season this year. And he drives the number 57 for Silver Hair, and he was on duty on Thursday in Chicago doing some sponsorship work for NASCAR, and he looked down at his sort of test times that they were doing here, because you guys were testing on Thursday, and he saw the 57, and he went, wait a minute, I'm not out there. Turns out it was Maurice Hull in another car, his team boss.
Yeah, it was so good to see Maurice back inside the race car. It's been a long time. He had some knee replacement and things of that sort. So, you know, Maurice, Laura Hall, they're two people that really are. They're an inspiration. They live their lives the way as an inspiration for an example for how you should live your life. I mean, they take really good care of people. They treat everyone with love and respect, and they're really a bright point in our paddock. And they love to support the talent. You know, they're very supportive of talent. I mean, Connor Zillage, I promise you, if you're watching Connor Zillage race anything, he's got silver hair somewhere. Well, either on the overalls or he's got on the race car somewhere, but silver hair. And the Halls are supporting these young drivers.
Yeah, and he's neighbors with them down in North Carolina, isn't he?
Yeah.
So, yeah, great story. In fact, you know, when you think of Silver Hair and you think of Nitro and you think of Scott Lagacy, all of them running programs to effectively arrive and drive, but they all offer the chance to get in a Trans Am if you are an up-and-coming racer from some other series. So have a look at Silver Hair, have a look at M1, and any of the teams.
Well, there's so many. Yeah, I mean, Mike Coe, BC Race Cars. I mean, the list really is a pretty long list of places that you can go inside this paddock. SLR, as you mentioned, Scott Lagacy Racing, Nitro Motorsports. You know, all these are, you know, Team Fast. You know, with Adrian Vlastowski, they've got, you know, Doug Winston underneath their tent and Eric Caton. So yeah, there's development all the way around. There's always a place that you can come and do your ride and drive program. You can own your car. There's Gio going down pit road with half a fender, and something Dale Earnhardt made famous back in the day.
Yep. Hey, listen, while we're under caution, shameless shout out to the All-Star event coming up in a few weeks. And my All-Star is in the race. I've got a pocket car of his, and I'm putting money on my man Andretti.
I love it. Thank you. Who
are you racing against?
I'm so proud to be racing with AJ Hendrickson. He's if Trans Am fans know AJ as ECC Motorsports, and the Hendrickson family are the reason why I'm in Trans Am. They believed in me and put me in TA2 cars early on in this series, and I'm here because of them, and it's going to be really fun and special for me to get to share that with them. And what a special event in Lime Rock. We cannot wait to do that on July 19th.
Now, one man who's looking after Jake Drew is one of the greats, Gil Martin with Silver Hair. Let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's with him.
With Gil Martin, Silver Hair Racing, Jake Drew seems to be really good, and based on how relaxed you guys seem here in the pits, it looks like everything's going okay.
Yeah, I think so. Jake's doing a great job at our Silver Hair Chevrolet. He's going to school right now. He's got a lot of experience out there around him, and he needs to learn a few things. He's on this racetrack. He's never been here before, but I mean, what an amazing job he's doing sitting on the pole on his 7th start. So we're looking forward to great things from him.
Yeah, and just looking at the body language here with Jeff Holley to my left and you to my right. So it is one of those smart things to say you've got some veterans in front of you, see what they do, and then near the end of the race you can really turn it on. Is that maybe part of the strategy?
Yeah, I think so, because of the fact this place is so hard on brakes because the speeds are so high getting in the corner. And Rafa and Merle and these guys have got so many laps here. I think he can just pace himself and kind of learn some things. And then when we come back here next year, he'll be really be a contender.
Well, Adam, talk to the relaxed atmosphere here in the body language of what that might mean for the driver and what's going to happen here later on in the race. Back to you, gentlemen.
Knowing Gil Martin and Jeff Holley like I do, that doesn't surprise me. There's even keel. What surprised me, Ben, is that you were sitting there. I mean, you're not that person. You're the one that's always up and at him. So it's nice to see that you got a little break as well. But no, Gil Martin, a legend. Yeah. Absolute legend in our sport. I've been a pain in his side since I was like 15 years old in the NASCAR paddocks, and but always admired the man and his knowledge and his abilities to make a race car go fast with that knowledge. So, you know, like I said, Maurice and Laura Hall, the people that they attract a lot of talent, not only behind the wheel, but just as important, if not in a lot of cases more important, you got to have that talent turning the wrenches.
Now, the safety car, the Corvette's still got its lights on, so we're still getting Abarte's car out of turn 14, which we'll be coming up to. And we've been talking about Jake Drew, just 24 from Fullerton, California, and his 7th race. That is such an accolade to be pole in his 7th race of Trans Am at this level.
And on top of that, and I speak to this a lot for the fans at home, because you see how they drive, and we can certainly talk about the performances that you're looking at, but the human beings that they are outside the car. And this Jake Drew always has a smile on his face, always is just such a pleasure to be around. and he's got the speed, and I say that he with just the utmost amount of sincerity, because he's just a pleasure to be around. So that's what you want in the sport. When the fans approach him, he's smiling and interacting with them and getting down on the level with the little kids and inspiring that next generation. So yeah, to see him perform on the racetrack, that's also extra special. But how they do outside the race car, that means a lot to me as well.
Yeah, and what you may not know is that Drew obviously got experience in the NASCAR Truck Series and ARCA in 21 and 23, but first time at Road America. So to take the pole at a track like this, first time.
It's not easy. It's not easy. No, this place is a tricky racetrack. And again, Gil Martin said it down there. He's around drivers that have a large amount more miles on their odometer around this place than he's got. And a massive amount more. I mean, he's behind. Look at Mike Skeen. He's behind Mike Skeen.
Yeah.
You can just sit. I mean, you can learn something behind Mike Skeen under pace laps. So no. I mean, he's going to school in a lot of ways. I think it's really smart. And Gil spoke to what we were talking about before, right? There's so much speed you have to take off these cars. So many large braking exercises here that it's more about taking care of the brakes than it seems the tires. Looks like the tires are going to be underneath these cars all the way to the end. You're going to have to really save those brakes, so it's going to be a really, really important brake-saving race, I feel.
Well, I said it was an important weekend for the Coke Racing team, especially Thomas Merrill, second in the championship. So let's get the latest with Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you. I'm here with Bowser, and I don't know if you guys have covered this yet, but Thomas Merrill was telling me at the grid walk he's not feeling top-notch, but right now he's currently in third. Bowser, what's your driver saying?
Well, whenever you're running as good as he is right now, that's top-notch medicine right there. We just need a long run here for this HP Tuners Coke chassis, and he thinks it's going to come back to him. They're going to come back to him as soon as they are.
Yeah, they're about to come to green. I got to let him go to work. But also, you're talking about HP Tuners. Keith Prochuk doing really well. Gentlemen, back to you.
Yeah, it's good to hear from Bowser there, and same thing that I heard from Thomas Merrill on grid. He wasn't feeling good a little bit, but he said once that green drops, the adrenaline will take over, and adrenaline is amazing medicine. It's the best medicine on the planet.
It's an interesting chemical.
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, I've raced with broken bones and all kinds of aches and pains, and you get inside the race car, you strap those belts on, and you hear that green flag drop, or you just fire the engine. It all disappears. It all just goes away, and then you pay for it later. But no, it's good to see he's feeling good out there. He's running so strong, and it's good to see Thomas Merrill back up front with that HP Tuners Mike Cope prepared 26 car.
Yep, of course, our 2022 champion up against Rafa all the way to the final race at COTA, and I've got a feeling this championship may well go that way too. And of course, between then and here, we've got some fantastic iconic circuits. We're going to Canada for the first time. We're also going to be at Watkins Glen, VIR, and of course, Circuit of the Americas to finish it all off.
Lights are out.
Yep, as you can see, the Corvette's lights have stopped flashing, so therefore, again, now the preparation starts for Rafa Matos. He's got to do it all again, but he's got to come up with another trick now, really, hasn't he? He did a good job. He had the brakes on going up the hill. He's basically saying, I'm not going anywhere. Where are you going?
It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see what he pulls off this time, but he got an amazing restart last time. And I will say this, that I'll bring up what I brought up last time. The 89 car doesn't seem to fire off. When the tires will lose the temperature that they lose, that 89 car didn't pick up that speed until like lap 2, lap 3 after the restart. Rafa, boom, was green, and that thing was up to speed. So we'll see if that's again the case, or maybe Austin had a little bit dirtier tire last time, but we'll see what the case is this time. I've seen a lot of chassis rolling out of that 89 car too. The front end is really in the air as it comes down the straightaway and then slams down. I mean, it's even in the air right now. That's way up high on the 89 car, and keep an eye on that and give you a little difference in the kind of the way the chassis
choose that?
I don't know. We've always it's amazing to see the speed out of the car with it like that, because it's always about getting the rake in the car and the nose down. But we're coming to the green here. Rafa, not on the brakes this time.
Yeah, I can say, watch his lights. He's not braking this time. He's just trailing it on. 1, 2, 3.
Got another great start. Got another great start.
Merrill gets away well, 0-2 in third. Watch him in the blue and white in third position. Skeen defensive from Drew. Sorry, from Mosak, I should
say.
No,
Drew.
It is Drew. Okay, Mosak just
You're
behind
right.
him.
Yeah. Mosak's just ahead of them.
Yeah.
And then you got Ben Mayer here.
Here comes Mayer and Annunziata.
Yep, and loving those restarts. Those two are, considering they had to come from the tail. When you come from the tail like that, if you don't get any cautions, it makes your job much harder.
Well,
now
Merrill's
that every time
taking
it gets
too.
punched up, and Merrill gets around the 89.
Yeah.
And again, I spoke about this last time. It might be the way that the chassis is working on Austin Green. That nose being in the air, just again not really bring that thing to. And it looks like the 7 car got around him as well. The 57 of Connor Mosak.
Yeah, Mosak's in good position. Skeen's still in the thick of it, but now Mayer is there. And Annunziata right behind him. Brent Cruz, the youngsters, the young guns as we call them. And of course they're racing for a Young Guns Championship led by Annunziata at the moment. Just 7 points between he and Mayer at the start of this race. Back with Barry Bowes.
Back with Barry Bowes. I tell you, watch a Boris Said Jr. just drive that thing.
Oh, that's an Andretti move. He waved at the onboard.
Mike Skeen got hit by, looks like Jake Drew got into the corner of Mike Skeen. Got him out of sorts here before we get into the carousel in turn number 8. 9-10 through the carousel here. But look at, Thomas Merrill really took charge. He's not letting Rafa run away here. Thomas is feeling the flow right now.
Yeah, and I said at the beginning of the weekend that he needs a good, strong finish. In second place, well, it won't do, but it's not a bad way to be in the middle of this race. 18 of the 25 gone, just over halfway. And look at the speed. That camera really tells it, doesn't it? And it's great to see Gio back out there, Gio Ruggiero.
Yep, back out there with some tape on that damage, and he'll do the best he can. He's many laps down. It's about, getting the points, getting the experience for him. A young driver, just about getting that experience.
No change in the Pro-Am, both still leading in 13th overall. Sheehan in second place, and Prochuk behind him in 15th. We look at Lostowski trying to recover here, side by side.
Looks like Prochuk is going to try and get that toe behind Lostowski to try and get that position in the Pro-Am class.
This is going to be an interesting finish because we've got some really fast drivers, including this man, Austin Green.
Yeah, that 89 car again. Now, this is around the time that it started to come back to life. So we're going to start to see it have to fight its way back, and he'll be in there with his hands folded just praying that we don't get another caution because there's really been a detriment to the way that 89 car fires off.
Well, here's a replay. Let's take a look at high above. There's Matos going through, and as we look on the inside, that was the moment of touch.
A late move. I think he chose to go inside instead of hitting him in the back. I think Jake was a little bit deeper on the brakes there, and he made a move in there. And Mosak trying to make a late move on the 26, moves him to go up the hill out of the Mission Foods turn 5 up the hill to turn 6, side by side. It looks like he did not complete that pass. Merrill keeps that position and then brought the 89 right in the mix. So you better watch your back door there, Connor Mosak. He covers up the inside. Austin deep, late on the brakes.
Austin
squeezes it in there and will not have the position going in the carousel. Will have to maybe get snuck in. The Jake Drew sneaks it in on the inside of the carousel.
That's good work from Drew. Look at that.
And then I could promise you, Thomas Annunziata wants a piece of that. Yeah, he's going to want a piece of that.
He shuts the door, does he? Yes. Annunziata's got drive, though.
What great shots from this drone.
I know, love it.
What great shots.
Really do see the racecraft from above. And wonderful stuff.
And Rafa's just like, enjoy it back there, boys. I'm going to check out.
But he's had to work for it. He's had so many restarts. He's had to really absolutely be on it. Mosak, that's your top three, and in PA it's Sheehan And then Odrick is now back up. He's up to 15th again. So Jared Odrick, and Caleb Bacon has just gone off track, and that could potentially... Ben Mayer also in the thick of it. Annunziata out of shape. Skeen duffed up at 5.
I mean,
and Annunziata's got past Mayer.
He's right behind Austin Green. I mean, that's just amazing to make that hunt through the field like he's done in that 90 car. And like I said, Bayshore Mortgage found the right pony to clamp onto here with Thomas Annunziata, and doing a good job for you, making you proud out there. And I mean, Caleb Bacon. He's buried pretty good in the kitty litter here. Don't know where exactly that is from where I'm watching. I'm going to guess that's down there in the Mission Foods turn 5 would be my guess, but I'm not 100%. It could be up there at the top of turn 6 as well, just as easy.
CB Motorsports, relatively new to Trans Am, and of course got a storied history in IMSA. And they were talking about how it's almost hard to prepare these cars compared to what they've prepared in the past, because they are so much more simple, in a good way, than some of the IMSA cars with all the traction control and all the aids, if you will. So they're used to preparing more sophisticated cars. So to get the best out, and you know this better than anybody, to get the best out of any of the marks in Trans Am, you've really got to know the car.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, it's so important as a driver that you need to know every aspect of your car, and that's what separates really the best from the rest.
Yeah.
The best will know their cars inside and out, every little bit about it, spring rate, bars, what size bar they're running, shock valving, brake bias, every ounce, tire pressure, starting tire pressure, what our target pressures are. You want to be overloaded with information. The higher up you are on the level and where you want to run, you want overload of information, honestly, and you want to try and capitalize on that. As we see
coming down into 5.
There's a move here from the...
This is Annunziata getting a tap. There he is. Gets a tap from Skeen, and that allows Ben Mayer to get a little closer. So Skeen the cause of that and loses out the most from it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was just a little tricky area down there in the braking zone. Looks like they got Caleb free. Again, I'm not sure where we're at here on course, but they got him out of the kitty litter, back on board there with Adrian just for a split second. But now you have, Borstead Jr. right behind Mike Skeen there in the 8th and 9th position. And then Brent Cruz has really just kind of had a struggle day here today in his championship car there in the number 1 car. Running from there, the defending champ, coming off his win at Mid-Ohio, has had a little bit of a struggle bus here today. Tom Sheehan leading in Pro-Am P12.
Yep.
And Jared Odrick, P2. Barry Bowes, point leader in PA, is P3 in that. So
only
really,
because
really
he went
run.
off at Canada Corner and went wide and was down to 24th, and now he's back.
You look at him, his lap time, his fastest lap is a 2:14.3. Rafa's is a 2:13.1. He's only 1.2 seconds off
amazing.
Of Rafa. I mean, that's impressive, Jared Odrick. You're gonna go home and relax after this one with a big smile, buddy. I can guarantee you that. So.
Business end now. 4 laps to go after this one.
I don't know where this race went, Jonathan Green. I looked up and I was like, what? There's 5 to go. Now, 4 to go.
We've had a lot of caution, but we've also had a lot of good racing.
A lot of exciting racing. I mean, other than I mean, and I mean this in the most gracious way, Rafa stinking up the show at the front. But that's exactly what he wants to do.
Absolutely.
That's what he's been so masterful at all year long. Is he's taken advantage of this great race car Nitro Motorsport puts underneath him every weekend.
And by the way, you're witnessing history. If you're a fan of the stats, Matos is creating history each and every weekend. Mid-Ohio, he took the overall number of race wins in TO2 to 23. If he does it again today, which he's on line to do, he'll take it to 24, and he just keeps rolling away.
Yeah, and here's that Pro-Am battle. You're looking at Odrick with a bunch of ripple bodywork too and everything, and it's still hanging tough right there. I didn't see Barry Bowes in that screen at all. Oh, there he is. Sorry, excuse me. Barry's right behind Jared. And then you got the 3-car Adrian in the mix of this battle, and I'm sure Jared is back there like, just get out of my way so I can go race this thing. And Adrian's like, no, buddy, I need this spot just as bad as you do.
Well, I'm keeping a watch on the young guns, Annunziata versus Mayer. I told you earlier that it's 7 points. Here comes Odrick.
What a pass!
Nicely done by the BLK-sponsored 00.
Black Underwear is a sponsor, and and I tell you what, Adrian's getting a good look of that BLK, the back bumper. But, I mean, Jared is after this PA win.
Yeah.
He is on the tail of Tom Sheehan, and let's look at this, folks.
Wow,
This is
if
a
he
heck
does
of a
that,
battle.
that'll be so impressive.
This is a heck of a battle. The battle within a battle, right? That's what Pro-Am has created. It's created that race within a race. And where we say that, you know, like I jokingly said earlier, when Matos is out there kind of stinking out the show out front, just laying it down on him being a clinic, setting out a clinic, we have this PA battle to watch, you know, between Tom Sheehan, Mr. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, and Jared Odrick.
Yeah, watching it very close indeed. Also keeping an eye on whether Annunziata can hold off Mayer for the Young Guns. 20,000 up for grabs.
Yeah,
for that winner.
Annunziata's driven a great race again. So has Ben Mayer. Both coming from the tail of the field like that is a really, really strong move. You know, like I said, Road America is a track that it does lend itself to be able to do that better than a lot of the tracks. Some of the tracks we go to, especially the last two that we've been at in pit race in Mid-Ohio. Here's got a lot more passing opportunities. But look at Jared Odrick right on the back bumper of Tom Sheehan. Will he make the move into Q3 turn 1, Jonathan Green?
It's going to be interesting, isn't it? We can pass our commentary position flat out at over 170 miles an hour as they head down to, as you say, the Q3 turn 1. Odrick jinks out. Slight damage to the front of the car, but that's just a war wound. The ex-NFL man absolutely looking for the uprights right now. And looking to spike the ball, if he can, with a win in the Pro-Am Series.
He is driving so well.
Tommy Sheehan, the Iron Man, as we call him.
Yeah, he's this is really good performances by both these drivers. Jared has been getting off of turn 3, down this back straightaway, into the Mission Foods turn 5 really, really well. It's been
so
really good on the brakes.
Here he goes.
Here it comes. He's been releasing that brake, letting it roll a little bit. And you know, Thomas going to try the over-under, not going to be up next to him. You have to be right alongside.
Good work by Jared Odrick. You know, he said to me at Sebring at the start of the season, he said, you know, I said, how are you getting on? He goes, well, I've had a podium or 2 in Porsche. He said, but this whole thing, this racing thing, is just, I'm just not comfortable with it. He said, you know, when I was playing football, when I was, you know, coming through the ranks, he said, I felt so comfortable. I knew where to position my body. He said, I haven't got that with racing yet. And I said, yeah, but when you will, when you do, you'll be ahead of the game.
And I mean, what a day like today is doing for the confidence of a driver like Jared Odrick. You can't really put into words. You really can't even express it. So what we're going to see is in his future performances. You know, he's got a month and a half after this day is over and a couple laps. He's got a month and a half until our next event, points-paying event at Watkins Glen International. So he's going to have a lot of time just to sit there and soak this in.
Well,
as Adrian,
he's just changed that battle. He's got between it.
And I tell you, Jared is sitting up there just licking his fingers, just happy that just happened because it put a gap in between.
That's important for him.
Oh, it is. Super. It just makes him relax, right? Now he can just kind of sit there and chill. And you got Tom Sheehan's got his meters full of Barry Bowes, who wants that P2 spot. But this is looking to be a very good Pro-Am
Don't count out Barry
podium.
Bowes for a move here. Look at this. Time running out, 24 to 25, and Barry Bowes looking to make a move as they come across the strip one more time. Odrick doing brilliantly so far. Jared Odrick from Pennsylvania. Had all his fans, from Ohio, excuse me, and had all his friends and family here last year.
Yeah, he's got some roots in Pennsylvania, so you weren't wrong on that.
He was a Penn State first pick, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Brilliant, for the NFL.
Oh, he's first pick down to Miami. Yeah.
Ah, right.
Yeah, but yeah, Thomas Merrill picking it up. You know, he's right there. He can be right on top of Rafa's lap times.
Oh, Austin Green and Ben Mayer going at it.
So unfortunately, just got a report on the 17 of Mike Skeen that the engine is done. So that's what we've been watching. I was skeptical of it because he was getting passed on the straightaways. You remember me making that call earlier, Jonathan Green, that he was getting passed on the straightaways. That's not a Mike Skeen type thing. You know, that means that he's not coming off the corner or he's got an engine issue. And when I'm talking about Mike Skeen, I'm going to go ahead and that he's got an engine issue. So this has taken Mike out. I hate that for all those that supported him here, but everyone knew Mike Skeen was back, and that's why he got the support that he got to be back in this Q3 Architecture TA2 series.
Penultimate lap then, Matos, Merrill, Drew has recovered well to third place. Mosak, Green and Mayer still battling it out, and Annunziata very much in that battle. Here's Thomas Merrill. You just saw Rafa go through his shot. He's going through traffic. That could slow him down and give Merrill a chance to catch up, but I think he's running out of opportunities, is Thomas Merrill, because he's quite a distance. The gap 2 seconds now as we head towards that last lap.
And I think Jake Drew's going to be really happy with how he salvaged this, you know, where he did fall back to, I think, as low as P6, and now he's sitting in the last podium spot, as Rafa really has to get around this traffic, right, of Gallagher, Jim Gallagher. He wanted to make short work of that. But, you know, it definitely held him up a little bit to where now you got Merrill going to get a tow all the way down the long front straightaway here. White flag is out.
Well,
Thomas
the white
Merrill.
flag denotes that it's the last lap, but it could be just surrender for the rest of the field, because Matos has once again put on a masterclass, the Brazilian. Merrill, former champion himself. Matos, a two-time champion. Two of the best.
So 89 seemed to have gone off track at some point that we weren't able to catch. So that's where we lost 89 down to P7. But Ben Mayer has also got around Thomas and Annunziata because they have flip-flop positions. And Ben Mayer's now in the top 5. Thomas and Annunziata is P6. But definitely a really good showing here. We got a Nitro car, which is Cope Chassis up there leading this thing. Got a Cope car with obviously Cope Chassis Thomas Merrill. And then we have 2 Howe cars underneath the tent of Silver Hair and Jake Drew and Connor Mosak at P4, P5. And then you're back to the Nitro cars of the 80 and 90 of Mayer and Annunziata.
Hey, and Bose has got past Sheehan for second in PA.
Wow. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, so the Pro-Am podium is not done being settled as well on this final lap.
Last lap then, what has been an intriguing Road America Classic. We're in the second half of the season as they go through the carousel for the last time, but Matos in full control. He's knocked it off a bit. The gap now 1.1 seconds between himself and Merrill. Drew still third.
Yeah, and I mean, Jared Odrick, you look at him, he's only 4 seconds from a top 10, a legit top 10.
That's really awesome.
And yeah, no, that's amazing. That's really good work by that man, and we're so fortunate to have him in this series and doing his thing. But right here's your top 3. It seems to be pretty sorted, so it's up to all of them to get through these last few corners clean. Here you got Canada corner, then you're going to have turn 13, the nice fun blind, one of my favorite turns on the track, and then you're going to come to Bennett Bridge Hall 14. Out of there, the long haul to this, the flag tower, the checker flags await you, the Concord American flagpole, Ford Mustang, a Rafa Matos, going to do it again, Jonathan Green.
Up the hill he comes, and you can raise that Concord flagpole and hoist it high for Rafa Matos as he takes the checkered flag here at Road America for yet another win to his storied career. That's a record 24 career wins in TA2. And what a win for the 00 BLK sponsored Jared Odrick, making a little bit of history as he's going to win in Pro-Am and celebrate for a man that's just started his career in racing, and he's winning already. That's a big moment.
I tell you, the Mosak Annunziata Mayer finish that I just saw come across this line was something for the books. I mean, you couldn't have thrown a blanket. You could throw a blanket over all of them. The hood was smashed up on the 90 car where no way he could see where he was going. So, I mean, if there's any way we grab a replay on that, that was one of the most amazing cross-the-line finishes I've ever seen, Jonathan Green.
Yep, confirmation then. Matos, Merrill, and Drew, and Jared Odrick wins in Pro-Am. Wow, that had everything, and it was great to be on board with Lostowski because he was in the thick of a lot of it too. And who's that parked up?
That's the 90 I was telling you about. The hood was up. No way. He came across the line that way, Jonathan.
Yeah.
I mean, it was craziest thing I've ever seen. That was some wild, typical Q3 architecture TA2 stuff.
Yeah, all good stuff.
Good wild. I mean, what a great race in our Pro-Am ranks. That ends up being the podium of Jared Odrick, Tom Sheehan, and Keith Prochek. I don't know what happened to the 27 of Barry Bowes, but he dropped off of the podium right there at the end, and Keith Prochek is going to grab the last podium spot. So good on you, Keith. Great to have you around, and great to see you going to get to celebrate and spray some champagne, buddy.
Wow, that had everything. And Rafa Matos increases his lead in the championship. Thomas Merrill gets a very good and important second half of the season start by staying close to Matos. He won't have closed the gap, obviously, with Matos beating him. But it hasn't taken too many points away from Merrill's hopes of staying with Matos till the end of the season. Jake Drew, a podium last time out at Mid-Ohio, and another podium here, but this time from the pole. The young 24-year-old from California, definitely a new name to watch in Trans Am. And 25-year-old Connor Mosack, another good, respectable silver hair performance in the Camaro, taking fourth. And Thomas Annunziata, again, we take our hat off to the Bayshore Mortgage Nitro Motorsport 4 Mustang as he beats both Ben Mayer from the back, but more importantly, he gets up to fifth from the back. I think the fans enjoyed that as they settle underneath the trees.
Some good old-fashioned classic Road America racing right here. Big old classic Road America racing. Love to see it.
Yeah, great stuff. No question about it. Sun's come out. Puffy clouds, just what we wanted. And we welcome our fans on MAV TV back as Rafa Matos does it again and heads to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean,
another was immaculate performance and done in the hardest possible way. It's one thing to win a race clean with a full 25 laps. It's another to do 3 restarts.
Yeah, I know. Professor Rafa at work, right?
Yeah.
Like, he put on his clinic as he's been doing so often this year, and I'm just proud of him. You know, he no matter what kind of adversity he faces, he was really distraught last year at the end of the year, and look at him now. He's on top of the world.
Confirmation then of the results. Rafa Matos in the Ford Mustang for Nitro wins. HB Tuner's Cope Race Cars second. Thomas Merrill in a Mustang 2. Jake Drew in third. The pole man. Connor Mosack fourth. Annunziata Mayer Green. Sed Jr. qualified fifth. Finished at eighth. Not a bad result. Brent Cruz struggling a little bit in ninth. And Josh Hurley rounding out the top 10 for the Greenlight Simulation BCR car.
There he is.
And there he is. And you can see the 2 poles he's had. 2 stickers up there.
Record breaker right here, man.
Yeah, it's turning out to be another classic Rafa Matos year. And he's already a 2-time champion.
Let me know.
And he gets the net down. And as soon as he gets out, we'll head down to Ben Sissel. And we'll hear from the Brazilian.
Give us the number ones. Watch this.
There you go.
There it is. 4.
There's just 4 wins.
Look at that right there.
Pointing to the back of his helmet, of course. Little help from inspiration from up above. Shall we put it that way?
Yeah.
So let's head down to Ben Sissel, who's about to talk to our winner, Rafa Matos of Brazil.
So I'm here with Rafa Matos, just adding to that points lead. We're going to have a great celebration here at Road America Winner's Circle. But Rafa, this has got to feel really good, just stretching that gap even more.
Feels amazing, Ben. I was praying for the Lord that I would finish the race because I was driving one-handed for the last 10 laps. The car was popping out of gear, and for a couple times Merrill was really close to me because the car simply went to neutral in the middle of the carousel and in the last sector, and he was able to catch up. But I think we had a really strong car today. I was able to make time the rest of the track. Hats off to the Nitro Motorsports guys. They worked their ass off, you know, they prepare a fantastic car. Concord American Flag Pole Company believe in this program. Chris Dyson, a big supporter of mine, a great friend, and our Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
Nice. How about that, Rafa Matos? But ladies and gentlemen, we've got a special treat. Clear some room because Jared Odrick told me he gets on the top step. He's going to do the same dance he did in the NFL. Let's see if he's got the energy, but you got to make it work, Jared.
Well, it's got to come back, you know. I don't know.
No, come on. Nice. How about that? First place, unbelievable Jared Odrick in Pro-Am. He gave us the dance he did in the NFL after sacking the likes of like Tom Brady. But man, this has got to feel so good, Jared. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I'm doing my best not to cry. I have a lot of goals within racing, and I don't want to treat this like the championship because it's not. I just want to keep this going, and I'm just so happy that I was able to run with Nitro, and everybody there would just been awesome. Black underwear, thank you, and thanks to this guy,
brother.
This guy.
What a drive by this
Chief,
guy, huh?
Crew Chief Cody, man, he hung in there with me. mean, we had a tough first week at Pittsburgh, and we've just been fighting back ever since.
And then your competitors, you got Bose, Prochuk, Sheehan. You got a lot of competitors out there, and then to get Sheehan there near the end, that had to feel good.
No, it felt awesome. I spun in Canada corner. Somebody locked up in front of me, and then I did. And so, I stalled out, turned it back on, and, that feeling felt familiar, but we got it back on and got it running, and we were able to pass a few people before the end.
Nice. Well, congratulations, and Nitro, nice job. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth. We're about to celebrate here at Winner's Circle.
Well, that was as good a celebration as you'd want. Jared saying it like it is. Well, you can understand now. You've heard from him what it means to him and why we were excited for him, because it's a great story. And, Cube 3 architecture, Nick Middleton congratulating him. But what a great story. To change disciplines as a professional athlete, never easy at all. So that had everything, and we had restarts, we had crashes, we had electrical difficulties, we had all sorts going on. Let's take a look at the highlights. Off we went then. Jake Drew in the all-grey started in the lead. Sheehan took to the grass for a minute. That allowed Merrill to come through. That was our first safety car. That was Patrick Paul causing the slowdown. And then at the restart, Matos under pressure again. Lostowski turned around at 14. Kept it going, though. Good race for Lostowski. And in the middle of it all, the HP Tuners, 26 of Thomas Merrill. Barry Bowes leading for a while, but Odrick made great moves at 5 and would take the checkered flag. But it was Matos again as he extends his lead in the championship. Wow, catch your breath. But we are definitely very, very happy for Jared Odrick. And let's take a look at our cool move of the weekend. And it has to be this man, doesn't it? Jared Odrick, look at this. For the lead on Tommy Sheehan. See ya. And that was at 5, but that was just one of many moves that he did at 5. And as you heard, he spun round. So the recovery was brilliant. He spun at Canada corner earlier in the race. And there he goes on Lostowski as well. So it just kept on rolling, all at turn 5. So Odrick, man of the moment, and our cool move of the race. Well done to him. More coming from the Speed Tour, more great races to come for the weekend. And of course, we've got TA qualifying coming. Let's head down once again to Victory Lane and Ben Sissel.
Now, Road America, get loud. This is going to be fun. Cube 3 architecture, TA2 series. I love coming to Road America because of the fans and the crowd. And we know that you guys love the Trans Am series. It's kind of like two were meant for each other. We've got some great celebrations here. We are going to start actually in Pro-Am. He calls this his home track. With HP Tuners, Mike Cope Race Cars, 3rd place. I think he was down a plug wire running on 7 cylinders. Let's hear it. Keith Prochuk. Come on, Wisconsin. You got to get louder than that. I know he's from Chicago, but this is his home track. Nick Middleton, don't get away from me. How about that race out there?
That was a well-fought race by everybody today. It's always a long race here. It's fast. It's fast into the corners, a lot of braking. But I think all the teams had a lot of fun today. And congratulations to everybody, not just on the podium, but all the teams that actually made this happen and Trans Am. So congratulations.
Nice. Well, we have the CEO and owner of Cube 3, Nick Middleton here. How about that? Who wants a stress cube? There we go. Oh, ground ball. There we go. We might have a fight for it. Keith, nice job. In 2nd place, Pro-Am. Doing really well in the Pro-Am. The number 97 Vixen Cycle Company. Mike Cope Race Cars. Let's hear it for Tom Sheehan. Tom Sheehan. There he comes. He was talking to our champion, Chris Dyson. You guys got to get louder than that for Tom Sheehan now. All right, you are about to see a Trans Am first. This gentleman right out of the NFL. And when he used to sack the likes of Tom Brady, maybe even Aaron Rodgers, he would do this certain dance. If you guys get loud, we're going to see Jared Odrick give us the Jared Odrick victory dance. Come on, Jared. Let's see that. The shake and the Pee Wee Herman. How about that, Wisconsin?
Awesome job.
Jared Odrick's first Pro-Am win. Nice job. Well, Keith Prochek, I know that your family, friends, employees were here, but Bowser told me about halfway through that you might have been down a plug wire.
Yeah, about 10 laps in, we lost the plug. I think that was our race to win. We had a lot of pace, and then, but yeah, just that's how it goes. But congrats to Jared. Fantastic win. And Tom, I saw you guys battling for a while. Really great to see. You guys did a fantastic job out there. Great job.
Nice. You want to thank anybody?
Yeah. Thanks to all the HP Tuners fans, co-workers, family that came out. Love seeing you guys out there. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yeah, I love seeing all the black Keith Prochek HP Tuner shirts. Vixen Cycle Company, Tom Sheehan, man, near the end, you and Odrick just went at it. That was a Pro-Am battle for the ages.
Yeah, there was a lot of lead changes. It was fairly clean, I'd say, for TA2. And I just want to thank the guys at Cope, and they gave me a great piece. And all weekend, we didn't get a lot of time, but it was there when we needed it. And Vixen Motorcycles is really excited, and things are going great with them, and we love it. So happy to be here, and great job. Odrick was, he drove it, he wanted it, man. He wanted it.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Tom Sheehan. And then Jared Odrick been working at it. Not his first time on the podium with us, but first time on the Top Step Pro-Am. Jared, take the mic. That's got to feel good.
No, it feels great, and when you're going around that last lap, you're thinking about everybody that you want to thank. And I know I'm going to miss people, but I want to say thank you to my girlfriend Crystal. I want to say thank you to Black Underwear. I want to say thank you to Cody. I want to say thank you to Nitro. It's been amazing to be able to come over there and just the welcome that I've received. And thank you to Chad Bacon Motorsports as well for helping me get into this series in the first place, and to Mike Skeen and all of his initial convincing. If I want to become a better driver, then I better run TA2.
Nice. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, a first in Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. All right, hold those up. Look at the photographers there. Hold the trophies up. Keep it up, Wisconsin. We love this crowd of Wisconsin. Even you, David Posey. All right, Jared is going to throw out the teddy bear, or you can keep it, whatever you want to do. Oh, he lost the hat. Oh, look at that. Hold on now. We've got a hat, too. You get a hat with that, too. Jared's arm, just too much. Will you give that to him there? There we go. All right, hold those up. Come on, Wisconsin, get loud. Keith Prochek, Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick. There we go. He's throwing the cubes out. I love it. To the HP tune. Look at that. Ooh, Tom Sheehan got some height on that thing. Nice job. Uh-oh, Joe. Uh-oh. We're about to have a fight up here, ladies and gentlemen. Joe Claridge. All right, Wisconsin, the Dairy State. I need you to get loud one last time. Keith Prochek, Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick, Pro-Am TA2, Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. Cope Racing, Nitro Motorsports. Congratulations, guys. We've got some champagne here, so watch out. We'll see what happens. Oh, they're going right for it. Going right for the eyes. How about that, Wisconsin? Nice job. Congratulations, guys. Nice job, Keith. Nice job, Tom. Nice job, guys. How about that? Pro-Am TA2 Series. Keith Prochek, Tom Sheehan, Jared Odrick. Unbelievable show. Jared Odrick, congratulations. First win in Pro-Am. Now we go to Cube 3 Architecture, TA2 Series, National Masters. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us back halfway through the year, another Masters win. Where is Three-Dimensional Services Group, Doug Peterson? Come on, Wisconsin, get loud. Here he comes. A long-time, huge supporter of the series and a Trans Am champion, Doug Peterson, out here. How's it feeling?
Feels great. This is about my 25th year coming here. So, feels good. I love the weather compared to last week.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody you want to thank for this Masters victory?
Yeah, I want to thank everybody for coming out. This is awesome.
Yeah, thank the fans, right?
Yeah, of course.
How about that? Thank to the fans, ladies and gentlemen, Doug Peterson, Masters Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. How about that? Doug Peterson, three-dimensional, is also competing this season in the Xfinity Series. So look for them with Austin Green in the Xfinity Series. Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series National Championship. The points race is heating up. This gentleman had never been to Road America before, one of the most difficult tracks on our circuit, and he got pole for Silverhair Waukegan Farms. Let's hear it. Jake Drew, third place. First time at Road America, Wisconsin. Make him feel welcome. And I forgot to mention Laura's quarter horses. Is that right? I want to say, I'm from Tennessee, so it's a different horse there. Quarter horses, Waukegan Farms. Jake Drew, third place with Silverhair Racing. In second place, our champion just 2 seasons ago, number 26, HP Tuners, Cope Race Cars, Thomas Merrill. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you got to get louder than that because Thomas Merrill at the grid walk told me he's been feeling a little under the weather, but obviously it didn't affect him too much. Second place for him. And then in first place, just kind of running away with this. Seems like almost every other weekend he notches another most wins in TA2 Series history. Our current points leader, let's hear it, Rafa Matos. Concord American Flagpole Company, the number 60 Nitro Motorsports car, here with Nick Middleton. Jake Drew, you get the pole, and then kind of early on you fall back a little bit and really had to fight through. I spoke to Gil Martin, your crew chief, halfway through. He wasn't worried. He knew that you had the machine and you were going to come through. How's it feel to be on the podium first time at Road America?
It feels awesome to be up here on the podium the first time at Road America and in the Cube 3 Dimensional TA2 Series. It's awesome to be back up here for my third podium of the year. I did manage the race my best I could in the beginning and lost a lot of track position that hurt me bad, but I knew my Silverhair machine was going to be fast today all day and just had to keep my head in and keep digging and finally started to make up spots there and wound my way back up here.
Nice. How about that? Road America. Let's welcome Jake Drew to Road America. Come on now. This is always a favorite stop for our drivers. Thomas Merrill, you told me you weren't feeling great, but man, I guess that adrenaline kicked in and you had a great race.
Yeah, man, this feels like a win. We've had a rough couple races, but it's great to come to HP Tuner's backyard and do well. The Mike Cope Racing team gave me a wonderful race car, and it was awesome. I wish we could have given Rafa a little more grief there towards the end, but it feels like a win given what we're coming off of and how I feel today. So thanks, everyone, for coming out. It's great to see all the fans out, too.
Nice. I love it. I echo that. We love the Road America fans. Thank you guys so much. Rafa, take the mic. Tell us about your race.
What a day, what a day. Thanks for the fans for coming out. It was a very special day for us, definitely. Fourth win of the season. Great moment for us, great moment for Nitro Motorsports. Hats off to every single member of the team. This is a group effort, and I wanna congratulate Tyler Kisera also. A lot of times, Tyler is the mastermind behind that team. He's a great man, great driver. Concord American Flagpole Company. My biggest supporter, Chris Dyson, thank you very much for believing in this program. It's been a good day for us, and hopefully we'll come back after the summer break even stronger and wrap up the championship. Thank you.
Nice. How about that, Wisconsin? We have 3 of our top teams up here. We've got Silverhair, Cope, and Nitro. Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos. Come on, Wisconsin. Get loud. I like that. Oh, who wants a teddy bear? Rafa's going to throw out the teddy bear. Let's see. Who's the loudest? Oh, there we go. Nice job. That's a good catch, too. Then we're going to hold those up, gentlemen. Hold the Cube 3 stress cubes up. And then who wants a Cube 3 stress cube? Come on now. Who's got the arm? There we go. Thomas throws it out to the HP Tuners. Yeah, you can come up. That's okay. Thank you, guys. We love the fans here at Road America. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Nice, good catch. All right, Wisconsin is coming up to your last chance here. We need Wisconsin to get louder than these cars on track. Jake Drew, Thomas Merrill, Rafa Matos, the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series here at Road America. Such a great track for Trans Am. Fantastic spectators. I want to just give a big shout out, thank you to the Road America crew. Everybody is always great to work with. We love coming here, but get loud, Wisconsin. Hitting them with the champagne, going right for the eyes. Jake, great performance. Nice job. Nice job. All right, Rafa, you're going to stay up here. You guys are excused because our Omologato fastest lap goes to Rafa Matos. Receives a brand new Omologato watch. How about that? Rafa Matos, nice job. And I'm going to make this gentleman do this one more time because our cool box, cool move goes to Jared Odrick. Come on now, Jared. We got to see that victory dance one more time. Oh, no, we got to see it. No, it's hard to see. You know, you can't do it, huh? Too hot? Oh, there we go. There we go. Oh, a little change to it. Cool box, the iceless cooling suit, and after you got out, that's got to feel pretty good.
No, it felt great. It felt great. We just put this in the car, and it's working, and it was awesome. It took my body temperature down, and I was able to make some good moves in this.
Nice. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Jared Odrick, cool box, cool move of the race. No, he doesn't throw that one out there. He's going to hold on to that one. Yeah. Thanks, Jared. All right, well, we've got one more hat up here. Who wants a hat? Boo! There we go. And Eric's got some stress cubes. Stress cubes, anybody? There we go. That does it for the Q3 Architecture TA2 Series this year. Tomorrow, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli will be back right here. Please meet us in Winter Circle. Nitro, come up here for your family photos. But gentlemen, back to you in the booth.
Great stuff as always, Ben, and yeah, some genuinely happy folk up there, especially Jared Odrick. What a great story to bring that young man who has left his NFL time to now go motor racing and to have that success at one of the most iconic circuits and to do it in such style as well. Really impressive. Now, don't forget, if you want to tell everybody about Odrick's moves and see it all again, don't forget, Thursdays is Trans Am night on MAV TV. And we start our coverage July 4th at 8 p.m. You'll be bored by then. You'll have done all the celebrations. And you'll be ready for the fireworks. But the fireworks start on Thursday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. TA2 Series, followed by TA. And, of course, that race coming up tomorrow. That's 9 p.m. Eastern on July 4th. So, great start to the weekend for our feature race in TA2. Congratulations to Rafa Matos as he increases his lead now with 4 wins. We'll leave you with some great moments. Thanks for watching. Don't forget, TA coming up tomorrow, but more great racing to come coming your way.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to Road America, and as you can see, action's still out on track. In fact, we're going to be showing you some single-seater action. And in terms of the Speed Tour, we want to draw your attention to some of our little stars in the making, one of which is Landon Matriano Lim. I've got to know him from Louisiana over the last year, and he's currently racing in our FR series, just starting out his single-seater career. An interesting name, an interesting fellow, but he is another one of our Speed Tour Presents Stories from the Paddock. Landon Matriano Lim.
Just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful. My name is Landon Matriano Lim, and I'm car 73. So I actually just started with doing track days with my dad. We would take a Lotus Elise on track and just have some fun. And then I started competing in the club series just to see what it's like and everything. My competitive spirit really took over. And it was all during COVID, so it gave me a new passion to go for. And then I found out this is all I want to do. So the people in the club were just like, okay, wait, you've got a shot at this. You should really go for it. And I took it. So here I am now, made it to Formula Regional Americas and ready to go. Last year, I ended the season on a definite high with the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. So I had the most successful overtakes in the season with 64. It's going amazing. I just did the FR Oceania Championship in New Zealand, January, February, and we did that developmentally to catch me up to anything I might be behind on, and it was the perfect thing. It was absolutely what I needed. So I'm really looking forward to this FR America season. I think we're ready to go, and my goal is definitely to be in the top 5 this year, so that's what we're pushing for. So the turbo is definitely a big difference. I mean, you just have so much more speed overall, and then the aero as well. This FR car actually has working aero compared to the F4 car last year, so getting used to that's a lot of fun, no doubt about that. It's going great so far. We finished P6 in the last practice yesterday, so I'm really comfortable, and this is a home track for me. So super stoked. It's a little extra pressure, but I'm ready for it. I love everybody here. These are the people that got me into motorsport. So I couldn't be more thankful for them, and I want to give it back to them and give them a good show this weekend. Secret's not losing your focus for 1 second. You have to be on point, pinpoint, just ready for every next move, thinking 2 steps ahead, that way you're ready. Oh, it's absolutely huge. They help us a lot out on the test days, so that's a whole extra day we get to be in the car at the track before the race weekend. So that's really helpful for getting extra time in the car and getting to learn more. It's more chances to learn, which is the biggest thing. So with the mostly Filipino background for my family, it's really big for us, and I love our culture and everything we're about. So it feels good to be able to represent those as well here in America. So my great-grandfather was Chinese, and to get out of the war in China, he had a best friend who was Filipino. So he used his last name to get out of China, and shortly after, his best friend passed away. So he combined the 2 names, and that's how we got Matriano Lim. Doing everything I can to improve and prove that I have a place here in motorsport, even starting so late. And I guess I'm technically old for the crowd, being 22, but that's just even more reason to push hard right out the gate. So just improve throughout the year. I really want to be in the top 5, and if I can make it on the podiums this year, it would be wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
And welcome back, and our stories from the Paddock Series will continue. We've just started it out, but we're trying to give you an insight into SVRA, FR, F4, and of course Trans Am. And we've got some pretty interesting characters, and the most interesting of all is sat right next to me right now. His name is Ben Sissel. He's responsible for the flags, he's responsible for the cameras, he's responsible for being the camp curator. He does the podiums, he sits alongside me, and he's ready to do the FRP 1600s, the first race of their weekend, and it's usually pretty competitive, isn't it?
It is, and I have a special guest. We have a special guest here, Dustin Hodges, who so happy that he came in, because I was just telling my son Levi that I just don't know a lot of these drivers. So Dustin, you can tell us all about these drivers, but first, if you don't mind, we've got a little bit of time. I'm going to go through the grid. So starting in first is Trevor Russell. Karsten DeFonts is second. Sebastian Mateo Naranjo is third, and he's really fast. We've seen him at Road Atlanta a few times. Timothy Steele. Ayrton Hauk is fifth. Am I saying that right?
Ayrton Hauk.
David H. Livingston Jr. is sixth. Scott Rubens are seventh. Theodore Burns, Mr. Burns, is eighth. Jackson Tovo. I met the Tovo twins with Nitro just a little bit ago. That's exactly right, Jonathan. In ninth. In 10th is Ayrton Kahan. And two Ayrtons in one Formula race. You know, that's pretty cool.
All after
Ava
the
Hansen. And if you're honest on the, I've got Go Ava Go from Sue Schmidt. If you're joining us on YouTube, tell us who you're rooting for or whose name I mispronounced. Michael Dowden, Bob Reed, 13th. Ethan Tovo, 14th. Jay Messenger, 15th. Phil Kingham, 16th. Robert Stoll, 17th. David Petsko, 18th. Dylan DeFonts, 19th. Joseph Tovo, 20th. So, Dustin, we're looking at these great images. Such a competitive field as this F1600. Tell us what we can expect here from this.
You're definitely going to get a lot of, there we go. You're definitely going to get a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing. That's what this class is known for, is just really a dogfight, if you will, like going out there. Yeah. You've got a very big depth of field of amazing talent. You know, this is where they train the stars of tomorrow, and this is going to be a great thing. There's one thing I wanted to note on there. Dylan DeFonts is actually out for the season. Oh. He tore a rotator cuff on a motorcycle crash, and his brother's here waving the DeFonts flag, and looks like he's going to do a good job this weekend.
So who is running the 45?
I don't know.
Okay. Here we go. Well, Jonathan, the Road America Elkhart Blue Corvette comes down to Bennett Bridge Hall turn 14 to take the green flag. So take us away, Jonathan.
All right, and before we do, just want to say everybody in the FRP garage is missing Greg Rice, so get well soon, wherever Greg is. So up the hill they come, side by side, and as you say, we're expecting wheel-to-wheel racing in this particular formula. A great way to start out your career if you're interested in motor racing. FRP underway. The green flag waves. This, the 1600s. We know them as Formula Fords, but it's FRP here. And they all jostle for position down towards the long run to the Cube 3, turn 1, and already 4 wide.
Yeah, that was Sebastian Mateo Naranjo. They're ducking in through turn 1, but Dustin, what are you seeing?
Well, you definitely see Mateo's got to jump on these guys. I mean, Trevor Russell out front is an amazing talent. He definitely is. It doesn't run the full schedule sometimes. They're all the way out in Arizona. But, yeah, he's leading this pack. And Mateo, I think, is just going to bide his time. He won both races at the sprints last weekend. He's got 7 wins in the championship so far this season. The kid's on a roll, and I think he's just going to bide his time and ride that draft. And that's the biggest thing. If those 3 front cars can break away from the rest of the field, they'll have a much easier day later in the race. But it looks like, never mind, they're going to go 3 wide on lap 2.
Turn 5, look at that, 3 wide. Down to 2, thankfully. But somebody going wide and losing a position.
I believe that was Trevor Russell.
Yeah,
who
started in pole.
Yes, drop back, look like he's P6 now. All in one corner.
That's amazing.
That's how quickly this can change in F1600. The cars are just so equally yoked. And this is a driver class that you're seeing here. The draft is so important, probably no more important than at Road America, just because of the long straights here in 1600cc engines. But you call him Mateo there and the number 80 out front?
That's as far as I know, that's what he's known by in the paddock.
Okay. Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. Sebastian Mateo Naranjo.
Yes. So it's, but yes, he's definitely proven. I think this is his 2nd or 3rd season with 1600, and he's definitely come on as definitely one of the favorites to win races.
In FRP, the names I remember are Ayrton Hauk and this man Naranjo. So he's been around for a while. And as I said, great way to start your career in single-seaters, isn't it?
Well, that's one of the things I like about this is you saw it a little bit over the past couple seasons with Simon Sykes coming back in while he was running USF 2000. Now Ayrton's running USF 2000, coming back for a couple races, just to kind of keep those skills up.
Yeah, it's away from the pressure of like a Trans Am or a higher formula like the Road to Indy. This is a place to cut your teeth. I was looking actually at the entry fees, not unobtainable in terms of cost to go racing here. These chassis and these cars can be brand new, or whoa, that's not so brand new. He's taking your Bennett sign out.
Yeah, one of the race cars there.
Who do you reckon that is? Dowden? Is that Michael Dowden? Yeah.
Levi, my son, who's sitting here, we got some work to do. Somebody just took out one of our signs, but I'm hearing we've got some people rooting for the Cahill crew, and you know all about them, Dustin.
Oh yeah, that would be the Tovo twins, and then also Ava. Yeah, it's interesting. You look down this point sheet right now, and the DeFonce twins, are brothers, I guess, are tied for points.
Yeah.
And then right behind them, you have the two Tovo boys that are right there with points.
And look at this, another change for the lead, which is pretty common in this F1600, that long draft down the main straight into Mission Foods, Cube 3 Architecture Turn 1. You know, they kind of changed the position, so we have a big change for position in that top three.
Now, the surprise for me is Timothy Steele down in 7th place. Watching practice earlier, he was right up there at the sharp end, so let's hope he can come through as well.
Yeah, he's kind of a quasi-teammate with Mateo in the Pelfrey camp. I think he's getting a lot of help out of them, and it's definitely shown over the past few weekends that he's been able to kind of get closer to the front.
Yeah, he was 4th fastest in qualifying this morning. Russell fastest, of course, and like I say, he went from right at the front, and he's dropped down to 5th for now.
So Mateo in 3rd. I think that's Carson DeFonce in 2nd.
Yes.
Not sure who's out front.
I believe that is Hook.
Mateo, yeah.
Ayrton Hook in the Rice car.
Okay.
Out front.
Yeah, it looks like the Rice car, the baby blue.
Yeah, and then you've got one of the Masters drivers there, right there, currently in 5th, 4th on the timing board, just fighting with these young kids. It's always good to see.
Which we saw at Road Atlanta also. So explain Masters.
So I think it's 35. I'm not exactly sure on the age break, but it just gives those other guys, the less young drivers.
Boy, this must be an intimidating circuit with these very fast kinks, and then you're coming down to very heavy braking at Canada like you're seeing right now, and everybody's squeezing through. But because these cars are small, you can get 3 almost through the corner at the same time.
Yeah, not suggested,
no.
But we've seen it many times, especially in this group. I have seen a level of respect in this group that we don't often see in young open-wheel racers.
True.
And I think they've just kind of, I don't know if you guys have threatened them with their life or if it's just a level of maturity.
I think it's interesting. You see the first weekend of the year, things always are a little hairier. And, yeah, by mid-season, everybody kind of calms into their rhythm. And, and it kind of gets a little more...
Look at this.
And
great
then
racing,
they're
though.
doing this.
Yeah.
The top 4, you could throw a blanket over as they all dive into Cube 3 Turn 1. There's the 81 of Theodore Burns, just going slightly wide, but gathers it back as they go down to 2.
Theodore Montgomery Burns.
No, I'm going to race at Road America.
But I love this. This is what I love about the racing is you've got that front pack going at it. Then you've got this middle pack of like 5 or 6 just going at it. And then here comes the mid to back pack. And this is what's so cool, especially in this kind of where the draft is so important. But oh my gosh, Jonathan, what's happening here?
They're all headed towards Lake is all I can see. Not the Lake, the Lake, as in Lake Kirkpatrick, who's doing the great filming at Turn 5. But that is a great spot to be in because they do come down that hill pretty darn rapid, and then they are heavy on the anchors before they turn up the hill on that left-hander. So it's always a good corner to be on, Turn 5 at Road America. I've stood there myself many a time, and it's great.
A ton of Ava Hansen fans on our YouTube page, so thank you so much for joining us. But that Rice car still out front, followed by Mateo in the yellow car just behind him as they come around under this new Mission Bridge and the new Mission Beach. You got to come out here, you cross the Mission Bridge, and now you're on to Mission Beach, set with palm trees, not real palm trees, but palm trees in Wisconsin.
You'd think Gonzalez, who is Mr. Mission, he would prepare his car on the beach, don't you think? Wouldn't that be more?
Yeah.
3 wide, almost 4 wide as they come past that static shot, which is really quite an exciting add to our coverage And then down to Canada corner, trying to sort themselves out.
A pass on the outside there into Canada corner. Not suggested, but I think that driver was able to make it work.
It looked like he pulled it off. That's very amazing. Not a traditional passing zone.
And look at this, top 6, there's nothing. What, top 8?
See, I think that cost them a little bit. You see those 4 lead cars, they were out they had a pretty good gap on this second pack, and I think too wide through Canada might have caused them to lose their little lead for a bit.
So is that Trevor Russell now side by side with Houck?
Trevor Russell there in the black car, right behind Houck.
Yeah, he's gone from pole, he dropped down to 5th, and now he's back up there. Look at this, 3 wide
in the grass
for the lead. Well, that 5 wide. Whoa, locked up there to the 80s. That's Matteo again on the inside, the race car. On the outside, the light blue 02. Etten Hook down to 2. Well, we said it was going to be wheel to wheel, and it is.
Yeah, wheel to wheel, but so much respect these drivers are given to each other.
Well, to answer that question, I reckon a good race director would get these guys and say, okay, you're spending a lot of money each and every weekend. You got a choice. You want to take each other out, you want to cause yellow flags, you're going to get less laps, less experience, and less for your money.
We'll see how they do in race 3. How about that?
At the end of the weekend, yeah, but out front through Mission Foods Turn 5, up the hill. And this track here, especially with the power of 1600s, keeping your drive in and out of the corner so important there, because you come down to a low gear and then up a hill. So torque and keeping your momentum through these corners so important, especially in this type of driving. And you can tell that the front drivers really know each other really well, because they give each other just the amount of room that they know that they need.
By the way, Ava Hansen, just been reminded, thank you, on YouTube, that she's one of our, Tony Pirella or Pirella Motorsport Holdings scholarship recipients. So a little bit of help is always welcome in motorsport. It's an expensive game, and Ava is a recipient of that, as are several diversity scholarships this year. So we wish her well.
Yeah, so fast through here, this Customers Bank kink. Not a great passing zone because you are in top gear at top speed. You want to kind of try to get behind on the draft, but you also don't want to lose that momentum. Now, here comes a big passing zone, but not usually on the outside, but we've seen it now 3 in a row.
And by the way, to answer Hugh Jess, 6 laps to go, and at the end of this one, it'll be 5. But that was pretty tight coming through Canada.
It's very difficult to set up a pass down there. That back straightaway isn't straight, so the racing line is basically a blocking line almost, which it makes it very difficult. I'm very impressed they're able to get these passes done going into Canada, especially on the outside. You can dive bomb in there, but it's usually a little sketchy.
And then you can see the leader there taking the defensive line into the inside. We're seeing across white flags. They're telling you that there are safety vehicles up there.
And 3 wide again into turn 1.
What were you saying?
It's halfway.
Oh, halfway through the track.
Halfway in the race.
That's what you're showing. That's halfway.
What did you want, Bon JB, going halfway there?
I'm learning something here, and he looked at me like, you're an idiot. Don't you know that's halfway? And I didn't, thank you.
No, that's not as good as...
He tried to whisper that to me.
No, I've got you both beaten. Last week at Mid-Ohio, the Ginetta pulled off in front of the Ginettas, and I went, oh my gosh, the leader's pulled in. He goes, no, that's a safety car.
Yeah. Our lab car. But yeah, you were trying to be so polite, but we don't allow that here. Just say, hey, idiot. No, that means halfway.
Well,
so we're learning something new.
It means a vehicle.
He's polite.
But look at this. 3 wide into Mission Foods Turn 5 as they come in. And the 81, who was the 81? Because he seems to just keep kind of being conservative. Is this one of those things where you play it and you're kind of happy to be third going into 14, knowing you can draft across the finish line?
Well, in my opinion, you definitely don't want to be out front going into 14 on the last lap. You can get that draft up the hill. If you're the car breaking the air going up the hill towards the start-finish line, you're most likely going to get drafted by you. So, yeah, I think some of these guys are just trying to figure out their passing zones for later in the race. Ayrton seems to be able to keep a little gap right now. I think he's just kind of playing with those guys. But, yeah, like you said, 81, Mr. Montgomery Burns there is definitely seems like he's in the mix. He looks like he's had a fast car most of the race.
And that mix includes the top 10. That's the group. The lead group is 10 cars with Tovo at the back of it in the 031.
Yeah, the what we were calling the mid-pack just a couple of laps ago has now caught up. And now this is the lead pack, the echelon, as you'd call it, Jonathan.
Yep.
There's Matteo trying to go around the outside there going into Canada.
Just touched the dirt.
Looks like he cleared him this time.
Again, they all bunch up into Canada.
man, I would have no idea, like the top 5 going into Canada like that, how this would finish. And we might have a very exciting finish here. If you follow F1600, that is usually the case. The racing, this is not an anomaly. This is usually what we see on a weekend.
How it goes, yeah. Well, they're all identical, effectively, or pretty close to. Ooh, another banner on. But look, you get a draft here, a relative draft. Not a great one, but good enough to make a slingshot.
And you've got a tight battle forming here for the Masters win as well. Scott Rubenzer and Livingston are now 5th and 6th. Rubenzer was way back a little bit ago.
This is great.
And they're up here in this lead group. Again, it's just fighting with the kids, which is always good to see.
Yeah, and, you know, the kids will learn as well from the guys that have been doing it a long time. It doesn't look as though there's a lot to this because they are simple cars, but the nuances of being fast, because everybody's within a tenth of each other, actually make the difference. You see the guys that win week in, week out, they just do something slightly different and use what they've got at their, you know, disposal better than the others.
I think it's so much more difficult to drive a momentum car this close in a pack like this than even what we saw today in the TA2 series. Like, this is such great training ground for these drivers to drive wheel to wheel like this, because they're going to be able to move that skill into any other series.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to some of the youngsters in F4 the other day, and they were saying that there is just, you know, a lot of them want to go now into sports car racing or Porsche car racing, maybe even IGT. But they say that every coach and every driver coach that they talk to says that this kind of racing is the absolutely best way to become just a good racing driver, whatever you're in.
Absolutely.
Even if you don't stay in.
Yeah, if you can drive a high horsepower car with momentum, you're already going to have an advantage on your competitors. Then if you can drive a high horsepower car with momentum this close, knowing these little gaps and every little bit counts, you really have an edge on anybody you're out there with.
Yeah,
Teddy Burns is what we're being told.
All right, Teddy Burns, I like that. So Teddy Burns in the black 81, I believe. Just out there on the outside, the third or fourth car in that echelon. You can't tell when they're side by side like that. Fourth car right there going into Canada corner. Dustin, what are you seeing as we get kind of to the late stages of the race?
This is definitely getting very compact. The lead guys have been fighting hard, and they've allowed that second group to stay with them here. And it's within 2/10. Is that what that says?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's they're all right there in the train, and with this draft pack, any one of these guys could end up winning this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just going to take a thing. If I'm looking at it, I'm thinking it's between these front three: Burns, Hook, and Mateo. But you know, you never know in this thing. It could be draft train, and they could be all 10th by the end of this lap.
In that respect, is there a little bit of a strategy to when you show what you can do? And what I mean by that is, you sort of jink out maybe and think, I've got a chance to overtake it, but I won't, because that just means me to be the sitting duck for next time.
Oh, absolutely. I think you see that in a lot of these races, especially you see some rookies that are really fast, and they run at the front half the race, and then all of a sudden they're cycled back to 4th or 5th in the last. And like you said, the guys that win, they do something different. There's just something about them, and I think that's part of the experience factor in this class. There are rookies that win a lot, but it's definitely, you see the guys like Mateo's been doing it for a few years, Ayrton's into F2000. You got the Masters guys up there. It really shows the experience here. I think the Tovo would be the highest running rookie right now at 6th.
And the Tovo twins, I met them just the other day with Nitro, and they were saying, once they get old enough, they want to be racing a Nitro TA2 car. And I'm saying right now, just based on what I'm seeing, I can't wait for that to happen.
Yeah, that series is amazing.
I'm hearing from one of our camera operators that all my signs have been taken down in his turn as well. But that's okay. As long as it was on camera, sponsors are happy.
Everybody likes seeing those signs just get hit. That's
just disintegrate.
It's part of the show.
It's what they're supposed to do.
Marina Coleman says, "Go Teddy!"
I like that.
And go Jackson Tovo. So plenty of fans out there.
So I'm not kidding. This might be the biggest gap we've seen in the top 4, which is crazy.
Right? And yeah, I think the last lap, you haven't seen them dive bombing much. They kind of expanded that gap a little bit, but here goes Mateo once again, outside going into Canada.
Yep.
And he made it again.
Yep. Well, youth and exuberance versus age and treachery. That's the order of the day. And Livingston in 4th. Rubenza doing their bit against the youngsters.
Some great shots from our drone. I love that Corvette bridge there, 5 and 6, but really great shots. They come into Bennett Bridge Hole corner, turn 14. This is such an important, because you're setting yourself up for this long straight, and when you only have 1,600 cc's, that really usually is the most important thing, is the coming off of the corners and carrying that speed to keep your momentum.
Across the line again. Time running out then. Just a couple of laps to go. We'll be waiting for that white flag next time round.
And you see this, they're going 3 wide here, and that big pack right behind them is just closing that gap back up, and they keep leaving that door open.
Any one of the top 8 could win this, couldn't they? Including the number 7.
Would they be smarter to stay in a line?
Yeah, absolutely. It's 2 cars, the guy behind feathering a little bit, or even just swapping up and down the straightaway to continue that draft would allow them to pull away a little bit. But, I think anybody in that sense is, that, but at the same time, you want to lead the race. You want to win the race.
There we go. Back on, Jonathan.
We're back.
Well, there we go.
Through the kink they come.
There it is. Looked like Hook got shuffled back to 3rd here. Livingston going on the outside of Canada.
Well, come on, Dustin. Where would you want to be? 3rd, 4th at this stage?
Oh, man, it's so hard to tell. This run-up to the start-finish here is so different than any other racetrack with that hill. It's, second's a great place if the guy in 3rd's going to play ball with you and help you. Yeah. But if he goes with the leader and you pull out, then you're having a good friend out there is probably the most important thing about these final corners.
White flag is out as they approach it now. Coming up the hill then to start the last lap in our first feature race of the FRP 1600 Championship.
And this should be exciting. There's no team cars up here at the front, so you're not going to get that we're all going to play together here. These are all from different teams and independent drivers that are. None of them want to give this up here. It's just going to get entertaining here on the last lap.
Oh, it is. 9 races to go when they started this one for the season. So 3 at the last 3 rounds on each. So plenty to run for, plenty to play for.
All right, I've got Teddy Burns. Who do you guys have?
Hout.
I'm sticking with. All right. Well, I guess I'll take Mateo then.
All
if
right.
You're going to go,
let's see what we got.
I can't do that.
Come on, Teddy's in 3rd right now. Let's see what we've got. But we've got the white flag out, ladies and gentlemen. This is going great. Tim Adolfson. We had a Tim Adelson in Trans Am with us. Great camera and audio coverage. Thank you guys so much, and phenomenal coverage. So thank you guys so much for joining us. We are going to show another F1600 this weekend and an F2000. But what's happening here, Dustin?
Oh, they are getting tight here. 3 wide going into 5. They're going to spread out here. Mateo's driving very defensively here, trying to protect the inside.
Just got to the grass there for a moment as they come under the bridge. Back to the 21. Way down, but that's Dave Petsko in 16th position at the moment. Getting down then to the nitty-gritty of this one. I've just worked out the arrow book. It says, gosh, that Ben Sissel's good.
Yeah, I doubt that, but this is the shot of Mission Foods. Long downhill, down into a real low gear, and then back up to a real high gear uphill. Just, one of those corners that can break some transmissions and rear ends, but here are our leaders.
Here they come, and this is it. Now, you've got to sort yourselves out, boys and girls, because we're getting down to the kink for the last time and down to Canada, and I reckon there's going to be some shenanigans at Canada corner.
I think Mateo just let him go.
Yeah.
I think he just let him go into here so he could set him up for 14. Yeah, it did not look like he went defensive at all there.
I mean, that would be the idea. 14 being that run up the hill, you just need to be right there in his tail, don't you?
Yeah, my man Teddy went on the outside of Canada corner. Let's see who pops up over here into Bennett Bridge Hole, turn 14. Oh, it's Hout. Teddy's gone.
See, I told you. You got to listen to my bets, you see. Here he comes out of 14 then, for the final time, and up the hill at the famous Road America circuit. FRP in fine action. Line astern for the win. Don't think anybody's going to jink him because he defends well, does Haug. Sees the checkered flag, and it's going to be Ed and Haug, surely. Here they come. Oh, no, maybe not.
Matteo Nerano.
It is Matteo Nerano who squeaks it just.
I thought he put up his hand a little too early.
I did too. Well, we just lost them from sight there as we changed camera shots, but it was perfect because the anticipation was brilliant. So it is Matteo Nerano who takes the victory in the 80 in the all-yellow 80. Great win. Ed and Haug takes second place, having led them up the hill, and it's one of the masters, Scott Rubenza, who takes third.
There's my favorite car there, the 47 with the blue with white stripes. But man, Dustin, F1600 never disappoints. What a show!
Yeah, they did. I mean, you know, one of the fans was saying, you know, the drivers enjoy it. It's fun to watch, but it's more fun to be out there. I'm sure it is.
Unbelievable. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, you guys.
Please come back.
We will be back tomorrow with F1600 at 10:15 a.m. Central Time. And then we're doing the Formula, the FRP Atlantic and F2000 tomorrow at 3 o'clock.
Okay.
So join us there. I hope you can come back in the booth if you can.
Unfortunately, I have 5 cars on tractor in that session, so I think I might need to be in pit lane.
Did you root for your favorite, or did you root for one of your customers?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Nice job. Nice job. Well, thank
you for joining
again,
guys. Good
Dustin
seeing you.
Hodges joining us in the booth for FRP. And well done to that man.
Now, it's always fun to have
Nerano.
kind of an expert in here with us. You know, it's so hard for us to know all the cars and drivers, so thank you to Dustin Hodges and the Arrive Drive Motorsports crew.
So let's look back at some of the highlights of what was a cracking 1600 FRP race. We got underway, and as you can see, they all belted into Q3 turn 1 for the first time. Ed and Haug leading the way. Somebody going wide there. That was Russell, I think, who had the pole earlier on, and in fact would finish in 6th place in the end. And then it was a case of Ed and Haug in the all light blue 02 leading the way, but really only for moments because there was different changes of leaders throughout. And here came Sebastian Matteo Nerano, but then loses out to Haug, and again side-by-side action between the pair of them. The two masters, Rubenza and Livingston, were in the mix, but it was an 8-way battle to the line, and it was won by Matteo. Well done. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more from Road America after this.
Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for a professional detailer shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
So here we are live, the puffy clouds in the background at Road America, and as you can see, a little bit of reparation going on at turn 14 where they smashed through our hoardings, our Bennett Bridge Hall hoardings, because that is the Bennett Bridge Hall turn 14 for this weekend. Now, we are waiting for the next race, which will be IGT. We've got some more action coming your way. International GT Race 2, that will be. But why don't we continue with our Speed Tour Presents Stories from the Paddock. And one of the well-known figures here in the paddock, who's been around for quite some time and, well, relative to the region anyway, John DeGainer.
All of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. So I'm running both a vintage car in Group 6, and for the first time I get a chance to run my Riley and Scott Trans Am car with the pros in Trans Am as opposed to running it with Group 10 in vintage. It's a new challenge for me. Bill Devon built both turnkey cars called the Devon SS, and then he built a series of bodies that ended up in specials either with small four-cylinder engines, so Devon Triumphs. You saw there was a Devon Volkswagen here, a Devon Porsche here, and then a whole series of cars that end up with Devon V8s. So this is an original Devon body on an MGA chassis with obviously some reinforcements, and then with a small block Chevy. So that's a car that's been in our family since actually before I was born. It's on iteration number 7, but it's a car that my father bought. We raced in SCCA solo events back when I was a kid. When I turned 16, I was able to race with him in the same car because it's one car on the track at a time. And the car sat for 25 years. We then restored it and got it ready to go vintage racing, and we've been doing that together as a family since 2015. Oh, you know, it was fantastic, and we actually had the opportunity on the vintage side. I have another Devon, and we ran both of the Devons in Group 4 for a couple of years, so racing with each other it's tremendous, and it's all of these races I get to do with my father, so it ends up being a family event. It's tremendous. Yeah, so this is a 1992 Riley and Scott Mustang body Trans Am car. It's Riley and Scott number 11, so it's their Gen 1 car, and it's serial number 11. It was run by Ron Fellows for a couple of years between 92 and 94 successfully, and so I'm now the caretaker of it, if you will, for the last 5 years, and trying to run both of the cars. It just got to a point where, hey, maybe if you're gonna measure yourself against the best, and that's running with the pros on the TA side. Compared to this, it's really quite straightforward. It's it does all things well. It doesn't have any of the what they refer to as the nanny stuff. So there's no traction control, there's no anti-lock brakes, but it's got power steering. The brakes really work well. It turns, it stops. This one is a little more raw. This one, on a scale, is less raw, but it's very challenging. It makes you a much better driver, and the more time I spend in either car makes me better in both. I really enjoy running two different cars. It stretches your brain. It forces you to think through. Brake points are different, turn-in points are different, all of the other things, and things happen at different speeds between the cars. So it makes it. I'm an engineer. It forces you to think through each of these. It's really a lot of fun. I enjoy it very much. We refer to him as the team owner, the team principal, or the boss. He's here at every one, and it'll take him a little while to give me all of the feedback, but this is one of these things that we get to talk about just about every day. I was able to podium in the Devon, and in the Mustang, I know I'm not going to be competitive with a Gen 3 Riley and Scott car. So to drive to the limit of the car, to learn from the pros, make sure that I'm worthy to be with them in the series, that's a good result. So I finished 6th in class, I finished 8th overall. The car came off the track in exactly the same shape as it went on the track. I think for the first time I've run that's the first time I've ever driven this car for 75 minutes. To do that and do it well, it says something about the preparation and the team behind us from the preparation standpoint, and it's really a successful weekend.
Yes, and as we look at our IGT cars on track, Ben Sissel alongside me, John DeGainer, interesting cat. Somebody listening to what he said there and how many years he's been involved, but he's been a regular, hasn't he?
Yeah, good friend of mine. I love seeing John DeGainer in the paddocks. We got to spend some time together in Mid-Ohio with his dad. It's always really fun to see him. We're here with SVRA in May, and they are usually here at that event doing really well. I'm sure he's going to be here in 2 weeks. There's a big vintage event here at Road America, but this is International GT Race 2. We had a fantastic Race 1. We're on board right now with the Mission #TooFastTooTasty car of Juan Gonzalez as he comes into turn 8, about to go around the carousel under the Mission Bridge.
He was telling you about his breakfast. Did you remember what he said about? He said, "I just had my tacos." I can't remember exactly. I want to know what the main man eats.
He has a pretty good, breakfast burrito. I know that. We had lunch the other day here, and we were talking about that because I told him, it's funny, this is so Juan Gonzalez. I said, we talk about you with my family every Tuesday because it's Taco Tuesday, and we have Mexican food at my house. And he goes, you're going to have Mexican food every day. And I love that as they go under the Mission Bridge. And that is true. I could have Mexican food every day. I'm not sure my kids would like that so much, but I do love me some Mexican food.
Our cameraman definitely does that.
Nice.
Everywhere we go around America, he's straight to the first Mexican restaurant.
His wife is a very good cook. But let's go through this top 10 here. We've got Tom Pank up front. Musafar Ghafarov in second place, gave a great performance.
Well done.
Troy Peterson, Bob Wyson, James Hammond, Tom Ballister, Juan Gonzalez, Wes Wood, Ross Poole, and David Hampton. That's our top 10 here as they come up through our Customers Bank kink. You can see Lucas Pank there in the back.
Well, he
expect him to move up front.
Yeah, he had a problem, didn't he, in the first race, whereas Tom Pank went flying.
Tom Pank won the race. Lucas Pank, unfortunately, they went 3 wide into turn 3, not suggested, and we had a body, 2 tires actually came together, and it cut Lucas Pank's tire in the back.
Yeah, we had a great battle between James Hammond and Tom Ballister and Juan Gonzalez last time out, and hopefully more of the same. Ghafarov got quite close at the early part of the race, and then Pack just took off. And I expect him to do similar. And as you can see, the lights off on the pace car.
The Elkhart Lake Blue. That's the GM color, I think, of that. Either it's Road America Blue or Elkhart Lake Blue. I'm sure if you join us on the comments, you can tell us, is it Elkhart Lake Blue or Road America Blue as they come to take the green, Jonathan?
Welcome to Gig Harbor, Washington, who join us. That's Tim Adolphson getting ready as we are for the start of this. They head up the famous hill that is the start line here at Road America, 2x2 in our IGT feature race 2. Tom Pank leads the way and gets away well too as they pop over the crest. Green flag waves, and it is the all bright green Tom Pank who leads the way ahead of Troy Peterson in the 277. Tries to come alongside, but will take to the outside now, slots in behind him.
But James Hammond right there in third. Nice move from James Hammond as we see Juan Gonzalez go around Bob Wyson as they come downhill into the treacherous turn 3. But this time they do a single file.
Yeah, Hammond in third place, and we're on board with Juan Gonzalez. You can see the speed, and you can see where he's changing gear. And it's nice to come under the Sargento Bridge at what, over 140 miles an hour just. And Gonzalez using that 140 to blast past as he does now to the run to turn 5. Sorting themselves out, and the 277 goes for it. Boy, I didn't think he was going to make that. Tom Pank taken by surprise. Hammond goes to second. And Pank drops to third. Wow. Gaforov. Well,
yes,
he might be Gaforing after that.
The move of the race might have been Tom Pank avoiding that incident. So Tom Pank, nice job there. You're going to be able to get this back. Just stay patient. That was a very ambitious move there, Troy Peterson, but he made it stick.
Hey, the Troy Peterson fan club are in the house. Good to know.
That's awesome.
That was pretty darn impressive. Let's take another look at it. And Ben, that was a lunge from a long way back, and I think Pank was, he was not expecting it, was he?
No, not at all, but I think he got a little bit squirrely, and I don't know if Troy was planning on making that.
Yeah, I'm not so sure he was.
But so Troy was able to kind of almost avoid an accident and take a place there. So really great driving from Troy and Tom Pank there, and James Hammond also able to pounce.
You can also see where Gonzalez is on track. He's about to go in under the Speedville Bridge and into the carousel, and it's great to see a little red dot there. And here's another look at high above Canada Corner.
Yeah, there's this big hill here. Great viewing from everywhere at Road America. If you haven't been here live, you need to come out. But watch for Tom Pank now. He does have that 4R power. He should be able to get Peterson into Q3 Architecture Turn 1, but he might kind of stay next to him side by side and just give him a little wave before he passes him here.
Well, Pank's looking for an inside move at Turn 1, at the Q3 Turn 1. He's come alongside now, and that's a positional move. He just needs to brake as late as he dares, and that should do him right, but he's not going to do it this time.
No, hangs back a little bit. I wonder if he would have gotten there behind Peterson and used the draft had he been able to drag race him a little bit. We have now been joined by Ken Fangler, the gentleman that has been running IGT now for, 11 years.
Good to have a pro in the house.
I'm not sure he saw that, but he will be really happy with what happened at Mission Foods Turn 5 there.
I never thought Ken would actually wear a suit for commentary, but I like to see he's keeping traditions up. Bow tie, suit, watch, everything. He's the real deal.
All right, I'll try not to disappoint you next time.
So here we go.
What's going on out there after the first race?
I don't know. I just noticed, and the start was a bit miffed as Musar, got shuffled back from the second position. Tom went out, and I come up here, and he's having a heck of a battle with Peterson. So
you just missed a hell of an overtake at 5 by Peterson, but we're not entirely sure whether he meant it.
I think, honestly,
he took a huge lunge from about 2 cars back.
I think he was avoiding. Something happened with his brakes going into 5. I think he avoided, went over. Tom
going to pay the compliment back.
Yeah. Here we go. Watch.
Okay.
Oh no, this
is Pank making the same move, but a little bit more controlled.
Yes. Yeah, interesting this race. The grid totally shuffled up. Robert Weisen way up in the order, although finishing back in 6th or 7th previously. He started 5th. Ahead of James Hammond and Tommy Ballister and Juan Gonzalez.
Yeah.
So the deck has been reshuffled.
Big gap now to Tom Pank, which is to be expected, but this is the fight that we're going to want to watch here. These top 6, or the next 6. Lucas Pank has already moved his way back. He's going to try to take Juan Gonzalez on the inside. Juan Gonzalez giving that to him, but watch this. We're on board now with Juan Gonzalez. Lucas Pank ahead of him, but really 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are very close here in IGT. And here they are.
Well, Lucas didn't, he was the victim of that first lap incident and went off and said he had tire rub and he didn't want to chance it. So he started and didn't get one lap in. So that meant he was starting from the back of the field. So Lucas has got his work cut out for him, but doing a good job.
Tom Pank doing what he did in the first feature race, starting to pull away now and masterfully control this race. Meanwhile, the battle for 2nd and 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th is heating up nicely. Lucas Pank at the back of it, but very much in the hunt, and then Gonzalez behind him.
On board with the Mission Too Fast, Too Tasty. But this is the battle. Look at James Hammond looking inside on Troy Peterson, and then Gafarov, who was really fast in that first race, the number 888, with a beautiful car. His first time with us this weekend. Met him at Winter Circle. Really good.
Too fast, too
Yeah,
tasty.
not sure what's happening with the Caymans in the Stuttgart Cup, but the Stuttgart Cup, we can't forget about them. They have their own battle there in the back, but look at this, the 277 into James Hammond and
Yeah, they had a heck of a race this morning in race 1.
It was.
They really did. And that was the Caymans, and they didn't get much love on that one. So hopefully we'll see them here in the near future pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Because we know that's a very competitive race within them.
What color is the ribbon across their windshield? Is it yellow?
Yellow, yes, that is correct. Yeah, the red is the Mission Foods, and the yellow is Stuttgart Cup.
Gotcha. And there is a Maranello Cup, but just no Ferraris here this weekend.
Right. That is green.
So you can see here, it's coming through the carousel. That's Lucas Pank there, the back of the 5 that we're seeing here. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and then Juan Gonzalez is 7th. There is our leader, Tom Pank, Customers Bank, Kink. You can just hear
Beautiful
that noise shaking the camera. I love that shot. But then Troy Peterson and James Hammond. James Hammond had a really good battle with Bob Wyson in the last race. And now, look at this. Bob Wyson might do the same thing and be able to speed up and catch up to this group.
Porsches sound like angry bees, says John Doe. Yeah, I'm with you.
Is that his real name?
Nah, I'm not so sure. Maybe he forgot it and just thought, well, I'll just call myself John Doe.
So
I've certainly done that.
Lucas showing himself all over Tommy there, just trying to get up there.
Here comes Lucas. Lucas Pank in the 40 in the green and blue.
I believe Lucas is in a 4-liter, and you were saying Ballister's in a 3.8.
3.8, yes, yeah. Tommy's the giant killer out there, doing a very admirable job, to say the least.
Yeah, he shouldn't be doing what he's doing, but that's just the talent of Mr. Ballister.
Yeah, some good racing. I gave him kudos to his race this morning. There was several instances when he was in the middle, and it could have been gone wrong in between a 4-liter and a 4R, but due to his driving ability, he knew when to pull out and got out in time.
Yeah, we appreciate that because your race goes off without any full course cautions, and it's a great race. And maybe he didn't make the pass, but he also didn't collect 2 cars.
Yep.
And Ken, remind our audience what you were saying to us this morning in Feature Race 1 about how, in terms of the spirit of the rules, these cars should be as they come out of Stuttgart, right?
Yes, exactly. They, or they are prepped to a certain specification, whether it's Porsche Club, whether it is IMSA, when they delivered those cars, yes. So it shouldn't have added aero. It shouldn't have, let's say, some scientific...
You don't want them spending millions of dollars because that's not the point of this.
No. The thing that's going on here with Thomas Ballister is in the points, the championship point system, which he is in the heat of, I think actually leading at this point, he gets a half a point for every car he beats of higher displacement.
Oh, okay.
All right, so if he beats Juan Gonzalez or he beats a 4-liter car, that's a half a point with a max of 2.5. Usually the championship comes down to, those extra championship points.
Now look at Lucas Pank right behind Hammond. I think Lucas Pank's going to try to make a pass on Hammond. Hammond in the red car at Canada corner, but Lucas to the inside.
Yeah, going for it. Ooh, yeah, he's got him. Nicely done.
Yeah, I think that was James Hammond seeing Lucas there.
Yeah.
So it was a great pass by Lucas, but I got to give James Hammond some credit there as well.
Well, yeah, it takes 2 to tango. Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
good point.
Yeah.
And that is what we're looking for in International GT, that nobody is going to rub metal or side by side with anybody, that it's good, hard racing without consequences.
We hope.
Yes. That is what we're trying to do. It always doesn't shake out that way. But then the other thing, just the camaraderie in the paddock. Yeah. I think that camaraderie that you've built, nobody wants to do that to their friend. And I think that's a strategy here with IGT.
We take to tell people, we have a social, as you know, on Friday. I think we have 4 new customers here in this weekend, and we encourage them to come and meet their fellow drivers and teams because it's a lot more fun to race with your friends.
Now, Lucas Pank should be able to use this back straight here down to 5 to maybe get a slipstream and maybe get an out-braking maneuver a la Tom Pank earlier in the race. Let's see if he does it. We're on board with Gonzalez again. Coming down to 5 now, and here we are. Not quite close enough this time. Through goes the 188 of Thomas Ballister.
Look at that. Lucas Pank got a little bit wide going into Mission Foods turn 5.
Yep.
Went into the gravel a little bit, and he was able to take him. So Gofferoff now in second behind Troy Peterson.
And again, Tom Pank absolutely gone, hasn't
Lucas
he? 11
disappeared.
seconds. Where did Lucas Pank go?
Lucas has disappeared at turn 6.
APB out for Mr. Lucas.
So I think that's Gaffarov. Yeah. Lucas is brighter than that. So where did Lucas go? There's Tom Pank.
That's the leader.
That's what Lucas looks like.
Yeah, yeah.
The problem is their cars look the same.
Yeah, exactly.
So Troy Peterson there into the kink. One of the most dangerous corners in road racing, period.
Cesar Cordova says, "Greetings, amigos." And he's supping on a coffee.
So yeah, Lucas Pank falling behind there. Here we go. There's Bob Weisen behind Juan Gonzalez as they come into Canada corner. Not sure what's happened to Lucas.
I don't know. Yeah, I think he might have.
He may have pulled out because he's not circulating, is he?
No. And we haven't had a call on the radio.
Now, what's happened to Butch Leitzinger? He was right up at the front, but he's right at the back this time.
Well, Butch is testing, and Butch is, by the whim of Juan Gonzalez, and he's great to be here. Butch is such a humble guy and such an experienced shoe, and he comes along with Juan, and let's whatever Juan decides that day, said let's get some testing time, and so he started from pit lane. He was gridded third, but didn't take that position.
They're testing for the Enduro. Ken might be being too nice. This is a competitive thing. That's going to be their Enduro car that they switch drivers.
Those are team cars, I believe, right there.
I got you.
Those are team cars, I believe.
So Gaffarov now in second place. Troy Peterson in third.
Well,
you think these are two teams?
That's where he
these
started.
are team cars? Troy Peterson and Gaffarov are team?
I believe those are both Goldcrest cars. I believe so. Yes.
So they're playing friendly out there.
So they'll have plenty to talk about, won't they?
Yes.
Good move. Good racing.
Yeah. I really like the livery there, the 277.
Matter of fact, I think both those guys are with the same coach.
Oh, wow. So this is where we lost Lucas Pank, top of this hill.
He must
Not
have
sure
pulled
what
off.
happened.
Yes. Yep.
Maybe the drone will show us. Not seeing anything there from the drone. But Gaffarov, and you have to see this car up close. It is immaculate. Just looks so nice.
Juan, you've had a request. Send chips, said the audience.
Oh, nice.
And they don't mean French fries. They mean Mission chips.
Oh, we've got a local yellow there, flashing yellow in turn 8.
That might be the area that
Lucas
is
Pank
off.
has just gone through in 12th.
Okay.
So he's still out there. But he dropped right back, so he must have made a mistake.
Yes. All that hard work, and now he starts all over again.
I know.
Still, though, we're looking for those Cayman, the Stuttgart Cup, the yellow windshield ribbons with David Hampton out there.
That's right.
We know they're there. Those cars had a good run with Wes Wood, John Dean, and Ross Poole, all in 3.8 cars. David Hampton in a 4-liter car, and Richard Menace in a 3.8 car. So we know they're there somewhere.
So there's James Hammond right behind Troy Peterson, followed by Ballister. These are two teammates with TLM. David Tuwati, or if anybody from TLM is watching us, leave us some comments here. What's David Tuwati say? What's up, guys? What's his key phrase? Tuwati, what does he say?
What's up, people?
What's up, people?
What's up, people?
There you
All
go.
I heard from our, I won't say grandfather, but our founding father of International GT right after the race. He sent me a text saying, great race, and shout out to Bill Riddell.
Nice.
He's home in Amelia Island. Missing you here, Bill, but hope you're still watching. Cue in if you get a chance.
Leave us some comments, Bill Riddell.
Yeah, come on. What are you seeing here? We'll put you up in the booth.
Yeah,
But,
exactly.
It was great to hear from him, and glad he got the cue into the telecast this morning.
Bill Riddell's my favorite quote. Racing in IGT is like frying bacon in the nude.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
That's not Caleb bacon.
Yeah, we have a Bacon Zelenka and a Caleb Bacon that races with us on the weekends. It gets a little confusing as the Too Fast, Too Tasty Mission Foods down into Mission Foods Turn 5. It's like we're shooting a Mission Foods commercial here with Lake's camera work.
Well, beautiful track here in Juan's, the lead on so many racetracks around the country. We're out in California, and you can see the Mission banners all over motorsports. A great footprint and a great supporter of motorsports. But we certainly enjoy the opportunity that he does race with International GT.
Yeah, and the fact that he's now personally sponsoring the likes of Rossi and Pato Award in Indy, and you saw a lot of coverage for Mission in the Indy 500. So, privileged to have him on board.
There was Lucas Pank, driver's right, turn 8. Parked, but in a safe spot that they've deemed safe. So they're just throwing a local yellow there just so everybody knows that he's there. But I love the safety crew here, Mike and his team, being able to make these hot pulls, keeping us racing. Because on an over 4-mile racetrack, it would be really tough if we had to go full course caution.
Yeah,
on
no
everything.
kidding. We're getting some good feedback from the cooking in the nude comments.
Yes.
Folks are liking that.
Frying bacon in the nude.
Frying bacon in the nude. Yes. Careful. You get burned that way.
Yeah.
In many ways.
But he has a bunch of phrases like that. I wish I would have started a book of Bill Riddell phrases.
Riddellisms.
Yes.
Getting down to the closing stage of this one, Tom Pank has checked out yet again in the second race in a row. I don't know if he'll do it in the Enduro, but he is absolutely flying out front at the moment.
Molly Hammond, who you know really well, one of my favorite people in the paddock, is saying, please say, what's
up, people?
For us, yeah. So that's for you, Tuati.
Yeah, we certainly miss David and camaraderie, but we're glad to have the Jim Hammond and the TLM crew here. Trish, who keeps them all in line.
Is she here? I haven't seen her yet.
She's here.
Okay.
It's hard to see her because she's always so hard at work. But we're glad that she came here rather than holding David's hand, Tuati's hand at Sebring. You know, could be really sweating. I've heard it's extremely warm. Yes, and we're enjoying this lovely Wisconsin summer.
So they're able to pull Lucas there through the wall. So something that looks like that would be mechanical then.
Yeah.
If he was able to circle around there.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the safety crew here. I believe some of the best, fastest safety crew that we see throughout the year. And now there's Tom Pank going through the kinks. Some great shots there from our green light drones.
Through comes the leader. Lonely job at the front, isn't it?
Yeah, but somebody's got to do it.
Yeah. I bet it's great.
Although Tom loves the competition. He loves, he was so excited to have Butch out there next to him. Says,
yeah.
I can learn a lot. As many races as Tom Pank has, he can learn a lot.
Well, that's the point, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
As long as I've watched motor racing, I don't think I've ever heard any racing driver, whether it be Alonso, Verstappen, Lally, anybody say, I got this game down now.
Yeah.
There isn't a racing driver in the world that is perfect at what they do.
Yes.
I love that shot of just poking up over that hill.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
To go to the flag stand down to this just super long straightaway into the Q3 turn 1. Here we go. Here's Stuttgart.
Here we go.
There we go.
There's your second place man coming across.
Yeah,
And there's
I think that
Peterson
was,
in third. Then Hammond.
Richard, 38, Richard Manis in a 3.8 Cayman as the leaders come up on them.
Yeah.
Those new Caymans of David Hampton's, 4-liter
4-liter,
Caymans?
yes. Yeah,
Those
good
are
race car.
monsters.
Yeah, good race car, yes.
So Linus Stern, the TLM USA cars. Sound great, don't they?
Yeah, you're certainly hearing a number of 3.8 owners, Cayman 3.8 owners, considering saying, lusting after a 4-liter car. Yeah.
So there's Manis there.
Manis, yeah. In amongst the group that's probably running for second, third, fourth, and in that area. So that'll keep those guys busy for a bit.
Need to give a shout out to my son Levi, who's joined us back in the booth, but that Customer's Bank Kink camera, the static camera you see down there, he's having to go out there on a scooter and change the batteries, and that's a long journey, and then over some rocks, and it's a kind of a treacherous journey out there.
But I just want to let his mum know that that's a cardboard cutout.
Yeah, right, exactly,
by the camera. We
Yeah,
just
it's
put
also
that there.
not the safest place to be,
No.
but he's
What
having
did he
some
do
fun.
wrong? I mean, you gave him. I mean, you couldn't give him an easy job. Couldn't you do the flagpoles?
Yeah, exactly.
Understand he has two sons.
Yeah.
So somebody's
Oh,
disposable.
okay, yeah.
Somebody's
That's
disposable.
Lincoln, that's right. There's a backup.
Oh, disposable.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, all right.
My other son Lincoln is at college orientation, but that's the camera. There's Levi's camera shot right
There
there.
it is. It's a good
Giving
one,
us some
too.
good static, and with Customers Bank, giving Customers Bank some love, and as we know, the kink, it's looking up at the kink, which is a very treacherous turn there as we see Manis coming up.
I'm just
to
glad
it.
the camera has survived so far.
Yes,
That's,
yeah,
very
exactly.
glad of that.
Yeah, remind me that the driver that was always so great. It was a team, and he had a pretty bad off there a couple of years ago, and we haven't really seen him since.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, and he had another off not long after that. And sometimes there's some people around you saying, you know, I think you'll really like golf. You know, because,
he was a very talented driver, but I think you know he's still running a business, and I'm sure his board is like, let's do some golf tournaments.
There are those things.
Yeah.
Although I know several people in the business will gladly say you Keyman Insurance, you know, but nonetheless,
well, Gaforov's done a good job of just slightly closing the gap. It's 13 seconds as we take a look at the Stuttgart Cup.
So there is that Cayman Richard Manis, beautiful car, running the USAF. And then here is Bob Weisen and Juan Gonzalez.
Yep.
Mark Monson says he's did a 251. Well, you've got some work to do if you're going to take on these boys. Thomas Pank doing a 217 and a best time of 212. So look out.
Yeah, I think those times are running right around the TA2 times. So,
yeah, they are.
And which is kind of surprising to me always because, you know, TA2 cars are very capable and capable drivers, to say the least. But, you know, with all that V8 power and the length of the straights here, you just would think to me that it would be, there'd be a gap between these Porsches and the TA2 cars.
I think it's now this section in the carousel, basically from here to the kink, is where the Porsches kind of have the advantage.
Yeah, it's fast corners, fast cornering. That's where the Trans Am will lose out. But obviously in a straight line, that horsepower shows.
Yeah, I didn't see the TA times. I'm sure they were quicker. They usually are, especially on a big straight like this with the, you know, massive horsepower difference on the TA cars.
Well, we'll get a chance to see that.
Yeah, David Hampton, who's out there with us in the Stuttgart Cup, is going to be out there in the TA. Actually, he goes right from this to the qualifying. Yeah, he's the same car.
He can't even cool it down.
Yeah, GT.
Oh, my word.
Yeah.
Well, he'd be ready.
Yeah, the tires will be warm.
Yeah, no kidding.
So the white flag is out.
Change his tires.
Maybe. We just saw Juan Gonzalez using all the track plus there some, rubbing with the rumble strips. I think maybe that's how he mixes his margaritas to go with his chips and salsa. I don't know, you know.
I got put straight by Mark Monson. He said, it was only an EcoBoost Mustang. Come on.
There we go.
All right, I'll give it you. 251's pretty good.
So we've got, this is the last lap for Tom Pank, who's really had a great weekend here with us in Road America.
2 out of 2 then so far. I'm gonna ruin it now for him. He's gonna break down.
Don't jinx him. Yeah.
But no, so far so good. Comes out of 3, down. The back straight
Hey,
again.
Lake, if you're hearing us, get a really up-close shot of the front of the hood of this car. I can't tell if that's a sticker or if the hood is coming up in the middle. So, Lake, if you're hearing us at turn 5, get a really good shot of the lead car's hood. See that right there? What is that?
Yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Is that up?
Look at that.
Looks like that is up. Lake.
Your wishes are command.
Man, unbelievable camera work from Lake.
I forgot to add Ben Sissel's coverage as director as well.
I am such a jerk. I'm sorry, but when I see something, I want to see it. I'm a fan too.
And don't tempt Lake. He'll go closer than you need.
No, that was great. That was awesome. That was like, we need this in 3D.
Closing stages then. Tom Pank has absolutely spanked the field yet again. The Pank that spanks.
We met Lake's parents at pit race.
Yeah. And they actually, they were willing to assure us that he was theirs.
Yeah.
So that surprised me in the first place.
And he's been a fan of motorsports since they brought him here, I think, at 5 years old.
Under that Mission Bridge.
Bill Riddell says the quote is, "Racing in the rain is like frying bacon in the noon."
There we go.
Dangerous.
Yes.
But very rewarding if you do get it cooked.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. Sorry, Bill. I didn't mean to misquote you. What did you call them? Riddellisms?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so Tom Pank about to come up to the Bennett Bridge Hole. Turn 14. You can see them coming in. So, Jonathan, take us away to the checker flag.
Well, here he comes. It's been an immaculate day at Road America for him. He started off this morning with a blinding win from the front, and he's done it again. Tom Pank in the 42 comes up the hill for the final time, and it's 2 out of 2 for the Pankmeister at Road America. He takes the checkered flag and wins ahead of Gaforov in second place, and it will be Peterson to cross the line.
It's not Goforov, it's Gaffarov.
Gaffarov.
Goforov is a totally different call.
All right, well, it's got everybody gaffoffing anyway.
Ken, I'm sorry, our medicine is wearing off.
Yeah, I see that. Yes, exactly.
And there is our third place man Peterson crossing the line in the 277, and Hamann coming across in fourth, and another look at our winner.
I do like the yellow day-glow mirrors of Bob Wyson. I haven't seen that iteration of his car. He's got that this weekend, Bob Wyson, the day-glow mirrors. But we are, as far as I have on my schedule, doing the IGT Enduro tomorrow.
Yep.
Tomorrow morning, yes.
Tomorrow morning, we're doing the IGT
You were right.
Enduro
Look, he's
at 9 a.m. I'm getting the thumbs
you.
up. Yeah, there we go. And I'm going to be practicing as the pit reporter tomorrow because the pit exchanges are so important. So, Ken, I'm hoping you're up here in the booth with us.
Yeah, I should be, and that'll be interesting. That strategy plays into many times into the final outcome of the races. So we'll see. Tom has had 2 for 2 on this one, but we'll see what the luck of the Irish could be for tomorrow's race.
And if you don't know much about International GT, many of your drivers consider the Enduro the race of the weekend.
Yeah.
That's what they concentrate on. We've got some big name drivers that join us, including I saw Pippa Mann in the paddock this weekend, Butch Leitzinger, Mike Skeen might get in a car. You never know.
Yep, that's true.
Well, that was another enthralling race. Certainly, if you're Tom Pack, absolutely did it in style. That's 2 out of 2. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from our IG2 feature race 2. Pank started off in the lead and he defended well into turn 1. Gonzalez siphoning his way through as he does. And how about this for a move? Troy Peterson, I think, surprised himself with that overtake. Hammond went with him. Pank back to 3rd. And it wasn't long before he paid the compliment back at exactly the same corner. Turn 5. And that's the place to overtake. And by then, as I said, by the time he got the lead, he then took off and was 20 seconds ahead at one point. Plenty of racing going on behind, though. And, good race for Juan Gonzalez. But it was Tom Pank, yet again, who takes the win.
Well, Ken, thanks for joining us here, high above Road America. Jonathan, another great IGT race.
Can't get any better. Looking forward to the Enduro. And I believe you're going to go to the pits for that one to see the changeover of drivers, if there is one, but they will do a compulsory stop that one tomorrow. Once again, our thanks to IGT. We'll take a short break. More action to come from Road America after this.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
As you can see, cars on track, and it's Trans Am. Now, this is something we don't often cover, which is the Trans Am qualifying, but we've got a chance to do it today. Some good stories. This one, Weaver entered with a car that won here at Road America with Kaz Grauer a couple of years ago. But inside today is Brent Cruz, our current TA2 champion, trying TA for the first time. Should be very interesting indeed. Tommy Dreesy in the hunt, as always, in the Lucas number 7. Racing with Ken Thwaites' team, of course, now. Well, in fact, it's his team. Ken Thwaites and the entire Ken Thwaites army from TA, all involved. And there's that view from, that's a perfect spot. You've got the big screen and you've got the actual track. Paul Menard, though, the man to watch. There's Adam Andretti, Amy Ruman, and there's Dreesy. So this is the qualifying session. We'll keep you up to date on exactly who's going to be pole for this one. I'm interested to see just how Paul Menard and Dyson deal with Brent Cruz, who's racing in a TA car for the first time. Spoke to Poncho Weaver about it, and it was just a feeling that Toyota want to get him in as many cars and as much horsepower as possible as he, in his teenage years, gets better and better with each and every weekend. Doing a bit of dirt, he's been doing late models, you name it. But Brent Cruz is going to be a name that you're going to remember for a long time to come. Paul Menard's had a fascinating season, and of course, yes, he is part of the empire that is Menard's, and huge sponsors. We talk about Mission Crew as well. Menard's the original, right? And they've been part of motor racing here in the USA for some time. It's great to see Paul actually racing again, an entrepreneur in his own right, and a great racing driver too. Into the very top of his lights of all forms of NASCAR, but in his later years he's decided to come and join us here in TA, which is no mean feat, I tell you. These are 850 brake horsepower plus cars. We've got Dodge Challengers, we've got Ford Mustangs, and the Camaros, of course. But here's our champion, Chris Dyson. It's been a tough start to the year, or first half of the year. Certainly by his standards, he's always there or thereabouts, Chris Dyson. But yeah, he got turned around in the first race at Sebring, and therefore retired from that, and he's been chasing it ever since, but he's caught up. And Menard, though, is making a really strong battle for overall championship hopes. But Dyson, I would never count him out, and you never should. But that Jim Weed, number 16, once again flying. And we'll start taking a look at the times as they cross the line this time. And the session itself, not a very long session, I believe. Just 12 minutes to go already in this qualifying session. So you've got to get out there and you've got to make it count quick. Into the carousel goes Dyson. Fascinating race at Mid-Ohio last week. They really were given a tough time of it. Dyson played a very, very strong move by the rain just coming in as they went to the start of the race. He was on the front row but decided to pull in and change to wets, and it proved to be a magical move. And but that was only just one of several really interesting parts of that race, because there was all sorts going on, but it really tested them to their mettle and turned out to be one of the best races of the season. Now here comes Dyson. Yeah, 10 minutes and 30 on the clock, less than. And let's take a look at Chris Dyson's time as he crosses the line this time. And Dyson puts in a 2:03.3 to set the mark then. And that's a pretty handy lap around here. Menard goes quicker, 2:02.9. Cruz goes 2:06 in his first lap, but he will improve, I'm sure. But it's the usual suspects. And Andretti goes to fourth quickest. No, yes, he does. Fourth quickest in that one, I think. It's hard to tell. No, it's third quickest with a 2:04.9 by Andretti. Menard still the quickest so far. Ruman in fourth. Keith Grant now coming into the picture in fourth. 2:05.9. So everybody getting in a marker. And here is Brent Cruz. As I said, that car won with Kaz Grala a couple of years ago. The exact same Poncho Weaver prepared car. Boris Said has driven that car, and many other luminaries. And I asked Poncho if anything had been changed, and he said they've changed the aero package on the body itself, just slightly. But that's about it. It's pretty much the original Dodge that we saw a couple of years ago. I think it was Boris Said that introduced it. VIR. But a very handy car indeed, and just the perfect car for Brent to get his head round. Cruz had a decent day today in TA2, but we'll want to see if he can get on the front row for this one. He's got some pretty tough competition in Menard and Dyson, two of the most experienced drivers out there. Cruz just 16 years of age, remember. Tommy Dreese currently in 7th, Don Yount 8th, Richard Grant in 9th. And Raymond Cobbs, another one of the new names to this weekend anyway, hasn't been racing with us this season so far, coming in. So we'll keep an eye out for what he can do. Raymond from Norwell, Massachusetts, driving the 00 Big Dipper Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro and making his Trans Am debut this weekend. And his experience comes from the SCCA in Miatas. Here's Paul Menard in the Master Tools, or the Master Force Tools, which Menard sell. Surprise, surprise. And it's been a great few weeks for Paul Menard, going to circuits that he hasn't raced before, like Pittsburgh and Mid-Ohio. Here's the top liner, number 17 of Adam Andretti. It was pretty fun in the TA2 race. I asked him if he remembers racing his first time here, and he goes, absolutely, you never forget racing. That's Poncho Weaver. Just checking out Brent's car. Everybody having a watchful eye, but it doesn't look too dramatic. They are going to take the hood off, so something to look at, but Ben's there anyway. So if there is something to talk about, Ben will get the story. And off comes the hood. Tony Garcia straight in there. I think one day he should just jump in the passenger seat and just join the lap. What do you reckon, Ben? What are they looking at?
Saying they think maybe just something as simple as a plug wire is gone or something like that, but you could just tell by their body language that it doesn't seem too nasty or anything like that. They're just trying to look for the plug wire. Being a V8, it's plug wires on both sides, so they're not seeing it, and you can see some of the covering over the engine, maybe keeping them from being able to see the plug wires. They're discussing it. Not sure what's happening. Poncho, do you have any insight what they're seeing?
10-4. Say again?
Do you have any insight of what they're looking for in there?
Well, plug wire possibly, but we're also getting a low oil pressure reading, so we're kind of trying to figure out what the heck happened. All of a sudden, the car's been running great all weekend.
Well, you can see there that they don't seem super concerned, but it might be oil pressure or plug wire. But look at this. We've got Paul Menard and Chris Dyson coming in. So, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back to you, but I'm going to try to find out something.
Good for you, yeah. And the problem that Brent Cruz has got, as you can see from the clock in the top left, only 5 minutes to go. He really needs to get out there. Dyson still provisional pole with a 202.3, 202.37 for Menard, so it's close. Adam Andretti in third with 203.5, and then Keith Grant, and then Amy Ruman. That's your top 5 at the moment. But the question is, can Cruz, who's now down to 8, get back out before the end of this? Tony, don't get run over by Mr. Dreese. In comes Tommy. And Tommy Dreese currently in 7th position. He's clocked a time of 206.4. And it is the Jim Weed Ford Mustang of Chris Dyson leading the way, and maybe making one adjustment before going for one run more. Great character. Tommy came and joined us in commentary in Mid-Ohio. Just loves his racing and really enjoying the fact that the team is being run by Ken and the rest of his team and allowing him to concentrate on the racing. And out goes Dreese for another run. Now, as far as I can see, well, we're on board with Tommy as he comes into turn one. You'll get a nice view of his hands on the wheel and the V-Box showing us his data as well as he dives in the number 8 to turn 3. Beautiful sound of that TA car. 150 brake horsepower of pure American muscle. What have you got about Tommy, Ben? Well, we heard earlier from Ben that it was a plug wire that they were looking for at Brent Cruiser's in pit. And I don't think they're going to get time to get out there. Just 3 minutes to go in this session, so those out on track now may improve. Richard Grant just did his best lap. That's good enough for 9. In comes Amy Ruman in the 23 Nichols and Valley sponsored number 23 Corvette, her traditional color and car. 2-time Trans Am champion from Ohio. Just looking out of my commentary position, I'm trying to see if they've managed to get Brent back out. Here comes Tommy. On board with Hollywood's Tommy Dreese, another former champion. We are blessed in TA to have so many great former champions involved. And just a great character, Tommy Dreese. Famous for his selfies. There's that blind left-hander that Andretti says he loves so much at 13. And then the final corner, 14. So important to get the power down early as you head up the hill. It's a long, long way to turn 1 from there. Now, does he improve from 7th? No, he doesn't. That was a slow lap from Tommy, but he now will go on a flyer because he's just come out. Of course, he come out of the pits, so he wasn't going to get a cracking lap. Into turn 1 he goes. Now, let's start seeing him do his work here. I've been out at that part of the circuit before now by that Sargento Bridge, and it sounds so awesome from here. Now, look at the speedometer. What is he now? As he flats out through the woods at 176 before braking hard into turn 5. 176 miles an hour, folks. No mean feat. You can't be a shine retiring racing driver racing one of these monsters. It's just not possible. Now, he looks as though he's on a good lap so far. Tommy. Nice and smooth so far. Still chasing that 2:02.3 by Chris Dyson. Dyson only doing 3 laps, and that might be all he needs. Into the carousel then. And he may just get a chance for another lap, Tommy Dreese. And already Dyson out of the car, and that is game over for him anyway. But it might be enough for the pole. Looks a bit distracted though, Dyson. Down towards Canada corner, flat out at 170 again before dropping down to 60 miles an hour through Canada corner. Don Yount improves to 6th. Tommy still 7th. So far, so good. But I think he's decided against that lap. And he's going to come in. So in comes Dreese. No improvement. He stays 7th. And the checkered flag is now out. Ending the TA qualifying. Don Yount, there he is. Currently 6th. In the Lucas number 7. Same colours as, of course, Tommy Dreese. Very similar looking cars. And And Ben Sissel, if you can hear me, just want to check. You said you've got some information on Dyson. We saw him out of the car and looking a little bit bewildered, to be honest. What can you tell us?
Well, yeah, thanks, Jonathan. First, the 0-0, new driver with us, the yellow Corvette. I was talking to Myson. He was saying that they were going out late. He's new to TA, and I love this decision. So they were going to wait for a lot of drivers to come in before he went out, which I think is really great, a great intro to TA, but he's, Ray's out there doing his own thing. But then Dyson, I was puzzled by the fact that they were taking the tires off because, the rule is you have to race on your qualifying tires. And so what they've asked an official, and the rule is you are allowed to change tires to go back into the paddock so that you don't get your race tires dirty. And that official will basically stay with those tires until they're back on there for race day tomorrow. So that's some good information and some good technicalities here in the TA qualifying at Road America. The TA cars, like you were saying, the top speed, unbelievable. So every little bit counts here. Back to you, Jonathan.
Great stuff. Yeah, that's typical Dyson, using every bit of knowledge he can use. Doesn't want to get them dirty, doesn't want to get them more worn, and takes them off, and they can put another set on just to wheel them back to the garage. And as long as they are the same tires that are on the car tomorrow, which will be clean but used. And Chris Dyson, in the end, just doing 3 laps to most people's 4 laps. So that's all you get to do. And we welcome MAV TV Motorsports Network. It's been a great partnership over the last couple of years, and these Lucas cars are sponsored by them. And confirmation of the results then. Chris Dyson takes the pole here at Road America. An important one, too, for him, with a brilliant time of 2:02.3. Paul Menard, our championship leader, just 0.025 off that pole. He starts on the front row. Adam Andretti will start third for the top line of Go Share Chevrolet car. And then it's Keith Grant, Amy Ruman, 5th, Don Yance, 6th, Tommy Dreesy, 7th, Brent Cruz in the end, 8th in his first run for the Mobil 1 Canopy Roofing Dodge, prepared by Poncho Weaver, Richard Grant in 9th, and Raymond Cobbs, the man you were talking about, Ben, who waited right to the end, his first run, the man who usually does Miatas, but taking out and trying out TA for the first time. And a minute, our other production classes will be out to go for their qualifying, so we do it in 2 groups. The TA, obviously, with so much more power, get a chance to race alone. It's turned out to be an absolutely beautiful day here. We were a bit worried last night because there was a lot of rain overnight, but thankfully it stayed off. Let's head down once again to Ben Sissel.
All right, well, thank you. I'm going to talk to Gary Seelix here because Gary is over 3 cars here. He's got the Don Yount car, Keith Grant, and then we've got Tommy Dreesy, Keith Grant, who just came out of his Formula Atlantic. But I saw Don Yount get out of here. He looked like he was a little bit disappointed. What's going on, Gary?
He's just a typical race car driver. They always want to do better. I think he's, doing really well in this car. It's the first time he's been in it in a race situation, and I'm very impressed.
Well, Road America, known for its super long straightaways, the top speeds in TA. We don't really see these very often in the season, so I guess the setup here is so important. But with you and your history with your dad, you've probably got a notebook this thick on Road America.
Yeah, I've got a pretty big notebook. We've been here, I've been coming here since 84, 85, so it's almost like a second home, and we're good. We're just looking for some speed. We're down a little bit on speed. The cars are handling well. It's just we need some speed on the straightaway.
Nice. Well, hold on a second, Tony. If you'll indulge me, I see Keith Grant here. Let's go talk to Keith Grant as these cars roll out. So, Keith Grant, I'm going to put you on the spot because your body language, you look pretty good. You look pretty relaxed. You just came out of your Formula car, just came out of this. How you feeling?
Feeling really good right now. So, wasn't real happy with the car this morning. Team made some changes and got a little quicker in qualifying, so I'm happy with 4th. I wish I was up there with the front 2, but I think they're in a league of their own today.
Nice. I love it. Well, that's Keith Grant, and you can see there David Hampton, who just came out of the IGT race. His crew was asking if they can just come into pit lane and then go out last, but the GT cars are going out there right now, Jonathan, so I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben, and as I said, here is the second group, if you will, which is all the production-based cars. That's XGT, SGT, and GT. They now are starting their qualifying. And there's Kaylee Bryson in the 02 Corvette. She's had a phenomenal year, really. Winning an SCCA, also getting a scholarship. And there's Danny Lowry leading in XGT. Didn't race at Mid-Ohio, but he's back here in the AMG. Once again, the Mercedes, beautifully prepared. Got a close look at that car. And it really is beautiful. And he's got the Reeves of America, if I've got that right, on the hood. And it's a very special concept of basically taking wreaths to the graves of veterans, and they produce and deliver millions over the year for veterans, and lest we forget. So a very honorable charity to remember the veterans that have given up their lives in order to preserve the safety of the USA. Danny Lowry and his teammate Rick Sanders having great battles each and every weekend, and here is Ricky, I think, in the other AMG. There he is. And they are at the top at the moment, both in XGT, in those Bennett Bridge Hall pit boxes, Mercedes AMG GT3s. And it's funny because they look such a big car, but they're very nimble. I first saw these cars race at Macau and thought they'd never get round the street circuit, but they did it honorably and brilliantly and nimbly, and were pole. Joshua Carlson currently in third. He's in the Ford Mustang, the Ensiva TC Fab Derricks Limited Ford Mustang. We'll see him in a moment. But the youngster, just starting his out in his career, but doing some really good work. And at the moment, he is leading an SGT just ahead of Lee Saunders, who's just crossed the line in his Dodge Viper. And it's going to be a straight fight between Danny Lowry and Ricky Sanders, the two teammates in XGT, just the two of them out there this weekend. Behind him, but quite some distance, so they're pacing themselves in terms of letting him have as much free space to deal with. Just going for that quickest lap last time out. Let's head down to Ben Sissel.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. This is a little bit different, but we were talking about Mike and his crew here, the safety team, the EV workers here at Road America. So obviously somebody dropped some fluids here. Aaron, our official, called. So they're dropping this stuff that's basically like kitty litter, and it absorbs the oil down here, and they're going to sweep it up. But the EV crew here at Road America some unbelievable workers there. But Jonathan, I'm hearing there's some action out there. I'm going to send it back to you.
Yeah, Ricky Sanders just did a 2:15.4 in the number 43, so just beat both Carlson and his arch rival. And that, of course, is Danny Lowry. And here is Danny Lowry coming into 5. Let's see if he can swap positions again. Danny Lowry now in 3rd position as Josh Carlson just went 2nd, and of course he's in SGT, so really good work by the young Josh Carlson in the Ford Mustang. Provisionally on the front row, and there you see it, Sanders, Carlson, Lowry. Not a great deal between them. 2nd in SGT, former champion Lee Saunders in the Dodge Viper, the 84. Then comes Chris Coffey in the Maserati. So it's going to be an interesting battle in GT as well. Colin Cohen in that, in a similar teammate Maserati. And then Kaylee Bryson looking to improve to try and get on level terms with Richard Forsyth. And a great battle at Mid-Ohio between Kaylee Bryson and Richard Forsyth. And after the race, Forsyth was very complimentary about racing the 22-year-old. She really is just starting out in her career. She is one of the recipients of our Tony Pirelli Motorsports Diversity Program, and delighted to have her on board. And she is quite a go-getter. Here is your pole man for now. I say that. Sanders, Danny Lowry's just gone quicker. He just did a 2:12.4. And now does Ricky Sanders improve? No, he does a 2:13.2. So he hasn't got quite to Lowry's pace yet, but Lowry now goes to the top again for the Bennett Bridge Hall Mercedes-AMG GT3. Josh Carlson drops to 3rd. Lee Saunders now 4th. Chris Coffey leading GT, so it's kind of starting to pan out as you'd expect, which is XGT is the fastest, SGT and then GT. And if you're wondering why these production classes are out there and as such, well, this championship goes back to 1966, does Trans Am, and it was a long time before we started using tubular frame TA and TA2 cars, and the championship was basically a production-based championship, and it was the Mustangs and the Challengers and the Camaros that went head-to-head back in the mid-60s and early 70s. But we kept the tradition of having production classes involved, and that is still very much the case today. And it also makes for some very interesting racing. Here's Lee Saunders. He loves the Dodge Viper. And of course, in a straight line, it's an absolute monster. Big V10 under the hood. But it's funny, Lee Saunders tried TA for a bit, and yeah, I don't know, I think he enjoyed it, but I just think he's so much more comfortable in the SGT car, and he's had so much success. And I think he just likes taking that 84 out. Doesn't do the full season, does the man from Florida. But he's been I think, 2-time champion in SGT. And continues to be a great character in our paddock. Let's head down and talk about our top 2, Lowry and Sanders, as they are battling it out for pole position. Down to you, Ben.
Battling it out, and I thought it was funny because I keep asking them, are they coming in this lap, are they coming in this lap, as they pass us right here. But talking to the crew, I guess tire degradation isn't a big deal because they're still racing each other, and they said they might stay out there for another 3 or 4 laps. So is there a tire strategy? Are they coming in, or are they just trying to out-qualify each other?
I'm unsure as far as out-qualifying each other. We're not going to try and run a lot of laps. We're going to try and save a little bit, as much as we can. It's going to be a long race. It's a long track, and the more tire we can save, the better.
Nice. All right. Well, we're getting very limited information. They keep telling us different things down here in this look, the Bridgehole Racing, the Bennett Racing pits of these two Mercedes friends of Ricky Sanders, Danny Lowry, but they're out there and they're clicking off faster times. Back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah, they certainly are. In fact, Danny Lowry's just done a 2:11.625 for the provisional pole. Ricky was
Here we
also
go, Tony. One car coming
Go
in.
ahead. Yeah. That's Josh Carlson.
Sorry, Jonathan, I didn't mean to step
No,
on
you're fine,
you.
man. Josh Carlson in. I don't know if there's anything to report, Ben, but there is Josh Carlson, who's doing a good job. Currently fourth, as Lee Saunders just improved to third. So Carlson fighting his way with them, but there's now this 351. Chance of him getting out. Lee Saunders also coming into the pits, as is Andretti, parked up in the 17. Obviously, Andretti already done his session. Here comes Coffey. And that's your GT leader, Chris Coffey, currently 5th overall, with a best time of 2:18.604. It's been a good season for Chris Coffey, really has. It's been at the sharp end pretty much the entire season as we head to the second half of this season. And 5th overall in this session anyway, and of course it'll be joined together for the actual race tomorrow. He's sponsored by a Dallas company called Traffic Graphics, and as you can see, they do a pretty good job. Stands out, doesn't it? Norwood. Got the Skip Barber logo. Skip Barber just inducted into the Motorsport Hall of Fame here in the USA. And got a chance to talk to Skip myself a few weeks ago. Really interesting guy, and he's 88 years old and still going strong. Love it. Now, the Lowry-Sanders battle continues. And Danny Lowry with the Reese Across America car absolutely powering away. His best lap at 2:11.6. So while the team say he doesn't want to do too many laps, I'm not so sure he doesn't, because Sanders has just come back with a 2:11.6 himself. Still not quicker than Danny's, but boy, 0.026. They are so close to each other's times. This is a great rivalry, great teamwork. Here comes Ricky Sanders trying to take just 1/100th of a tenth in the 43, to try to stop the 42 from taking the pole. Been a good rivalry, usually dominated by Danny Lowry, and Danny Lowry still leading the championship overall coming in to Mid-Ohio. But the clock ticks down. 1:40 to go. Richard Forsyth leading in SGT overall in the championship. Kelly Bryson, though, not that far behind. It's 464 versus 414 in that battle. Josh Carlson third with 290. And in the SGT rookie standings, Kelly Bryson leading the way over Josh Carlson at the moment. By quite some margin. 414 points she's picked up. And Danny Lowry very much leading the way. And in fact, Ricky Sanders hasn't really had a chance to fight him much. So he's had it all one-way traffic, has Danny. And here he comes. Can he improve on his 2:11.6, we wonder? Clock ticks down. This will be his last chance to do that improvement. Crosses the line now. No, he does not go quicker on this lap. But let's just await Ricky Sanders, who was just behind a moment ago. And he looks as though he's coming into the pits. Yep, he is. Well, let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who's got the Chris Coffey pits. Down to you.
Yeah, Jonathan, you were talking about Chris Coffey and how he's been at the sharp end, except last weekend in the rain. David Hampton, who's here just kind of picking the tracks, our GT champion on the West Coast, our current points leader. So Chris Coffey's got the pressure on him here at Road America. David, are you pretty relaxed? He came in, he gave me a smile. Looks like he's pretty relaxed with the time that he's got so far.
Yeah, we're pretty relaxed. We've had a bunch of little gremlins basically all weekend, but I think we're on the backside of all the little gremlins, so it should just be pit fuel in the car and check pressures and go win. So
you guys have had a rough couple of weeks here with Chris Covey, Colin Cohen. Then you go from pit race to mid-Ohio to here. So 3 out of 4 weeks, your schedule's been pretty hectic.
yeah, I haven't been home for probably 3 weeks, so I think Chris is a little bit longer than that, maybe another week. But yeah, it's been nonstop, just on the road, turning wrenches, just dragging. So.
Love it. But Xavier, I know that you love doing this, so you love kind of working with these two Maseratis, so the 3 out of 4 weeks, that's not a big hindrance to you?
Oh, not at all. Every day at the track is a lovely day. Loving it.
Every day of the track is a lovely day. I hope everybody remembers that. We should put that on a T-shirt from Xavier there. Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Well, as Steve McQueen once said, racing is life. The rest is just waiting. Just waiting. Danny Lowry, Ricky Sanders, that's your top two. Lee Saunders, third and leading in SGT. Should be a cracking battle with him and Josh Carlson. And leading the way in GT is Chris Coffey, who we just heard from his team. And they are having fun, it looks like. We're going to take a short break here. But we've got one more big race to show you coming up. But at the moment, it looks as though Danny Lowry is going to be pole in XGT. Join us after this break.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a special guest coming here. That is going to be my friend Rob, who runs tech for this group. Actually, he runs this group. This is the Prototype Sprint Series Association. Rob Elson, longtime staff with us, good friend. Actually, last year we rode here from Road America to Lime Rock together in my truck pulling a trailer. So we might get a little bit giddy here, but I'm a little bit... I don't know so much about PSSA. These are some great cars. They provide for some great races. My son Levi is here, and his favorite car here in the paddock is the car of Ron Fletcher, the Batmobile up front. So I'm going to run you through here a little bit as they come through the Sargento Bridge, and then Rob's going to give us all the great information. But Ron Fletcher is starting first in the number 19. Then Judd Miller, who we've seen in PSSA. Zach Mosley. These are three pretty big drivers in PSSA. Then Chris Hinojosa in the number 62. James French, the 33. That's James French from Road America. So look out. He is very fast in here. Dario Cangialosi. And if you're joining us on SpeedTour TV YouTube, please help us out with the pronunciation. Spell it phonetically if we're getting it drastically wrong, as I am. Clay Keel in the 84. Gobble Newsom in the number 99, starting 8th. Russell Allen starting 9th. And then Harry Colson starting 10th in the 456. So Rob Elson, the tech person with SVRA, but the big boss with PSSA. This is a group that just came to being about two and a half seasons ago. So if you can explain to our audience what these PSSA cars are and their differences.
Well, hi, Ben. Thanks for having me here. The PSSA cars are a variety of prototype cars, and many cars are eligible that aren't even represented here yet. We're trying to field more cars, try to build the fields with LMP3 cars, with other prototype cars built by manufacturers and constructors that build these cars specifically for a lot of track day events and also for racing. So in the future, we hope to see Ligier and Ducoin LMP3 cars. We hope to see some Rush SRX. We hope to see some additional Revolutions. The cars we see here today in the Revolution are all the Revolution 500s, which are the supercharged V6 Ford 3.7 liter. They also have a Revolution 425, which is a naturally aspirated V6, a little bit less expensive car, a little bit less performance. These Sebeco cars are very interesting. They are all built in Georgia near the Road Atlanta track, and they are really reasonably priced for the level of car that they are. They're a little bit over $100,000, and then if you want the endurance kit and stuff, that adds a little bit to it. But those cars are very, very well built and should provide some real good racing. And in addition to all those, we are hoping to get some radicals. We have all levels of radical listed in our rules to be able to run with us in PSSA.
Well, here they come behind the Corvettes. I love the look. You called it Sebeco?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how you say it, but
I
one
think
of those
you're
two
right
ways.
But that is Ron Fletcher, last year's championship winning car and driver in that Batmobile up front. Then Judd Miller to his left. Then Zach Mosley, Chris Hinojosa, and then James French. But James French, if that's the James French I'm thinking of, he is very fast here. He knows this track very well. He and his dad both pilot Formula One cars here, but here they go to take the green. Judd Miller looks like he might have a little bit of a jump there on Ron Fletcher. Yeah, you can see he crossed the timing and scoring line first. That's the 500, the American car there of Judd Miller, but Ron Fletcher takes the inside at Cube 3, Turn 1, and these Sebecos going for it there. That's the 84 of Clay Keel, but you can see Fletcher out front there, and then I believe that's Zach Mosley side by side, taking it over Judd Miller. Judd Miller spins. We have a spin and a little bit of a front end. Oh, no. That's the Sebeco there. It hits the back of the Revolutions. That is not what we want to see here at the start of this PSSA race. What happened there? Judd Miller got I'm sure this is going to have to go full course caution because we have red flag. You can see there right on the spot. Red flag from the starter stand. Rob, that is not what we want to see here in the first PSSA race.
No, that was a big hit, and certainly we hope that everybody's going to be okay after that. But yeah, someone spinning out like that is a bad thing.
Yep. So red flag, as the drivers are doing it just as they should. They should stop at the next corner worker station, the people that have a fire bottle. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw to a commercial. We'll be back just after that.
The PIR Speed Tour returns to Portland International Raceway July 26th through the 28th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Western Championship, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, Prototype Sprint Series Association, the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car, and Saturday you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the PIR Speed Tour July 26th through the 28th. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
And Green says, welcome back. Here we are, the Road America Speed Tour, a long line of Sebecos here. Unfortunately, we had an incident on the exit of turn 3. You can see the 4, 5, 6 back there just kind of moving up. But like Rob was saying, these are red flag conditions, so they do need to stop near a corner worker station, near the safety crews, and hopefully these cars will be able to fire up. This safety crew here at Road America is one of the most efficient and fastest, so this should be cleaned up pretty soon so we can go back to green. Hopefully all of the drivers are okay. Jonathan, you wanting to join us here?
Sure. I didn't see the wreck. I just stepped out for a second. For the only time I move out of the way, we get a bigger old wreck, but not what we wanted at all.
Here is they're going to clean it up. The cars will fire back under. The Corvette will come around, take them under pace. But right now, we've got a Speed Tour Presents Stories from the Paddock. One of my favorite race car drivers, Ernie Francis Jr. Yep. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen.
I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that.
Ernie Francis Jr. of Florida wins for the Breathless Racing Team. 7 for Ernie Francis Jr.
Yeah, there's a lot of fans that are happy to see me back here. Maybe not so much drivers, you know. I'm racing in TA and SVRA. I'm sure they're not happy about me being back out there. You know, they thought they got rid of me last time. But, you know, here we are again, so. Coming around the paddock again, it's a lot of fun, seeing a lot of old faces, a lot of friends that I've known over the years. So I really enjoy coming back here. Feels like home. You know, it felt a little rusty getting back in the car for the first time, but it clicked pretty good after the first session. So, you know, it's happy to be back around here. I still follow all the Trans Am socials, so I see what's happening after all the race weekends. You know, I see Chris Dyson out there racking up the championships, getting awfully close to my amount of consecutive championships and race wins in the series. So, you know, hopefully I can come in here and at least hold them off for one more race right now.
Oh, fantastic stuff. As into the lead of the race goes Chris Dyson. Dyson's going to do it, and he takes the checkered flag and wins yet again.
At some point, the torch had to be passed on. You know, I moved out of the series, so of course somebody has to pick it up from there. And Chris does an excellent job. Their team is amazing. They put out good cars, and you know, he does a solid job on the track as well. You know, I think if we were out here racing the last 2 years, I think we would have had something to say about that. But you know, he's been doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to racing with him this weekend. I think a lot of the TA2 guys are pretty quick. Connor Zillage in TA2 has definitely been impressive, watching him come up through the ranks over the past year or two. You know, just won the race today in the TA2 class, so definitely impressive watching him come up. A lot of the TA guys, it's nice seeing the field grow a little bit. I think they're up to over 10 cars this weekend in TA, so it's pretty cool to see that.
Good start though by Ernie Francis Jr. Ernie Francis Jr. wins in Formula Regional.
Yeah, you know, spent the last 2 years racing Indy Next, you know, making my my journey in open wheel racing. Had a lot of fun doing that. Spent 2 years in that series, racked up a podium, a few good finishes. Just had a lot of fun. The whole program that I was in the last 2 years with Indy Next was racing for Roger Penske's Race for Equality and Change in the IndyCar series. So, you know, there was a lot of pressure on me in that program, and then still carrying over to where I am now does that as well. You know, being a younger driver coming up from a diverse background, a lot of kids look up to me and see me racing out here, and they want to follow in my footsteps. So, you know, I think it's great, and I'm happy to be, you know, leading the pack on that. Yeah, you know, right now just doing some sports car racing, going to be doing this weekend here, and then I'm running the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series in IMSA this year, so going to be doing the full season in that in the pro class. Going to be pretty fun racing sports cars again, try to get into the IMSA driver market and see where I can go from there. It's my first time driving it in the practice session earlier today. Didn't get to run it in the test sessions yesterday, so just had to come to grips with it pretty quick. But put a lap that was good enough for P4, just about a second out of the guy that's fastest. And you know, we're on some pretty old tires there, so I think we'll be pretty good once we put some stickers on for qualifying. I think we haven't shown everything we got, so I think once we get out there in qualifying, we'll show the field what we have going on with us. So.
Away we go. Ernie Francis Jr. in the Challenger, his first ever chance of racing this car. We're on board with, oh no! Dyson was getting aggressive up the inside, but a little too aggressive, and he's taken Ernie Francis out in that beautiful Challenger. Look at Ernie. Ernie Francis Jr. has gone from the back to lead the race now. Coming out of the last corner. And we'll see the checkered flag for the umpteenth time here at Sebring and win in SPRA as he has so many times.
Welcome back here. We are in pit lane. They have lifted the red flag here at Road America and went black flag, meaning the cars can come in.
Okay. Yeah, Judd
Let's hear this.
Stopped mid-track, and Chris locked it up. Stopped before he hit him, and then the orange and white Sebeco went full speed inside of Judd.
So that is Jason talking to the PSSA drivers, telling them what happened. But they lifted the red flag and then went black flag. The cars are in pit lane. Everybody's trying to ask what happened out there, but Rob, that's not what we want to see in PSSA. We want to see good, clean racing, and that's not anything usual that we see in PSSA.
Absolutely, that was a real unfortunate situation. Developed really quickly as those two cars spun and found themselves stopped in the track. Cars split around them, and then the fifth guy in line or fourth guy in line just didn't get a chance to do it. Yeah. That was it.
Yeah.
again that I guess there has to be some revolution with the other cars.
Yep, not good.
This is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races. We started really good with P1 in both practices. There's always room to improve. It's a good step forward from what I have been doing. So yeah, I'm ready to keep pushing. Well, my inspiration was my brother and my father. My brother did at F1 test. He was a driver in Formula cars, and my dad is a rally driver. So I wanted to be like them. When I was 8 years old, I started to tell them like, okay, maybe I should try racing because I love cars so much. But they didn't let me until I was 17 years old. So that was a lot of years of me fighting for what I wanted because they didn't want me to race because of the dangers of the sport. You know, they put me into tennis, piano, nothing to do with racing. When I was 17, I met Fernando Alonso, the F1 driver, and I told him like, okay, I want to be a driver, I want to be like you. And he told me, work hard. It's just that, work hard. So that made a click on my mind to tell my parents like, why my brother can do it and I cannot. So they give me the chance and we are here. First, I did 1.5 years of karting back in Uruguay, in my hometown. I did a vice championship on my first karting championship, and then I started to step up into Formula cars, Formula 4 in Uruguay with some podiums. Then I went here for the F4 US championship, this one, and then I jumped into F1 Academy, and we are here. Thanks to the F1 Academy, I'm still racing because last year I didn't have the chance to get the budget for doing a championship. So really the F1 Academy opened the door for me. It was a big jump for the little experience that I had to go to Europe with a high level that the other girls had, but it made me improve a lot. We'll see now that I'm P1 on practice, so definitely it worked. Did the F1 Academy, the girls only can do like 2 years of the championship. So I said, okay, I want to fight for the first places. So I need to make more experience, prepare myself for the second year. So yeah, this is my year to prepare myself, get a lot of track time, get a lot of races, and US is like my home also. I feel it like that. So it's a great way to prepare myself for the F1 Academy. Well, it's really fun. There's a lot of corners with different directions. It's really technical NOLA, and I enjoy it very much being the first race weekend of the championship. Really is to carry momentum, you know. Momentum is a lot, and drive it nice. Momentum with a lot of softness and smoothness, let's say, is what you need. I'm hoping to get a podium at least. No, we have been working really hard with the team, and now is the objective. Or no, seriously, the good thing is to get a lot of points for the championship. That is the main goal for this, and keep pushing, improve myself lap by lap. Yeah, I don't know. They always make comments and they laugh about everything. So, but I have the support that I'm P1, so. well, hopefully racing in one of the highest categories, Formula One, IndyCar. That's my dream, really. I want to become a professional race car driver. That is my ultimate dream. When I was 8 years old, and I'm really grateful to be doing it right now, because starting at 17 years old, this is not common. Usually guys and girls start with 6, 7 years old, so starting for me so late and being here, getting the chance, it's really a dream come true. So just I appreciate to be here, but I look for more.
Welcome back. So we've got about 1 minute left. We're going to let the cars back out. I believe they're going to get a few laps. Not sure yet how many laps, but I do want to report that all the drivers involved with that incident are okay. They have been checked out. The safety crew has cleared everything from the turn 3. All the drivers in pit lane are aware of what is about to happen here. So we are going to try to get going, back up and going. So we've got Ron Fletcher out front in that Batman car. And Rob, what are you seeing right now from these PSSA and Sebecos out there?
Well, I think certainly these drivers are going to look at the track a little bit cautiously as they come around and see what they're up against. They're probably going to get one lap behind the pace car and then go back to green, and hopefully we get a couple of green laps in our time window that we have available.
Yeah, you can see there Will from Black Flag, Will Huxtable, one of our staff in the Dayglow gloves. Now Tony's getting some shots here. That's Ron Fletcher. He is our champion in PSSA last year. With winning a championship in PSSA, I believe you get a set of hand-cooked tires and $10,000 cash. Is that correct?
That was the prize, yes.
That's a pretty good deal. So this is PSSA with hand-cooked tires, the Prototype Sprint Series Association, kind of a brainchild of Rob and Tony Pirelli. And, you know, we've come to these events, and it's just kind of slowly growing. But I think a lot of people are just wondering if their cars are eligible. Like last year, we had an LMP3 car here, but I'm not seeing an LMP3 car. There's the Wolves, there's the Sebecos, the Revolutions and Radicals, but name the other marks that are welcome to join us.
Yeah, we also have we also have the Rush on the eligibility list.
They're not obeying the blend line.
The Elan DPO2 is available on the eligibility list, and we had a few Elan O2s run a couple of races last year, but they haven't been coming this year. I'm still working to talk with some of those teams and get those cars back to the racetrack. It's just a growing process.
But so glad to have Hankook Tires as a sponsor. Hankook, a great sponsor and provider. They also run with us in the Ligier JSF 4 Series, FR Americas, and F4, and now PSSA. So great to have them as we see the cars go under the Sargento Bridge. So we've got Ron Fletcher out front, then Zach Mosley in second, Goebel Newsom third, Clay Keel fourth, Dario Cangialosi. And we've got a lot of Dario fans here on our YouTube page, so thank you for joining us. Then James French in sixth, and then the number 33, Harry Colson in seventh. So we've gone down from 10 to 7 with just one incident at turn 3. So what are they doing here, Rob? Everybody asks why they're going back and forth. Is that to get the heat in the tires?
Yeah, it cleans the tires and it gets heat in the tires. Tires have a optimal temperature that they operate at. And when you're sitting in the pit lane, running behind the pace car, you're not keeping those tires at that optimal temperature. So that's what they're trying to do, is just clean the tires off, get the excess rubber, what some people call clag, off of the tires, and heating them up to the appropriate temperature for maximum grip.
So if you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, Rob Elson is joining us, and I was telling everybody that we had a great 3-day road trip from here to Lime Rock last year in my truck and trailer. Got to learn all about Rob. We've worked together for about 2-3 years. He's the chief of tech with SVRA, the head of the PSSA, but you come from a long line of road racing with IMSA, with Grand Am, with pretty much seen it all.
I've been in this industry doing technical inspection work and such for quite a while, since 1990. So I'm getting to be an old guy.
And then you come into SVRA. So when you're doing tech for Trans Am, or let's say Grand Am, you might need to learn, let's say, 10 years of cars and maybe 10 different marks. But now when you come in as the tech official of SVRA, you need to learn 100 years of motorsports. We had 1914s, 1907s with us at Indy just 2 weeks ago, up to about 2017s to 2019s in SVRA. And then you need to learn the Trans Am rules, the historic Trans Am rules, the Porsche rules, the Camel GT Cup, the IMSA Cup, all the different series that would have run the Marlboro Cup. Everybody, any car that's basically been obsoleted is now legal in SVRA. How does one do that? Your file cabinets must be really large.
There was certainly a lot of learning taking place in the first event. I commented to Tony Pirelli when I came to Watkins Glen, my first event, that I was going from doing tech on 30 or 40 cars that were all about the same to 300 plus cars that were all exactly different. So
that's exactly right. Yeah,
it was a little bit of a learning deal.
You may know this. I asked this to the field, but to the comment section, is that Elkhart Lake Blue Corvette or is it Road America Blue Corvette as our pace car as they come here to take the green? Do you know? I know it's a paint code. I can't remember if it's Elkhart Lake or Road America Blue.
I don't know the answer to that.
Well, here we go. Ron Fletcher to take the green flag. Welcome, race fans from Road America. It's a beautiful day here with the Batman car leading Gotham City over Zach Mosley. But then that Sebeco's back there with James French and Dario Cangliosi going at it at Cube 3 Architecture, Turn 1. That is the number 94 of Dario there as they come down the hill into WeatherTech, Turn 3. And this is more of a downhill than you see to a right-hander. This is where it all went wrong last time, but it looks like all the racers are going to get through.
Yeah, and as we watch these cars, Ben, it'd be interesting to note, it seems like the Batman car and the Gotham car pull out quite rapidly. We have 3 classes in PSSA. We just named them PS1, PS2, and PS3. This is indicative of their performance levels. These cars that we're watching now, the Sebecos, are roughly 230 horsepower and 1,750 pounds with the driver. The cars that you see at the front are 500 horsepower and 2,000 pounds, give or take, with the driver. And so you've got a lot better power to weight ratio. They've got better downforce. They've got a little less drag because of some of their design features. And so that's why you see this disparity, these 2 cars pulling away from the other 3.
But not a disparity in those front 2 cars, and the Sebecos seem to be pretty equally matched.
Absolutely.
But Revolution, if I'm not mistaken, was designed by the guy that started the Radical group, right?
Yes, that's correct. Whenever the guys at Radical parted ways, the chief engineer that started Radical went and started Revolution, and that's how we got the 2 different kinds of cars.
So Ron Fletcher was with us at Thunder Hill early on in the season in that Batman car, and he keeps developing it. It's a different wrap, a little bit different wrap than we saw at Thunder Hill. And then Zach Mosley was doing this race with us last year, longtime racer, but very good driver with us. As we see that white flag, so yes, it is a green-white checker. But this is the race for the Revolutions, but that Sebeco group in the back is also heating up as well. As we see James French take over off 4th behind Dario. So that's James French there in that number 33. I love the white wheels of this 33 here. And where would these cars have raced?
The Sebecos have their own series that they race in, and so this is a departure for them to come and race with another group, and we're just trying to encourage all of them that we can to race with us. The factory is very supportive. They bring parts for the cars. They've elected to run with us at about 6 races, so they're really in tune with what we're trying to do here.
Love it. Love the factory support, so thank you very much from that. But does Zach Mosley have anything here for Ron Fletcher as they come into turn 8? If the LMP cars are eligible, is the old LMP-C car eligible? That's from Ian Reinerson on our YouTube channel.
No, Ian, the LMP-C car is a little bit previous generation to the LMP3, what we're trying to promote here. LMP-C cars have a little bit higher performance potential than an LMP3 car, so we want to sort of put the ceiling on performance potential at the LMP3 level.
See, I love having the questions answered here as the 2 leaders go into Canada Corner. Zach Mosley right behind Ron Fletcher. Is he kind of waiting to see if anything happens, or does Ron Fletcher have it for him as the Batman car leads as they come into the Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 14, the last turn of this track? Mosley kind of falling back a little bit. I don't think he's got anything for Fletcher up this hill. Why so serious on the side of Ron Fletcher's car, the Batmobile, as he comes up the hill to take the checkered flag in the first PSSA race here at the Road America Speed Tour 2024 with Zach Mosley right behind, but the Sebeco battle in the back. Look at this, James French might be able to get the draft, but I don't know if he's close enough there behind Dario. So all of our Dario fans should be happy. James French, one last chance. He might look to the right or to the left of Dario as they come through side by side. Not sure what's going to happen, but it looks like Dario able to just take it over James French, a gap of 0.031 seconds. So kind of an exciting finish to this race, Rob.
That was very close. Watching it at the line, I was pretty pleased that they were that close, and it made for some great racing.
Yeah, I think had the start-finish line been another 500 feet, we may have had a different result there for these Sebecos, which are classified as PS2 and PS3 cars.
Yes, and the difference there, the PS2 car is the development car that they're working on to move that car forward a little bit. PS3 cars are the all-stock. It's running NASA as well as having their own series. It's a NASA prototype, basically, and they are stock 2-liter engines versus the 2.5-liter engine of the PS2 car.
Nice. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us in the comments. Rob, thank you so much for joining us here. We're going to send it away to a commercial for you.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sports Car Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 U.S. Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Hagerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.